like I know you do.
Also, I took my apple cider vinegar.
Alright, we're already live. I don't think I heard about your apple cider vinegar. I'm still not so sure about apple cider vinegar. I don't know.
I'm taking a teaspoon.
I know. It feels like one of those, like, I don't know. It seems like such a, I don't know. I'm torn.
Basically,
you need to look up studies in apple cider vinegar. I don't know if, I don't want to, like.
What do you think is bad about it?
I just think it's like such a strong thing, and people are obsessive about it, and it's like it's got like a cult, you know? It's like the gluten-free thing. People swear by apple cider vinegar, but I want to know what's the studies in apple cider vinegar.
All I know is that I will do more research, but all I know is I probably do not have a very acidic stomach.
Right, but that's a problem with your stomach. Putting more acid in it may or may not, like.
It helps you break down your food.
Maybe that's fair. I don't know. I would look up some actual studies on it if you can. All right, let's live now.
Death.
What?
Death.
Oh, all right, going now. Hello, everybody. Live now, going. We have owl stuff today. Live now, going to.
Named apple cider in your chat, Husker.
What?
Isn't there somebody named apple cider?
Hell, Spiral never gonna have to leak the Scrims. Oh no, apple cider witch, yeah.
Yeah, ask apple cider witch about apple cider.
I'm going to do owl analysis at around 4:30 p. No, 4:15 or so. Yeah. What picture should I do for our owl analysis today? Move along, like I know you do. Maybe I should do a meme. Maybe I'll be like the kids. I'm not supposed to meme, why not? Can I have my phone?
No.
Sorry. Wow. Hello, sir. Please go answer my question. The best friend says he gave you money. Notlin, I will answer it today. I'll try and answer today or tomorrow. Like, it's prior. You'll get before Ask Spilo. Moron.
Oh, so you get tagged in this comment.
What, get tagged in what comment?
On your Bastion video.
He could do what he wants. Like, it's time for you to get off this game over acting like a kid, man.
Would you like to respond?
No.
Okay, would you like me to respond?
No, I don't care.
Should I do anything to it?
No, just ignore it.
Oh.
TikTok morons not putting respect on my name. Jeez.
I put respect on your name.
Yeah, it's a cap.
Alright, bet.
Alright, bet.
That's my favorite thing ever.
Move along, like I know you do. I will say this, chat. I missed the Batman intro and the juicy music, but it is kind of fun just to have a chill, sweet, succulent time with all my best friends. Hello, Bad Patch Mari. Apparently the team's got OPR now, so no more leaks. I mean, yeah, I got a patch today. Tournament A started patching this morning, so no surprise there. It is a little bit cringe, the number of like leaks that were going on. There was like tier 2 teams that were like hopping on the ban train. I got the Glad's code DM'd to me before it went public. They're like, hey, check it out. You know, I was told to send this to you. And I'm like, I was messaging Hunter and I'm like, you do realize that people are leaking your Scrim codes? He's like, what? I'm like, yeah, they're sending them to me. And I was like, he's like, yeah, Face isn't going to be happy. So I was just like, all right, I'll keep it to myself. And then it gets publicly leaked like literally 10 minutes later. Hey, Josh, good to see you, mate. So that was super cringe. The blacklist must be crazy. I mean, probably now. I doubt it matters anymore. I will say the London leak is pretty cringe. I don't know who did that. I don't know if like Commander X goofed up or if it was like actual meme. But the code with like the calls and comms and stuff, that is not good. We don't want that. We do not want like voice calls and discussions and then like private conversations and coaches talking to each other in group chat. And that's already got screen recorded and saved, even though it went privatized. That was rough. Hey, Rashi. Is it more value to jump in pocket? I can't answer any questions super in detail right now because we do have a coaching session in just a second. Yeah, I mean, no. One of the Scrim VODs from London got publicized. I don't know how, but somebody got the link. And somehow, I don't know if they messed up or if it was part of the meme or what. And theoretically, it had to have been one of the players or Commander X himself because you can't get the VOD code. Because I still have the VOD playlist from previous seasons to the Scrim codes, right? The Scrim playlist. So somehow their playlist from this year, one of the VODs got publicized. And then somebody screen recorded it before it got privatized. it has calls and Chris chatting with the team and then all the foolishness and stuff like that. And it's just like not grand. Do I plan to cover Al when the season starts? Yeah, I plan on doing as much as I can. I won't be able to be probably as in depth as I am now. Well, I will be as in depth as I am now. I enjoy Al. I like pro analysis. Okay, let's get started here. I don't want to keep my next mate waiting too long. He's already waited overtime as it is. So chat, we have a coaching session, we have a replay review, and then we have our coaching, our analysis. If you guys want to vote over what we actually look over in a little less than 2 hours, about an hour and a half from now, feel free to stick around and chat, and I'll probably be doing voting for which codes that we look at first. They have a private YouTube playlist with full Scrim VODs. Yeah. Commander X streams live to YouTube, private, and then it's automatically recorded as the third-person POVs. He's been doing that for years. It's literally since British Hurricane. All right, let's do this. Hey, so sorry for the delay. How are you? I'm
okay. Tired.
Welcome to the club. Hope you're a little less tired after today, though. So, while screaming in your ear a little bit, wake you up. How about that? Okay. How are you doing? How's everything going? Practicing all that.
Doing okay. I get sidetracked sometimes. I'll say that. Like, I'll forget that I'm supposed to be practicing something. Like, it's not deliberate.
Yeah.
So at that point, when I realize that I'm just forgetting or like just not doing it, I just log off for the day, or I keep playing but play for fun.
Yeah. It's funny how like our personal like situation really demonstrates, like it shows in our play. You know, when you're tired, you're not feeling super focused. You know, oftentimes your play is exactly the thing, and that's why like a lot of these owl coaches, you know, are like really good at dealing with personalities and dealing with players and managing things like that. So don't beat yourself up. I'm in the same play. I mean, feel like sometimes my coaching recently has been a little bit shaky because I've been having a hard time sleeping. So it's like it happens. This too will pass. Make this time productive in what way you can, even if it's just not getting actively a lot worse than you are right now, and then we'll see where we can go from there. So you are masters at the moment?
No, I'm GM5.
Whoa! Oh, that's right. You sent me the screenshot. I'm looking at your form here, but that was a week ago, and we're GM5 now. So congratulations, first off. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Do you want to use the code that you sent me last night, or do you have a different one you want to use?
I've been on a massive losing streak, so if you want a specific map or anything like that, but that code works.
Okay, well, I'll load that one, and then if by the end of our little discussion we have a better idea of what we want to aim for, then maybe we adjust it last second, but this will do at least as a default right now. Let me update my UI really fast. I just coached a Doomfist. So we're going to have 2 Doomfists in a row. Banger. So here's the deal.
I'm playing support.
Wait, oh, that's right.
I forgot to clarify.
Oh.
Yeah.
So wait, are you GM with Doomfist or GM with support or both?
I'm Masters 1 Doom and then GM5 support.
Okay. Well, I'm a little disappointed, but not that disappointed. What hero?
Mostly Kiriana.
Okay, so I mean, we've had a lot of discussion previously about, last time about your training schedule, all this kind of thing. So I'm going to skim through your form, and then we'll focus on just what you want to go over and what you want to elaborate on, or anything that you want to min-max a little bit better, rather than me just reteaching stuff that we've already discussed. What do you hope to get out of the session? Improvement. Awesome. Switch to support because my friends have always known me as a support player, and I'm confused to why I'm tanking. You really hate getting hacked repeatedly. Fair enough.
Oh yeah. Masochism isn't the play.
Yeah. I'm with you on that one. Okay, unfortunate. Sleep is a little shaky. You said you're a little tired as well. I'm sorry to hear that, mate.
I work overnights, so it changes, but usually like 7 hours.
Okay.
Usually.
Not horrible.
It depends though.
Not horrible. That was why we swapped off of Doomfist. Doomfist required too much laser focus. We just want to play Kiriko and hold down or right click.
Exactly.
Long-term, short-term goals, GM3, short-term by next season, the mid-season patch.
I've changed that. That is still one of my goals. But long term, I I've been looking more into playing for a team and stuff. So long term, I'd like to get into contenders.
Okay, makes sense. I know you said you play with your friends. Are you with a team right now?
I play Doom for a team. Yes, I play Doomfist.
Okay, which one are you more of a priority in terms of like contenders, support or Doomfist, or is it still something we're still testing?
Still testing.
Okay.
I have a trial for a different team, and they already know. Like my current team already knows that I'm not really playing tank as much as I was.
Okay. Okay, that would be a priority for me. So I'm glad you're doing that. Is testing out the support team waters.
Yeah, I did it in Overwatch 1, like Season 6, right when Open Division first came out. But haven't really touched higher level play in a while.
Okay, give it a shot. Let me know how it goes and kind of find out where your sweet spot is, because we want to do what you enjoy, so that you can, if you want to be serious about it, you enjoy it while you're being serious about it. I don't have anything else in the forum that's important to me outside of what do you feel is holding back from improving, and I assume we're talking about support when you say mechanics. Do you want to elaborate a little bit on that?
So I looked at my forum yesterday when I got the email as a reminder and everything. And I realized it's not my mechanics that's holding me back. It's definitely my cooldown usage. Ana, especially Ana. Like, I think my Ana's really good. I've got like a 75% win rate with like 30 games already. But mechanically, it's okay. Like, there are improvements that could be made, sure. But I think it's engage timings, and when I'm choosing to play aggressive is probably the most, like, that's probably the biggest area that I'm kind of lacking in right now.
Elaborate on that one a little bit.
I've been doing some bot reviews of myself, so I'll see myself, like, I'll look, generally it's directly after the enemy Ana uses nade, right? Because I Suzu it, and I know that I pretty much can't do anything for the next 14 seconds, right? Except for heal. Right. So I play aggressive, try and get a pick and put some pressure out on their squishies. And then I kind of just, like, I'll either feed or I'll kill 3. There is no in between. I feed or I kill everybody. And I'm curious as to what, this spot I don't have any outstanding plays like that, because this was like 6 hours into a like session. I was just playing for fun at this point. But what differentiates feeding from actually getting like an insane amount of value based on the timing? Like, it's just like when you go for it. Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of factors, right? It's going to be about your positioning. It's going to be about your cover usage. It's going to be about whether you have Suzu and your TP available, so that transitions from being a feed play to where, I can actually get out of jail free. That's going to be, are you hitting your shots? Are you not hitting your shots? Who are you prioritizing? As in, am I prioritizing somebody that I can actually kill versus somebody that I'm not likely to kill and probably likely to die for it? Do you have
this in this spot, actually?
That is in this VOD?
Yeah, I
that's what I was going to ask.
Shot the Winston for like 5 minutes.
Well, you know it's an issue. And so then why is it happening?
I saw it last night when I looked over this VOD, because I like to look over the VODs to make sure I'm not trolling you.
Yeah, I respect.
And I was like, why am I shooting a monkey? I just waste Suzu on myself. I just TP'd and he jumped onto me after I Suzu'd.
No.
How am I GM?
Disaster. Well, and that's the thing right there. So like when we say like, I want to know why, like what differentiates between a feed and a good offensive play. Well, you just gave me a lot of like little tests right there. Did we have an escape route? Our escape route failed miserably. Who were we shooting? We were shooting a Winston. Did it cost our Suzu? Oh yes, it cost our Suzu. Well, I mean, okay, so then maybe we need to focus on that instead. I think there's like it's an art, because whenever there's so many factors to consider and what makes a play good and what makes a play bad, you really kind of have to dissect it into like the individual aspects so that you're able to better see the whole. So like for you, maybe it's like, when I'm going for these plays, am I consistently respecting cover? Am I consistently timing them well? Am I consistently aware of like the status of my cooldowns? So if we're able to kind of like narrow it down to that specifically one at a time, as a whole, the picture will be more clear. It's like a puzzle, you know what I'm saying? You can't build a puzzle by like throwing all the pieces down and just immediately start building it. You have to find the edges first. You have to find the similar colors, and you have to slowly construct it, because otherwise it's a little bit overwhelming, you know? There are so many things that make a good play aggressively, and there's so many things that can make a good play or a bad play with aggression, that we have to kind of identify the different factors, and you gave me a few of them right there. So as long as this replay code has several of those kind of situations, I think this code will work fine. Does it have several of those, though, is the question. You said one, but does it have at least a few of those situations?
Where I made major mistakes is that like where I feel like I tried to play aggressively but got punished? Is that what you're asking me?
Sure.
I think yes.
Okay.
I know I can think of two specific ones. One on first point defense.
Okay.
Or no, first point attack, and then another next to the Midtown Tunnel.
Sure.
Where I really screw up and I TP into a Sojourn E.
Okay.
But yeah, it's got a couple, I think.
Is there a few that work well too?
I'm sorry.
Are there a few that where you play aggressively and it works out?
I don't think so.
Oh, tragic. Okay, because sometimes it's also nice to see, like, you know, this works.
I wasn't having a very mechanical day.
I see. Now, you said you were 6 hours in as well, though.
Yeah, I play for pretty long periods of time.
Okay.
Before work, and then Wednesday and Thursday I play a lot.
Sure.
Because I don't have work.
Sure.
I try and play for like 3 or 4 hours a day just to keep my mechanics and try and grind them up, get them better. But this one was like a while in.
Sure.
This was one of the last games of the day.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna treat this as a learning opportunity, but we're also not gonna be surprised when you're gonna be making a lot of mistakes because of how far in you were. Right. We've talked about this in our last review session, but at a certain point, you are gonna play worse and make mistakes that you wouldn't otherwise make. So as long as you feel that these mistakes are representative of your average gameplay, then we can review this. But if you think these mistakes are I'm just making because I'm tired, I normally don't do this, then this review isn't going to be super helpful. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I think this is pretty. It's pretty representative of my normal gameplay. I think my Suzu usage was a little weird, but besides that.
Sure.
I think it was pretty okay.
Okay, then that works for me. Okay, any other questions that you have or anything you want to discuss before we actually get into the gameplay?
How have you been?
I've been doing good, man. How about you?
I'm okay.
All right.
I play the violin. I don't know if you remember.
I actually don't remember. I didn't know that. Somehow it just slipped my mind. How's that been going?
I had an audition for the Chicago Orchestra.
Really?
And, yeah, I ended up getting it.
No way. Way. Okay, I actually have another student of mine, Vrashi. If you know Vrashi, right? Maybe you might know him from chat. Anyway, he's always piping up. He's annoying. He's this old dad dude, you know. But he's
I see him all the time on what's it called? On the Discord.
Yeah, and he plays in an orchestra as well, over in Belgium, I believe. So I had him send me a bunch of VODs of him playing. If you do have any YouTube videos of you guys performing, I beg, please send them to me. I would love to see it.
I can attempt.
Okay, I would that would be sick. Okay. Anyway.
I thought about this yesterday while I was at work because I noticed my wrist is fucking killing me because I play the violin. I play the violin for like 2 hours a day, and then I play Overwatch, and keeping my hand in that one position, and stuff like that. Well, do you have any like self-care tips for my wrist?
Yes, two things. So one, you need to strengthen the muscles. So that they have better endurance to hold those positions for longer. So what I would do is doing some sort of, I don't know what they would be, but I would research wrist strengthening exercises, not just wrist flexibility. You need to strengthen your wrist, probably something lower risk, where not like, cleaning, or doing all these Olympic lifts, but something that's going to strengthen the muscles there and the tendons there. And I would build a routine 2 or 3 times a week doing something like that, even if it's like 10 or 15 minutes. And then I would also, when you are actually training violin and Overwatch, practice your wrist mobility and give them short rests every 5 minutes or so. So like when you're in cues, do your wrist circles or just let it relax a little bit. And I would do the same thing with practicing your violin. So we need to strengthen the muscles that you need. And then we also need to be lightening the frequency or the duration of the load whenever and however you can, even if it's just in cues. Make sense? Okay. I don't think it's a flexibility problem. I think one of the biggest mistakes that we make when it comes to like wrist pain or back pain, unless it's an injury, is that we assume that it's, we need to stretch it out. Stretching is wildly overrated. Focus on weighted mobility, if anything, and strengthening first before we stretch.
I had the same thing with my fingers because I cut down to the bone once when I was a kid. I fell into some glass, but that's besides the point. And when I first started playing violin, my violin teacher kept telling me to just go back and forth. I can't demonstrate, and I don't know how to explain it, but like there's one very specific exercise to like strengthen the muscles. I'm already watching.
Okay, is this it here? What I'm doing here?
Yeah.
Kind of? Okay.
Oh, no, take your fingers.
Yeah.
And put the thumb to the index, then your second finger. I'm a nursing student. What is this finger called? Okay.
You're also a nursing student. Is there anything that you don't do?
So second finger to the thumb, then third finger, then your pinky, and then back and forth in like a I can't explain the motion, but I'll send you a clip of me in Discord later.
I'm not sure. Is this like an obscene gesture in like Haiti or something? Send it to me later. Okay.
I love that how are you turned into talking about our fingers.
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, but yes, I would definitely focusing on strengthening and giving him like full range of motion mobility when you can give it a short break. Okay. Any other questions after that phenomenal segue?
No, I think that's all.
Okay. That's so cool though. Congratulations. Let's take a look at this here and get this rolling so you can deal with my bit rate. It was very embarrassing. I had a coaching session last week where the coachee was like, I might have to go in your stream because the bit rate's too bad. I'm like, jeez. So that's next on my list of things to save up for and upgrade is like I think it's like the GPU or CPU or something like that. It's just it is what it is. And also Discord bitrate is just bad as it is. So okay, you are who?
It's Korean
I guessed
for practice.
Correctly. I guessed correctly.
Did you know that it's Korean for practice? That's is that how you knew?
No, I didn't. My Korean is washed. I did know a little bit of Korean back in the day. I was studying it for a while, but I'm totally washed. So
this is my practice account. This one is Masters 1, and my other account is GM5.
Mm-hmm.
So
sounds good.
They're within the same skill range.
Sure. And is this all Kiri, or is there a little bit of Ana here as well?
There's some Ana for the last minute.
Righto. So mostly Kiri then. Okay. Let's this is something else. That was some very, very big aggression. So I will say this. I don't like your initial positioning here. Especially because there's no snipers. So look at what this Winston is about to do. Alright, so we're actually gonna play it when he lands. This is too much value from one jump and one bubble.
Mm-hmm.
You are playing a hero that can take an off angle, right? And put out damage and scouting pressure and heal from this off angle without subjecting yourself to the Winston jump. We want this Winston to either choose to jump you or jump your Ana or jump your Hanzo or something along those lines. You kind of see what I'm saying here? Mm-hmm. And you could do that because you can play here. If the Winston jumps you, you TP away. And you could still hold this position and still heal. Do you kind of see what I'm saying here?
Yeah.
We would never want to, very rarely would we want to play like over here if we would need to peel for our Ana. It's too far away. We'd cost our TP. We TP into the Winston. That's not good. But I think my problem here is that where's your TP escape if you get pressured?
Yeah.
Right. There isn't one. So we want to create a short off angle that allows us for better vision for damage and healing. And if we do get pressured or punished, we always have the escape route. So what that would mean is like say this Genji or Kiriko, they actually, let's say they dive us here. We actually can TP away. And what that does is that splits the enemy attention while we're still doing the same amount of healing onto our core. You kind of see what I'm saying?
And it isolates one target.
Right. So you're able to take
it. If a Genji wants to get on me, he has to like use dash, or the Echo has to use their shift.
Correct.
So yeah,
we want to split their
saying.
attention while we're still doing the same amount of things, and then it gives us an escape route. So if you don't have somebody playing an angle, you create the angle yourself. Now, obviously, if they're on a Widowmaker here, you know, maybe we actually have to do something like this. It's not great, but if you can hold that position safely, we want you to do it. Because this is not really leveraging your mobility much. And remember, like, if you're not leveraging... Oh, someone just crashed. Or alt-tabbed or something. That's unfortunate. Because if you're not leveraging your mobility, then you would get more playing like a Brig there or something like that.
Yeah. I knew she had sleep.
Yeah.
So I climbed the wall to try and bait the sleep out and reduce my hitbox size, and then I died to a Genji deflect.
This guy, man.
He does it twice.
That's unfortunate.
He does it twice. It made me so pissed.
He does it twice. Oh gosh, that sucks.
I know this was stupid. When I rewatched, I was like, okay, I just used both of my cooldowns with no confirmation as to what the enemy is looking like. That was stupid. I should have just walked in and maybe tried to do that. If not, I could have like TP'd in and saved Suzu for a couple seconds.
Maybe. I think my idea is that I think the TP was necessary to save your Sojourn, not your Sojourn. What am I saying? The Sigma, and the Suzu was necessary to save your Sigma as well. But I guess my question is, was the Sigma worth saving? I think the fight was just over. So probably just hold the angle, play safe here, and don't stagger yourself further. Your Sigma dies. Maybe we can recontest, maybe we can't, whatever. But I just think you kind of threw your body in the bonfire, and the fight was already lost either way, so why even bother? I will say here as well, a little bit of micro positioning. This is fine, right? But then again, my problem here is that this positioning inevitably is going to end up with all of you guys getting killed again, so or jumped again. So I wonder, like, okay, you're getting a decent angle for spam here. But obviously, like, the optimal thing again here would be to, if we have a position to where I can spam and not end up stacked in my Ana, that's the optimal thing to do. I don't think there is a position here, but I'm just pointing out that this is why this feels kind of bad.
Yeah, I guess it would be incredibly aggressive, but I could go bottom right.
Like here?
And look for... Yeah, like right there, and look for damage. Maybe climb up.
Yeah,
but
maybe.
I don't want to force my own TP when they have a monkey.
Yeah. I don't think that one's necessary. Because remember, the reason why we like the off angle here is because you could heal your Ana without using your TP and yet still have an angle, right? Yeah. I don't think you can do that here anywhere. So I think what you did was whatever. You know, it's fine. There's nothing else you could have really done. Outside of probably Suzu that a little bit faster, but we want to be looking for positions where we do have an option.
This is the moment. This is where I realized I fucked up. Yeah, the second I threw that Suzu, I was like, okay, well, that was stupid of me.
Yeah, it's just too close. Like, it's just too close. Like, you could be damaging this Winston here without, like, actually compromising anything. Like, we're walking into Winston here. So yes, the shots are missing, but like you said, even if the shots hit here, like, it doesn't matter. I respect you going offensive and trying to put DPS out, but you need to not do that at point blank range on a Winston and getting both of your cooldowns cost.
Yeah.
Not great.
Yeah, I watched it last night and I was like, that was so stupid. He's gonna judge me so hard for that.
Right. Well, yes and no. I'm feeling particularly pleasant today. And I think the issue is, it's like, that's not necessarily a big play style. You just screwed up. You got too close to Winston for no reason. That's it. We go next. You know? We don't sweat over goofy details like that, unless it happens, you know, like 7 more times. Oh no. Get him. Oh wait, no. Who woke him up? Which one of these rats woke him up? Oh, he got Suzu'd. Oh. I don't know. Let me look at this fight again. So obviously, Nano Blade, you know, whatever. Nano Blades, it's rough to win with. I will say this. When we talk about taking split positions, this is one weakness of doing that. I guess you can kind of see here. Where if you're not able to take a position where you're able to see the Ana despite bubble, then it might cost you your TP. If that makes any sense. Again, I don't know if there's a better position here. Like, what do you think? Maybe not?
So I guess probably by the mini. Because not only would I have the health pack, yeah, other side.
Mini here, yeah?
Yeah, right over there. Because I would have that off angle to spam their Ana. Because our Ana's high ground right now.
Yeah.
I could peel for both my Hanzo and my Ana.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this, actually. I do like this.
Kind of like isolate my sig, so I don't know. But then again, our Ana was also isolated.
You could still heal here, right? From this position, and you still have good LOS. So yeah, I think that's an excellent idea. Excellent idea. So you have good LOS of your supports and your front line, and you're not playing stacked on your Ana. Yeah, that's crazy. He actually just straight up dies to Primal. Or before he even Primals, excuse me. Oh, almost got him. Okay. Yeah, so this one so far has been a little bit of micro positioning, some goofy mistakes. Play aggressively here. Where's my Ana? Where's my Bap, I guess, now? This looks okay. This looks okay. I will say this. I wonder if we would be better served here.
Yeah, I noticed that, like, probably in, like, half a second, and I TP'd them.
Okay. But obviously better to start and then have the TP out in the aggressive position. Because you're healing here, but then we probably need to just go ahead and walk to here, control this angle, do damage, control support, whatever. And then if we get dove, we Suzu, stay, and then TP out last possible second.
Yeah.
And then that's the problem, because that's now a window for if I'm Winston here and I dive you, you're dead. Yeah. Because you're gonna get your Suzu
does dive
forced.
Me, actually.
Yeah, you're gonna get your Suzu forced, and you will not live long enough to get your TP out. Now he is very late, so we end up being okay. But I want us to try and enable. Remember, if you either enable aggression, you either enable an angle or you take a small angle yourself. That's the rule with Kiriko. Nice, Suzu. I will say as well, I don't think your mechanics are bad, but I don't think they're a real strength. At least with the Kiriko kunai right now. We need to spam at head. We need to tape down our mouse button at head height better. Just a little bit better. Yes, kind of what you're doing right now. This is kind of what we talked about with the positioning, right? You're enabling an aggressive off angle. You have an escape route here set up. You see this? This is what we want. Then as your team backs off, we're still kind of playing in the more aggressive position. But I don't want this here. Again, I kind of want you to be either with your Cassidy here or here. You know? Here. Yeah. Not stacked here. You need the escape route. You need the aggressive angle for your safety. This has to be better for you, you know? Has to be.
Yeah. That's also just enabling my cast. Right. I was actually duoed with my cast.
Right, that's the thing, right? If we can enable these guys to play more aggressive positions, because you're in a more aggressive position to heal them, then you're going to win more fights. Okay, that's a huge kill. This is what we talked about, right? Who are they going to jump? Who are they going to jump? They're split, right? You see this? They're split. This is what we want. You can win this 1v1. Your Sigma probably doesn't win this 1v1, but at least you're not stacked on top of the Sigma with the win. If you were stacked with your Sigma right now, you would both die. 100%. Case in point. Now we can TP out, and there it is. That's literally perfect.
Perfect. I waited for him to jump too.
Perfect.
in the moment, I was like, this guy's gonna jump me in like 2 seconds. I'm just gonna wait and then I'll TP.
I mean, I'm so thankful because this is like a perfect representation of why what we were talking about was so important, right? Because you split from your Sigma, but you're still able to heal him from here, right? Then they both dive you. The Winston isolates the Sigma, the Genji isolates you, but you can actually win the squishy 1v1. If you don't win the squishy 1v1, you still have a get out of jail free card. Whereas if you'd stack here the Winston and Genji AoE cleave you and you die and you don't have an escape route. Maybe you can get to the Cassie, but this is perfect. He forced the split. He doesn't win the 1v1. He dies for it. The Winston goes, shoot, I need to kill the healer, not the tank. Jumps you, then you get out. And now you guys can actually walk forward and the Winston might die. Perfectly done. Might need to Suzu that. Oh, you didn't even look at, you're not even looking at this guy. This is like the cool guys don't look at explosions. Like, bam! That's hilarious. You just like flicking and go right back to the Sigma. That was nice.
That felt pretty good in the moment.
Yeah,
I was like,
gonna say,
oh, that was a nice shot.
yeah. This is greedy, but as long as, again, you have your escape route, I'm okay with it. I will say this. You need to be careful about how greedy you are when your escape route gets forced with nothing, and then they can pursue. So let me give you a scenario here. They have 0 ultimates. This works okay, right? However, go ahead.
They have Nanoblade.
Right, Nanoblade.
And I just used TP, so he dashes on me, I'm immediately dead after Suzu.
Correct. So what I would do here is you need to either, number one, not get cleared here until they pop Nanoblade. So you need to find a way to survive. Do not get your TP forced. Or just play an angle that's safer where you're not going to get it forced initially, and then have something available afterwards, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
This is okay. As long as we have our TP in time. I think we will. No. Stay where you're at. You see what I'm saying? Stay where you're at. And then from that position, decide if you want to drop or TP. I think you're dropping for your Kiriko ult, but I don't think this was necessary. And then again, obviously here, if the Nanoblade happens, I don't know where you go to. Like there's no angle control here. It's almost like Kiriko ult kind of baits you guys to position kind of poorly, which is understandable, but it's awkward. Somebody messed up their nano. Oh, poor fellow. Alright, they're on Widow. Do you have any questions so far, by the way? We've been kind of cruising through this.
No, none that I can think of.
Cleansing Venomine, the ultimate Suzu.
Yes. In the moment, I was like, I don't need this for the next 10 seconds. I'm fine.
Yeah, you're probably fine. It was just funny. Alright. No aggressive angle here. So I think this is where I'd probably be playing with my Hanzo if I could. Yeah, I would have been starting with my Hanzo. So this is why I like you assume that your Cassie or Hanzo are going to take an angle. And then if they don't, you sit like in a, I don't even know if this position will work, but this is probably too close. But assume that they're going to take an angle and try and be responsive, position in a way where you can immediately follow up. Like I'm like, I want you here, right? And as soon as my Hanzo swings, you follow, right? Or where's my Cassidy? You're up here, right? You're up here with this guy, like as soon as you possibly can. If you're here, we're good to go. I understand the Widowmaker's a problem, but you need to be really, really careful. Case in point, you see this? This feels a lot worse. What you should be able to do here is if you're holding with Cassidy, you're here, you Suzu this guy, you shoot, and then you TP out. It ends up working out pretty well, but it's a little bit spooky, if that makes sense. Create some distance between yourself. Create some distance. You're kind of doing it without even thinking. You see that? You how you created distance and then baited space. That's really, 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 really good. But we need to do that a little bit more consistently.
I'm sorry, could you say one more time? I don't know what you said. Sure.
So like right here, do you notice how you're kind of creating space between you and your Sigma? Do you see this?
Oh, yeah.
So like right here, they pursue, there's the jump, that sets up your escape route, which is actually what kills this Ana. You see that? You then force their attention, you're then able to TP to your Sigma and save your Sigma, and that's what allows your Sigma to live long enough to get the kill on Ana. So that right there was a huge play. We just needed to be a little bit more consistent with that. Remember, if you can't set up an angle, if nobody's taking an aggressive angle, try and set up one on your team a little bit here. Like right here, especially when this Genji doesn't have deflect, I would be pursuing this guy just a little bit.
Yeah.
Like, obviously they have infrasites, but maybe you could even bait infrasites here. I'm not sure.
And the only way I truly get punished is if, well, with a headshot, but
Right.
sleep, something
Correct.
like sleep. So
We're seeing a little bit of the juke there as well. It's just unfortunate that I think this fight's probably pretty lost. Oh,
this is where he kills me again.
that's tragic. Okay, here's what I'll say. I think your positioning in terms of like setting up your own split from your core or enabling an aggressive split could be 30% better. It's not bad. It could just be a little bit better. I would say your kunai accuracy could be a little bit better as well. Is there anything else that you're seeing that we could practice a little bit more?
Caesar timings.
Okay, in what regard?
Throwing it too late.
Okay.
Whether that be reaction time or just trying to save it for like an on-nade or something. Well,
Sure.
if somebody's about to die, why save it for a nade when I can save somebody?
Right. I don't think they've been too bad. We'll keep an eye on it though. We'll keep an eye on it. We're only halfway. We got lots of gameplay still to look at, so we'll make a decision from there. So like for here, you're stuck in a choke. There ain't gonna be a lot of positions that you can play to. But if my Tracer is able to set up a flank here, especially because I've got a BAP that can help keep my Reinhardt alive, I might go flank with my Tracer. You know what I'm saying? I might go flank with my Tracer and just put pressure out, and then if I need to TP back to my core, I can. But I might just enable my Tracer on the off angle. Let's see what happens. Or heck, if there is no Tracer... Okay, you know what? Actually, this is a good little bit of an exercise here. Let's say you didn't have a Tracer. Let's say that you had, I don't know, Cassidy. How would you break this choke as Kiriko? How would you leverage your mobility?
I would walk to the fire truck.
Right. Well, even just to hear. Even just to hear, right? Put out some spam. What are they going to do? They going to push you? No. If they do, you just TP away. Easy, right? As long as you play in your cover and you can heal your tank and you can heal your supports from here, right? Maybe walk to bus stop here, right?
I tell my friends all of the time that Kiriko is the best duelist in the game. Aside from the tanks, she is the best duelist.
Right.
Like with 200 HP.
Right.
So I play aggressive for a reason. It's just it doesn't work all the time.
Right. The reason why I think, and let me know what you think, but I think that she's the best duelist in the game is the fact that you don't always win your duels. You're actually not the best in the game at winning duels. It's the fact that you never lose them. You kind of see what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you just get out.
You just get out, right? Oh, it starts to go badly. I just disengage, and so you do it again. You do it again. You very rarely, outside of one shots, get punished for taking positions like this, right? And this is the support Overwatch 2 mindset where you're actually creating space by being here. You're putting out damage pressure, and you're able to heal aggressive targets. Like let's say, again, we talked about the Tracer, right? Like you could use this position. Your Tracer can get healing almost like a Harmony Orb in a way that not a lot of other supports could do this, right? And then you could put out damage pressure, and then they have to pick and choose. Do we ignore the Kiriko and dive backline? Well, she can just peel back if she needs to, or they dive you and then you TP out. Now they're all standing out in the open, you know, and they feel like an idiot, right? So this is, we want to be leveraging that, right? This is good. Heal everybody up. Might need to Suzu that. Okay. We still have our TP though, so we can keep moving. Let's keep moving. Let's swing left again. Swing. But you see what I'm saying? Keep rotating. Do what you need to do. Take an aggressive position. This provides, you see how you're getting 0 damage value?
Yeah.
Right? So then if you're getting 0 damage value, usually that's a red flag that you're also getting 0 mobility value. And the best way to get mobility value is to take more aggressive positions. Like right now, my Tracer should be able to swing wide. Now your Tracer's kind of being lame. This is your duo, right? So tell your duo to actually start swinging wide here and go with her right here. And take this position like this here. And same thing goes with if this was a Cassidy. Like I would be, or a Genji, right? Like would be too terrified of swinging wide a little bit here, especially now that Winston's used bubble. But like we need to be walking here. There it is. Now there's the peel. There it is. This Genji dies. So we took an aggressive angle, yet at a moment's notice, we could turn around and help. Good question, chat. What if we don't have a BAP? You tell me.
So, I mean, even if we have a Zen, we can still play aggressive.
Right.
We have to kind of weave a little bit better, and
Sure.
we cannot have our TP forced. You know,
Sure.
if we have a Zen or something like that,
you could still heal your Rhine from here. You know.
Yeah.
You could still heal your Rhine from here. You remember that's just like the angle that we were talking about here, where we still were fully able to peel our backline, but we were just a little split. Just had a little bit of a better angle. Because an Ana would love to position you, but you can't. She'd die immediately, right?
Oh, yeah.
Same thing. But so you could just position a little bit more aggressively to hit damage and heal people easier, like your Tracer, and you'd still be able to peel off your Rhine. And you'd still be able to peel off your Zen, right? Great question. So when we're saying aggressive, we're not talking like Magid hard flank playstyle necessarily. We're just thinking about taking more aggressive positions to help us put pressure and control space. This is great. Now we definitely swing wide. We do it again. We go back and peel. How did your Hanzo die? Where is your Hanzo? Oh, he just trolls. Okay. I will say in terms of like the micro of this falls a little bit into the pushing the Winston earlier with Suzu and TP category, where I don't like this. I would like this. You see this?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Just a little more space so that we can easily swing back and we don't have to walk through Monkey Bubble. You know what I'm saying? You're too close, and this, do you see how like your vision here is really good?
I'm also just running it down main in GM. That Ana's gonna look at me and be like, "Oh, well, that's 3 people to nade."
Right.
And she doesn't have Suzu right now, so yeah.
Right. This positioning is good. I'd look at my Tracer whenever I could. I think, where is your Tracer actually? Where is your Tracer? Hello?
She just died.
Oh, she just died. Oh, I was like, where?
I tried to Suzu them, but the Suzu missed.
I'm pro coached. Can't even read the kill feed. Yeah. Nice shots. Check. Heal. Unfortunate. Just a little slow, right? So I think as soon as I get this kill here, it's a little bit like that internal clock, right? Somebody needs healing. Somebody needs healing. I just know it. I need to check. We're just a little slow. Suzu. Yes. Very good. Brilliant peel. And we should win this fight off of this. Swing wide. Not the best Kiriko. I think probably, again, swinging wide here and then throwing it like here would be fine. But it's not the worst in the world. Careful, we're doing what we talked about. We're running it down main. You see this? You swing here. You clear out the Genji from here. Pop it here. We're putting ourselves. I mean, you could even feel the heat right here. Do you hear the Cassie to your right? This is spooky. This is really spooky. We're running it down mid. The aggression with Kiriko is going to come from like the perimeter, not the middle usually. And then unfortunately your BAP makes the same mistake, right? He just runs down mid. Easy catch by the Winston. Yeah, and unfortunately.
I tried a TP, but
this is the right idea for sure. We just didn't quite get it off. Because again, that would have burned the Winston's attention. He probably will kill you anyway. I think this fight's lost, but yeah. And we're actually, somebody in chat saying like we're hitting some knives now, so this feels, I don't think our mechanics are a strength with this here. At least, I mean, I don't know. This is one map, right? But it's not looking as bad as it was at the start. Now, this is where we get really cute, all right? So, remember the ult question we talked about, like on third point defense, or like, you don't want to get your TP force into a primal rage. You don't want to get your TP force into a blade, right? Because you'll TP to peel, and then they'll press Q, and then you'll be like, oh, I need to get away. So
now I need peel.
right. So I actually look at this situation here, and I might do what I would call sell. I might sell my backline here. I would start normally, but I might not peel if it costs me my TP, if that makes any sense. Because I'm looking at this here, I think your BAP's dead. I think your BAP is going to pop window, and I think he's going to get primaled and bladed and probably just die. So what I would do instead is almost trade. You kind of see what I'm saying? So like help, and then just TP with your Rhine or with your Tracer and kill their backline instead. Do you see what I'm saying? It's
kind of like playing. It's like playing dive. You either anti-dive, like you dive the
Yes.
divers,
Yes.
or you dive their backline to trade.
Right. And I don't think you're equipped to peel this one without also dying yourself. Like right now, I think even ignoring the ult situation, like just going back to the bare fundamentals of Kiriko, I do not like how passive we are playing this. That you need to be here. If you, let's say there were 0 ultimates, you still could TP back and peel this, right, from your position. But I don't know why we're here. And that's going to cost us
I will
our season.
say, I am generally not this passive.
Okay. Maybe just a day, you know?
Yeah, I can send you a VOD from when I was on Ana on Blizzard World, where I just played way too aggressive.
Sure.
But generally, I am not this passive.
Okay. I will say this. Look at what your Rhine does. Look at what your Tracer does as well. See how everybody's peeling? Respectfully,
And they all die.
morons. These guys are killable with your Rhine Tracer, Neil. Like, we could win this fight. We go back. Boy, that was helpful. We killed the Genji and all died, right? So I think like that's something that you can kind of enable as well. So again, I think the main there is perimeter, enable aggression. Perimeter, enable aggression. And use that to kind of set up your ability to peel as necessary. But then sometimes if you're like, if my backline's going to just die, maybe I don't even peel. Like, this is really good. Great positioning.
I missed the Suzu on the Bastion here, and I feel so bad about it.
Honestly, though, your priority is to continue to swing wide. It happens.
I thought he would walk forward. I didn't think he'd just ult out in the open like that.
That was stupid, respectfully. Yeah, this is fine. Do you want to look at some Ana?
Sure. Give me 2 seconds. I got a code for you.
Sure, sounds good. We can keep going with Kiriko, but I wasn't sure if you wanted some Ana feedback as well.
Whatever you'd prefer,
It's
or you
your
feel like
coaching
would
session,
be
man. We
more
got 15 minutes.
beneficial. I have no. I'm sorry. I work overnight, so I'm only on like 5 hours of sleep right now. I'm really tired.
You're good.
I have no preference, is what I wanted to say.
Sure. Okay. Well, then I think we've seen enough Kiriko to at least establish some goals for you. So for me, well, what are you seeing with Kiriko? We talked about this at the halfway point. We've seen about 3-4 more minutes of footage. What are some things that are highlighted? Some things that we need to improve skill-wise?
Enabling, kind of like Zarya Bubble, right? Enabling aggression. Like you use Zarya Bubble to enable aggression or deny enemy aggression. So
you know
as Kyria, I could be doing the same thing, just without Bubble, obviously.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
And then looking to kind of, I don't want to say put pressure out, but stop playing so passive. Walk forward, like just press the W key.
Where are we walking forward? Because we saw a couple of W keys which were bad.
Don't press the W key down main. Press the W key into a corner. If like press it, look for an off angle, kind of like Genji or Tracer would do, right? Don't flank, but look for something that's kind of out of the way. They have to expend resources to jump onto me, or at least like pressure me out. If they want to pressure me out, they need to use cooldowns.
Sure, exactly. I like what you said, like the short off angles where I can still heal my tank, or I can still heal my supports, or I can still peel, but then I'm playing in a position where they have to pick and choose who they die for. And doing so on an angle, on a perimeter, not running it down main where I'm going to get split by Winston Bubble. I mean, think about your big brain idea all the way back on second point. You remember this one? The one with the nano blade? Remember where I was like, I don't know where to position, and you're like, idiot, just position like this, right? And I really like that idea, where you can perimeter, this is a small off angle, you can heal your tank, but you're not split off by Bubble, right?
I have a mini.
Right, so. And you have a mini. So this one, you were enabling aggression, but you're enabling aggression by running it down main instead of taking an angle, so therefore you get split off by Monkey Bubble. Do you see that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I think this is like a perfect encapsulation of what was wrong. But then if we go back to our first point attack, shoot, what am I'm trying to, I think like situations like this fight, where is the fight I want here? This fight feels really good. Like right here. Obviously we should have been here to start with, but we can actually, if we still have our TP and Suzu, we could peel back these guys, which we shouldn't because of Primal, but that's a separate issue. and yet we still can. Do you see the angle we have here for damage? Do you feel how safe you feel here? Like it's like anything that comes after you could TP away. Okay, so enable aggression with your positioning / shield priority, especially on off angles. Aggression through flanks with cover / short off angles where you can still heal tanks and peel. And again, I think like going back to like even first fight here, like how your positioning could have been so much better for peel and pressure with just stacking here. Create an angle where it feels safe with cover. Make sense? Mm-hmm. Okay. Let's look at the Ana.
Sorry. There you go.
Okay.
I think that's the right one.
Sure. I'll take a look real fast here.
This was Blizzard World. We ended up winning this one, but I feel like it was really close.
How old is this code? It's stuck on creating
it's
game
5 days.
Code. Should still work. Weird. W1DAHKC. It's bugged out for me. Do you want to stream it on your end? Can you do that?
Let's see if it'll even let me open the replay.
That's weird. It's not working for me.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's because I made a mistake. I made the wrong code for you. I gave you the wrong code.
Ah, okay. I had this one the other day where I was like an I, or I think it was an O or a 0. I kept screwing up. It was bad.
They were both Blizzard World. I just
Gotcha. There we go. Okay. So let's look at some Ana. Ana's very similar to Kiriko in terms of like the aggression and like what you want to be doing. There's just like less freedom to position however you want because you're just a lot slower. But we could still think about like our priority with where we want to heal or where we want to be. I love the Ana swap here. I think it's 100% the play, especially on this point. Very wide open.
Hey, I asked my Ryan, are you playing Ryan? They were like, no, I'm going Monkey. I was like, okay, I'm swapping.
Works for me, right? So much more range. Helps out immensely. Huh. A little bit of trolling. Almost. A little bit of lagging.
I was lagging.
A little bit of lagging. True story. I did a session, I want to say last week, where we were doing some Genshin Colosseo, and I am either sure the replay was bugged or the Mercy was playing with an AI. I'll have to send you the link later. It's hilarious. I mean, this is what Ana does that Kiriko doesn't. So we talk about Kiriko's range and mobility, right? Kiriko could not heal this Genji without TPing to him, right? Yeah. So your priority here is Genji because of his aggression. So the enabling aggression thing also applies to Ana as well. It just applies in a way that you have more strict movement limitations, but you have more range opportunities to kind of do what you want. And as long as you're playing your cover with good sight lines and looking for opportunities to go aggressive, looking for opportunities to heal, then we're good to go. I would not be on cart here if I could, because they're going to try and flip, rotate. Just be very careful. I guess you need to push forward for nano blades, so maybe it's okay. Aww.
Yeah, the cast walked in front of me at the very last second.
Oh, you even had the confirm thing. There's some delicious irony right there. You had the confirm nano and you still beefed it.
Yep. Because I'm so used to at this point, just
mashing it.
Yeah, like I know where I'm aiming, right?
Yeah.
But he walked in front of me.
I will say that's why I don't like the confirm, because you're going to get to a point where you smash it anyway without thinking about it, so the whole point of the confirm is gone anyway. It's like, why even have it?
This was my main. I think this was the game I got GM, actually.
Nice. So I'll say this. There's been a lot of like snowballing with the aggression, and I think that you're just kind of taking nade opportunities when you see them. But I will say, like right now, especially that you're at an advantage, I see no reason for you, especially with 2 people in cart, for you not to be trying to kind of look to set up your own plays. So it's very similar to like with Kiriko, like you can duel, but if you're not actively looking to take small pressure duels, then you're missing out on like value. Like right now, you already have something in cart. Why not swing forward and try and set up a nade here? You know, keep the snowball going. I'm not necessarily advocating for like a hard flank here, but I think like we could absolutely be taking a little bit more space here.
If I I don't remember what I do here, but I know I do that at some point. Because I think this was a very long game. I think it was a 3-point with overtime and everything. So I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure I do that at one point. I take high ground on the left side and hit a massive anti.
Okay, this is good. Unfortunate.
This diva has the awareness of a caterpillar.
Yes. Oh, he just missed the ante. Tragic. Just barely misses. Yeah, I mean, I think your Zen's dead either way, but... Oh, no! She has the mechanics of a caterpillar. You have the aim of one. Or the awareness of a caterpillar. Crud. That sucks. And she remax. Disaster. How does Cass die? Does he just get tapped? What on earth?
Sorry, it's turned into a disco ball.
Yeah, unfortunate. Okay. I will say this. So, we talk about pressure, right? Pressure. I look at this diva right here, and I'm with you. If this diva gets antied, she probably dies. But she's also matrixing, right? So here's what I'm doing. She's going to be 1 HP and probably back out, right? Why nade her when there's this now? Because she was low. Do you see? Like, I think all of our antis have hit diva because mostly your positioning is only allowed that, right?
But if I'm playing back left here instead of down main, I can maybe
positioning for sure, but also like it didn't even feel like there was an opportunity even from your position that you just didn't take, that you just used before. I don't know. Just chill, because there's an opportunity like presents itself immediately afterwards, and as you probably know, like I think nade is everything to this hero. You know what I'm saying? Like it is everything. Like even this here, my first opportunity here is not to nade. My first opportunity is, or not to nade, Freudian slip. My thought here is not to sleep. My thought is to nade. Holy crap, this guy is dead right now. Confirm the kill, right? It's the lower cooldown. It's the more impactful cooldown in this exact situation right here. I don't know. And then you get a chance of dying, and then we nade and it gets eaten. Like nade is everything.
I lag here again as well.
I'm seeing this. Oh, maybe we're good. Maybe we're good. Nade. There it is. This should be fight winning right here. Because even if you don't get the kills, it's gonna force this deep. They're gonna be completely isolated. Bam. It just forces the soldier back. The Baptiste backs off. Right. There's Lamp. Yeah, I mean, look at this guy. This guy's like literally not even involved. Now, obviously, it's Nanoblade, so it's like, you know, obviously you're gonna win this fight. But I respect the attempt there. That was good. Okay, nade. First thing I see, I nade. Oh, that's a lazy sleep.
Yeah, I do that a lot though.
I saw it the previous fight in the diva through the BAP window too. I wasn't gonna say anything, but now I'm gonna have to say it. No! Oh, it's just tragic. Okay, let's go next fight. I want to try and get as much gameplay here so we can get our big picture stuff. So I'm not obsessing too much over details here. But I do want to give you some goals to work on here. Yee, careful. This is one of the rotates of all time.
Yeah, in the moment I was stressed the fuck out. I was like, what are we doing?
This choke is miserable. Okay, we trance, but we end up nading as well, so we catch the diva. We do get the kill. Oh, no.
I was gonna nano him to save him, but...
Nice! Popped off. Could have played a little tighter to cover there as well. Let's keep going. So for me, I want to keep looking at your nades and how much of a priority they fall for you. Because it is what sets you apart. Like right now, the Winston bubble is gone. What should you be doing legitimately right now?
Look for a nade on the back one.
Walk nade. I mean, look at this. They should not be allowed to do this.
Yeah.
And what do? We pump healing into Reinhardt. I mean, there's your window right there. There's no jump. Like, this is fight losing mistake. So for you, it's like, this is the tough thing with support, right? You don't always get punished for doing things like that, but you're gonna lose fights, and you're like, how did I lose my fight? I didn't die. Well, it's because you didn't get any pressure, right? You did get any pressure, especially when the Winston doesn't have bubble there. It doesn't have jump. There's a free window for you to peek there.
It's the line, as you like to call it.
Right. And like even here, like, I guess my question is just like, positionally, like, we always want to play around cover. But is this, first off, do we need to be scoped in here? Probably not. The other thing is, are we in the best position to set up a nade? Could we play here? Would you die immediately to Winston jump here?
Immediately, no.
No, you can walk
unless
back,
I get like
get orb from
headshot.
Zen, and then yeah, you're good to go. But then we're in a better position in nade. Now again, I'm not necessarily arguing this position is better than this position. This position's okay. But even if we're here, our mindset is heal, and then I'm waiting to nade this guy, or I'm waiting to nade backline here. We feel, I can almost like smell the lack of like, this is the creepiest thing I've ever said, but like the lack of thirst. Like you have to want to kill people with Ana. And it feels like our entire attention is just not dying, which is ironically is going to kill us because we don't put out enough pressure, which allows the enemy team to take space, which then means that we die anyway. Like right now, let's go high. I want to set up some nades in that Ashe. That Ashe should not hold high ground. Go. Like we have to heal Rein, but I wonder if I can help my Genji first, right? Like look at this. Look at this right here. We put out some pot shots here, right? Surely, right? Your Rein wouldn't die immediately. Right?
I'm pretty sure I end up going up there and my Genji just gets 2-tapped in front of my ass.
It's just depressing, you know? You could help. Remember, we talked about the enabling aggression right now. Like, your Reinhardt doesn't need healing. Your Reinhardt's not playing aggressive. Your Genji is. So you prioritize and sitting in with your Reinhardt, just sitting in main, and then your Genji takes an angle and then gets 2-tapped. We could have helped this. You could have also naded this, made them drop off of high ground, and then healed your Reinhardt as you walk up from top. Like, even right now, if you're going to peel bot your Reinhardt, be looking for this. Why are these guys not naded from the floor? Because what are we looking at? Heal. My Rhine is missing 15 HP, guys. Right?
Yeah.
It's like, this is huge. These guys should not be allowed to play here. And then the irony is that, like, this isn't like a hard rule at all. But if you're going to be like cautious with a cooldown, especially versus their comp, what cooldown would you want to make sure that you have? Sleep, right. And yet that's the first one you throw out, even though a nade here would just be flat out be objectively better in terms of actual kill threat and pressure threat. And now there's the nade, but they're already out, and now you don't have sleep dart, so that you're vulnerable. Oh no. I will say, unless there's something that your Rhine is actively can swing on, it's better to just nano somebody that can reach them, or just nano blade. There's the nade. And the funny thing is that, like, that meant that you're exposed theoretically to die for a brief moment, but because you landed it, if that Winston jumps right now, he gets 0 follow through because his backline's backing up as he's walking forward. You see what I'm saying? So this is like why pressure is so important, because pressure is peeling. You've seen that Diva video, right? It's the same thing with every hero though. If you put out pressure, then you reduce the chances, you reduce the amount of peel that you need. Just one Kiriko headshot is enough to send somebody and be like, okay, I gotta back up a little bit. Right, and that's what protects you. Now, right here, I mean, this is just not optimal position for you guys to be, but because they can take high ground and you guys can't stop them. Oh no, that's okay. At least the Winston came back. Oh, come on, you're better than that. You know you're better than that.
I in the moment I was like, what the was that?
Yeah. Watch this. This is like bronze level mechanics here. You stop flicking.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Amazing peel though. Nice. Okay, we're good to go. Stop it.
Yeah, I'm just piloting at this point.
Yeah. It's okay if you're like, I want to use sleep dart and not worry about dive. If you think that if you're gonna actually like focus, you know, because like simultaneously right now you're putting like little attentiveness to mechanics and you're throwing out your cooldowns. It's like the worst combo, right? If you're gonna like yeet your cooldowns, you know, really put some emphasis on it. Nice nade. That's gonna force Ramacha out. That breaks his cycle. Nice sleep. We need to get to cover. Nano blade. Like right now, go flank, go flank, go flank, go flank, go flank. Don't sit here. Go flank, go flank. You know, go kill, sick him. You know what I'm saying? You're cut off by Bob, so don't just sit here and feel sorry for yourself. Go make a play. You know. All right, we got time for one more team fight. If that works for you, do you have time? Awesome.
I've got nowhere to be.
All right.
I mean, I have finals, but
nowhere important. You know, just finals.
Yeah. Who wants to pass nursing school?
I don't know, not me. Good nade. I will say the cover usage and the hard scoping sometimes is a little bit sus because you're losing awareness and you're also making yourself easier to shoot. So if you're here, I want you here, right? Because if they if that either of these hit scans takes this off angle, you're just dead here. This is you're just cooked. So play the cover a little bit tighter and then do exactly what you just did, but from cover and don't hard scope when you can.
Do you think the nade was too early?
You tell me. Let's watch.
There's nobody. Our Ryan cannot swing on it. It would practically be throwing for our Genji to go in there.
Yeah, maybe. But the Ram has committed Nemesis, and then now the backline is going to be
it forces him back,
committing disengage. So then the Ram loses the cooldown trade, even though your Ryan is 1 because his backline is MIA, and then he wastes his Nemesis for him. You see that?
Yeah.
So that you can kind of follow the trail, right, and find out why did that Ram Nemesis form get no values? Because his backline was AFK. Why was the backline AFK? Because he landed the nade. So was it a little early? Maybe, kind of, sort of, but it was honestly okay. If you're going to do that, aim it. Don't just aim at red, or I guess in this case, blue. Like, same thing with the nade here. Like, it definitely gets body blocked, but I don't think you had a specific target in mind. You just kind of threw it, you know? Yeah. Everything has to be done with intention. You've shown yourself to have like decent mechanics, right? Obviously. So use them. Don't waste them. Okay, so main takeaways for Ana. Let's write some goals here. What do you think?
Not being precise, but
it's okay. Take your time.
Being deliberate.
Being deliberate with what?
Cooldown specifically.
Deliberate with cooldowns, right? Having a purpose prior. Just thinking about them, right? Every so all of our sessions come back to attention. Where do we put our attention? Okay.
Purposeful practice prevents poor performance.
Okay, that's
my grandpa used to say that.
That's awesome alliteration. Okay, never mind. Anyway, positioning. What about your positioning? Very minor thing, but I think it's worth pointing out.
I mean, can Ana not position similar to Kiri? With some exceptions, obviously. You know, no TP.
Sure.
But
you could do a little bit.
Take aggressive angles to set myself up for those cooldowns.
Right. So thinking more about positions to set up cooldowns, but also just to set up better angles to which to heal and damage yourself. And then at the same time, simultaneously increasing your survivability by
applying pressure.
Haha, cover. Gotcha. Think about last fight, right? You could have been positioning more aggressively, even a more aggressive angle potentially, but you just any flank that was taken there would have instantly killed you, and that's generally a red flag. Like you need to be playing cover such in a way that either I have vision of the angle or that I'm positioned where I can play cover on the angle. But like the enemy team just main botted, and that was you got away with it. But play cover, play cover, play clever. Any questions?
No.
Okay, keep in touch. Good luck with your practice, mate. And like I said, you know my DMs are always open.
I don't know if you remember what happened at the end of our last session, but I told you I would see you when I hit GM. I'll see you when I hit open division. No, I'm joking.
I'll see you when I hit L.
See you when L. No, I'll see you in a couple weeks.
All right, sounds good. Don't forget the replay code rule. That is refreshed.
Okay.
All right.
I will. I don't know how long it'll be until I get one. I'm probably gonna take a little break from Overwatch, not a long one,
All right.
but just
Listen,
a couple days, kind of go touch grass.
Think for the long run, right? If you, a little break kind of helps you to get your ducks in a row, gets you some rest, gets you some relaxation, so you do better in the long run. That is the wise decision. I do that with coaching myself.
I'm probably just gonna take I don't know, like 4 or 5 days and go touch some grass, go see my family, stuff like that.
Works for me.
But
works for me, mate. All right. Cheers.
I appreciate it.
You as well. Have a good rest of your day, mate.
You too.
See ya. Bye-bye. What is my chat? What is going on in my chat? Hey, Clairvoyant. Oh, yeah, you're the guy that linked the code. You're getting the royalties? All right, mate. Just shoot me a message. We can sort something out. I'm thinking like a 50-50 split in ad revenue. I don't run near enough ads, so you probably get like $2.50. But you know what? You could probably get a brand spanking new pot holder with that 250 cents. But wait a second. You probably guys don't even cook here. Hey, Will, what do you want? When is the next open session? Can't wait 3 weeks. Calendly, mate. I mean, I'm probably gonna have to raise prices by like $2 or $3 at some point because the increased demand, and also because I'm gonna be honest with you guys, I feel like I'm doing too many coaching sessions right now. Because on all of my off days, I do about 3 coaching sessions, and I only have 1 off day, so I end up doing like 20 coaching sessions a week, including replay reviews, which is a lot. And sometimes I feel like my brain goes right because I'm so tired from just doing coaching session, and I feel like the quality isn't like able to consistently hold up high. So maybe prices will go up by like $2 or $3. Also inflation as well, so I don't know, we'll see. 30 cents. Yeah, you're welcome, mate. How do I outplay my cat jumping on my keyboard? Is this a skill issue? Well, okay, it's really important that when you have what you need to do is you need to have one of those giant big bubbles, just plastic wrapped around your playing facility with oxygen pumping in. And then you need to have like probably at least a bucket full of cat treats so that they don't like puncture the bubble and try and assault you. It doesn't matter if they get to like 40, 45, 50 pound cats. The gaming experience, it depends on how dedicated you are. That's what I would. Business is booming, at least. Yeah, it's like, it's kind of hard to describe because here's the thing. I'm always scared to raise prices because it's like I'm booked out like 2.5, 3 weeks, which is like, yeah, sick. But then you're like, oh, that's 2.5, 3 weeks. So I'm like, dude, if I raise prices, ouch. If I raise prices and I don't get any coaching sessions, I'm going to be paid for 2 weeks and then I'm done. And I'm like, it's kind of scary. But at the same time, I'm like kind of overworking myself a little bit right now, especially with like the really, really brain intensive stuff, which is the one-on-ones. But then I also don't want it to make it unaffordable for people. It's hard. I don't know. It's like juggling so many different things. And I honestly don't even know what to do. Like I would pay. Yeah. How does it work if I get coaching but can't schedule a one-on-one with you? I mean, when you go through the website, it will have a calendar to help you book whatever one. If you're like, I'm not interested in a one-on-one, I just want some review, then the gameplay review is the one for you. And that's on Tuesday, Thursday, Saturday at 4:15 or 3:15. You need to feed more, exactly. If your cat isn't overfed and suffering from like weight-related issues, then you don't love your cat enough, and it's also a skill issue. Big chunkers are the only ones that are properly cared for. What's the command for the website? I think !coaching should work. Should work. Just coachspilo.com. It's a little scuffed of a website, but I have some folks behind the scenes working on it, so. Your cat is like a bodybuilder? So yeah, it's like the very careful balance of like, I want to meet demand and not overwork myself. Not even overwork myself, overbrain, because I do a lot. I do all my own editing, and I answer a lot of messages and stuff like that. I do a lot of my thumbnails and descriptions, and that takes a lot of time as well. But that's not very brain intensive work, but I try to avoid having like 5-6 hours of like super intense training every single day. I try to like take my own medicine, you know. I end up working on 8 or 9 hours a day, which is very manageable. But I think too many of those hours in too many days in a row are too intensive. So I sometimes can feel like, especially if I'm not sleeping well, like I get a little, I like the quality. Yeah. Did you watch European Invitational? I didn't keep up with enough. I was too busy editing and coaching. So I'm a little bit behind on the EMEA stuff as well. Yeah. Okay. We're gonna get into our next replay. So we have a replay review, and then we're gonna get into the OWL analysis. Do you take questions from chat? I do. Especially during the replay review. So what I'll do is I'll answer a few questions really, really fast, and then I'm going to do a replay review, and then I'll be chatting with you guys during this replay review, but it will be on topic of the review. So this is a good example of like, if you don't want to do like a full one-on-one, this is what the replay review is. It's just gameplay focused. Well, not just gameplay focused. We'll look at the form, but it's mostly just gameplay focused, and not in voice. I'm trying, Jaffner. I'm trying to like plug stuff, but without being obnoxious about it. Sometimes I have Patreon in my description. It's on all the description of my YouTube videos. Sometimes it's in the description of my Twitch stuff as well. The Patreon thing is really nice because, as I've said before, Twitch takes 50% of every single subscription. It's been like steadily creeping as inflation has gone up because they don't want to raise the price of the Twitch sub, so they just take the cut. And my favorite part is that the Twitch says they give you a very generous 50%, but it used to be like they only took like 20%, I swear, or 25%. You know, it slowly increases with time. Probably before too long, give it a year or two, it'll probably be able to only give you $2 out of every 5. Patreon takes 10%, I think. I think it's 10% with the thing I have right now. How do I switch between teamfight mentality and ult track mentality in an instant? Sometimes I forgot to ult track, and sometimes I get mechanics affected because I'm thinking about ults. I mean, it's really, you're not going to love this answer, but it's really just practice. Like, as soon as the team fight's done, like, you need to immediately transition to ult track, but that's like something that you kind of have to like that's just a habit that you need to build. Like, it really, I don't have any life hacks. You just need to build a habit. As soon as the fight's done, we're immediately on to ult track so that we can plan. It's like when you get up first thing in the morning, you brush your teeth, you get dressed, you do a little exercise, you clean the house, right guys, and you need to start to build that habit. You just need to set little reminders for yourself, and maybe just one thing at a time, but at some point we do these things, and obviously with time that comes. I'm glad you've been successful going the content creator coach route. I am too. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I've been a little overworked recently, I will be honest, but this is some of the most fun I've had in like a long time working. It's been a lot of really hard work, but it's been very fulfilling. I've been very, very grateful. I think I like the coaching, obviously, but I've been enjoying the team analysis. I've been enjoying doing little thumbnails here, coming up with content ideas, getting feedback, doing some of the interviews, coming up with new ideas. There's just been a lot of variety, which has been fun for me. Even the editing is a nice change of pace every now and then, even though it's a little hard work, it is a nice change of pace. But it's also like, it's just fun feeling like I have ownership. Like, there's nothing like being self-employed if you can pull it off. It's like a lot of hard work, and it takes a lot of tax money. I paid like way too much taxes this year, about broke the bank. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. But it's so rewarding. It's so rewarding. If you can make it work. Posture check, thank you, I get that as well. Is it more lucrative than just pro coaching alone? So I actually just was talking with a coach yesterday. As of now, this month, this has been the first, I will say that it's been as of this month, I am making the same or a teeny bit more than I was making with London. Teo, thank you for the sub, mate. So I'm making more than I was at London this month. Now, the months prior to this, it was not. We were actively, in fact, for the first, until January, I think, I was losing money. But I had saved up from London. I was saving money and also investing it into Roth IRA, which unfortunately I had to pause because we're not making enough money. But I think as of now, by myself, I am making more money than I was with London on a month-to-month basis. More tax for you, yeah. But the thing with London is London was also technically self-employed, because the way that these esports contracts work, it really sucks, is that you're an independent contractor, so you pay self-employment tax even though you're coaching and working for an organization. It's kind of shady, but it is what it is. So yeah, so that was good. Now, I'd saved up about $12,000 while I was working for London, because I knew at some point I wasn't going to be doing L. I wanted to move on from L. So I wanted to have like some wiggle room so that I could probably try content creation. I remember I had this big stream when I came back from London. I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do. And so we basically went from like 12,000 to, all right, you know what I'm going to say? I don't care. I dropped below $1,000 for the first time since I was like 17 or 18 years old. Right after tax season. But we're building our way back up again. And I'm hoping to be able to have, if we can keep this up, I'm hoping to be able to start my Roth IRA again. If you guys don't know, that's just basically the $6,000 a year investment retirement fund thing that's tax-free. And then I'd like to be able to get that. That's the priority. And then the second priority for me is my computer is just really, really old. And I'd like to be able to get to a point where that can be upgraded so that I can edit videos faster, because it takes many hours. Like a lot of these OWL analysis literally take like 5 hours to render or 6 hours to render. And the other thing, which is a little bit more important, is the Discord stream quality, I think, is related to CPU and GPU. It's not like the internet speed. So they tend, the bit rate tends to be a problem. And it kind of affects my coaching sessions a little bit, and it's kind of bad. So I'm trying to fix that. So those are like my priorities for right now, is to get enough to where we can invest with Roth IRA, and then save up enough for a computer, because I would like to get a nice computer that will, because this was a very nice computer. It's about 6 years ago, and it's lasted me a long time. So I'd like to do the same again, is get like a really high-end computer that's gonna be able to help me with my work and will last another 6 years for me. So those are like my two goals for now, at least in terms of financial goals. Yeah, so I'm working with one of my Patreons who's actually a tax specialist. She's an accountant, so I'm working with her on some plans for this year, because I had a lot of write-offs this year. At least I thought I had a lot of write-offs this year, but we still got hit with a nasty. I think it was like almost, including the tax service we used, it was almost $5,000, and that was tough. I'm not gonna lie to you. All right, good to know, Ronathan. All right, so I guess we should probably focus on the review here. So Erez 30-minute review. This is going to be Kiriko. Tragic. Try not weep too hard, chat. We're almost done. We're almost at the OWL analysis here. Long-term, short-term goals in Overwatch. Try and figure out where my plateau is and try to have more fun with the game than I'm currently, however that might be. For now, trying to rank up is enough, though. Okay, fair enough. Don't try and think about what are the things that you enjoy about the game. I think, like, for longevity, especially if you're trying to rank up and improve, it is very hard to force yourself to improve at something if you're not enjoying it. It's hard. Okay, what do you feel is holding you back from improving? Right now, it's mental 100%. I have both anxiety and self-esteem issues when it comes to Overwatch, which can cause me not to play or grind as much as I'd like sometimes. I feel like I'm good enough, I just don't queue up enough. So I guess this is a tricky situation here, because the way to deal with something like anxiety a little bit when it is some rapid exposure, right? To an extent where you numb yourself to some of the anxiety because you're exposed to it so much, it's no longer a special or frightening thing. But then if that's also correlated with I'm trying to have fun with the game, well, then you're going to have a hard time queuing up because you're not enjoying the process. Thanks for the sub, mate. Hey, congrats, mate. That's awesome. Congratulations. Somehow I missed that message. I just now saw that on my phone. I'm sorry. Congratulations, mate. That's awesome. Thank you again for the sub, mate. So, anxiety and self-esteem issues. I wish we were in a call because we could elaborate on these a little bit more, because obviously we need to explore these a little bit. But I guess, if you feel like you're not a very good player, or you're anxious about not being a very good player, you need to expose yourself to what's making you anxious, and you need to try, obviously easier said than done, but try to not worry too much about the quality of play. So when we look at your review here, we're going to just have some fun. We're just going to talk about some things you need to practice about. And then ultimately, like, your goal is to go into games and just practice on what we tell you to practice. You don't need to worry about your performance or how well you're doing, or whether you're making mistakes that are costing your team fights. Just play the game and enjoy it. If something is causing you anxiety and self-esteem issues, it's especially a video game, there's one of two options. Either the problem is with you and your response to pressure, even if it's positive, fun pressure, and you need to improve yourself. Or maybe you're just not enjoying the game that much and it's just not the thing for you. I've had times in my life where I was involved with things that I thought I wanted to get good at, but I was getting like stressed out over it, and I realized that I just really did not enjoy it. And then I've also had things, I think honestly the perfect example for me was a little bit of OWL this past season, where there was a lot of anxiety, there was a lot of pressure, there was a lot of stress, and I was not enjoying the remote coaching experience. So I did not want to travel to the team house because I'm married, I have a house, so I realized that, OWL, at least long-term in the current situation that I was in, was not for me. that was less, the problem was not with me. The problem was with the external situation. So I needed to change my circumstances as best as I can. However, there have also been situations where I have been anxious or frustrated at things, and the problem didn't lie with what was causing the anxiety. The problem lied with me and my response to it. And I needed to change my mindset or how I was approaching things so that it bothered me less. I remember the first thing, I had a lot of ranked anxiety when I first started playing Overwatch. I avoided competitive for a long time. And the problem was with me. I liked playing Overwatch a lot. It was a lot of fun for me. The problem wasn't the game. I liked the game. I thought it was great, but I got anxious and competitive. And so the problem was with me. So I had to put a lot of attention on improving my situation or my attitude to the situation and just exposing myself to it over and over and over again, not worrying about winning and losing, not worrying about it, even though I was a little bit worried about it, just keep going in there. And then my response changed for the positive, and I enjoyed the game a whole lot more. So it's like, to me, maybe it's a little bit of both. You need to find out whether it's really the situation or the game's fault, or if it's your fault. Because I think a lot of people always say, no, it's always you. It's never the situation. And I actually really disagree with it. I think sometimes if something is really making you anxious or upset, it might not be that you have anxiety or self-esteem issues. It might be just that you're just not enjoying the game, and the game is just not for you, right? Or it might be that you really do enjoy the game and you need to fix your situation. I think I would do some self-reflection to find out which one it is. Maybe it's a little bit of both, and try and work at the situation. And then don't worry about, making it night and day. Just make it a process, right? Right, exactly, Ronan. So then that was a problem with you, right? And so you took the time to fix it, and sometimes it might not just be for you, right? I'm trying to think of a good example of that for me. I think actually Overwatch, ironically, is kind of that game for me right now, where obviously I have a broken middle finger, so I can't play a lot. But Overwatch right now, I'm in a really, not as stressful, but in a very intense period of my life in terms of work right now. So when I don't have time, when I'm done working, I do not want to play something that's intense. I'm working out, I'm playing competitive flag football, and then I'm working at a really intense job. So whenever I have free time, when I would try to play Overwatch, it was a frustrating experience for me. And the problem didn't lie with me. The problem lied with the game, because the game wasn't right for me in my current circumstances. I had too many stressful things going on to then go play a very stressful and intense game afterwards. So what I've been doing instead is, playing card games, reading a lot of books. I've been playing a little bit of Elden Ring or Sekiro that my brother-in-law bought me for Christmas. And those games are not competitive. They're just relaxing and enjoyable. And so that's been what I needed at that point in time. And you'll notice as you get older that your tolerance for competitive games tends to dip because you're competitive in more things. So it's harder to squeeze out the last little bit of competitive juice when you have so many other things that you're focused on and really grinding at. Sorry, I kind of went on a monologue there, but I don't want it to be like, oh, I have anxiety and self-esteem issues, therefore I'm a psychopath, or I have mental issues. I mean, maybe the situation that you're in is just really impossible, right? Elden Ring is relaxing. I mean, I'm not PvPing in Elden Ring, but it's just chill. If I fail at a boss or something, I just try it again. It's not that relaxing. I mean, I've definitely had my moments of shrieking and hollering, and but it's all in good fun. Sekiro was like the most relaxing game I think I've played in a long time. It was almost like a rhythm game. I don't know how to describe it. Felt if I died to a boss, I just tried it again. That game was really truly. Overwatch is one of the most stressful games I think I've ever played.
I'd play to see a PvP fight between Verashi and Spiller.
What do you mean? An IRL 1v1? I'm not Elden Ring. Wait, Verashi plays Elden Ring? I'm still a noob to Elden Ring. I have less than 20. I have 20 something hours in it. I'm still in beginner zones here. What do you hope you get out of the session? Sleep looks good, by the way. I like some reassurance that things I'm doing are okay. I like a second opinion on what my potential weakness is to give me something to improve on. Yeah, appreciate the kind words, Eris. Thank you for the kind words. Let's take a look, mates. So Masters Kiriko. Blink twice if you are tired of seeing Kiriko VODs. No, I'm just messing. I'm really not messing, actually. I'm dead serious. Oh, chat. The stupid thing. I forgot to disable the chat cover. There you go. You guys should see your chat easier. So I turn that off when I'm doing off-stream sessions, just because it's kind of like visual clutter, but I always forget to turn it back on. 5-1 versus 6-4. Man! Yeah, I agree. I think the Souls games, especially when you're like exploring and just enjoying the environment, are very relaxing. I've never played the other Dark Souls games, so I can only speak for Elden Ring and Sekiro. Thank you for the sub, Hypaw. I appreciate it. :D. The D colon. Okay, yeah, so let's talk about it. Play aggressively, take positions, heal, support, play cover. All the juicy things, right? So I'll say this little micro thing here, and something that probably a lot of support players don't really think about here. But we do a good job. We shout. We see that our team is wide. I will say that as long as you're in cover here, you probably don't need to move as aggressively or an 80-80 strafe. Do you see how you're 80-80 strafing here? Even though initially when you walked out, there was no LOS from the Ash on you. So just be careful, because I think that these shots rather, we need to be confident that we can actually hit these shots. Even if they're not headshots, some of those shots probably, they need to hit, right? Now we should be 80 strafing, and we are. Nice, great pressure. I'd be very careful about cover here. So what I probably would have done is take these shots here, but play a little closer to my cover. And then as I disengage this direction and move this way. And then from here, I can kind of take space from here. I don't like us rotating out to where there's no cover. And if we do this, we really got to be quick. I don't even know if we know that they're on Widow. Ooh, yeah, we didn't know they were on Widow. I think that was a surprise for us. Suppress tab.
That was interesting.
As a support that plays everyone but Kiri, it's annoying at the high level reason to be Kiri or Mercy. Yeah, I personally I don't find Kiri that fun. I think I got a bad taste in my mouth from her initial release position with the healing. I mean, this is just probably shouldn't have TP'd there. And since then, I'm kind of burned out on the hero coaching. So Anna Zen she doesn't hold a candle to Anna Zen. I'm just gonna be that guy. So this is where coaching is tricky, because it feels like up to this point, not tracking Widowmaker, TPing in when we should have just not TP'd in, or our major mistakes besides the cover usage, so we don't have to overanalyze it too much. How does your soldier die? Why is he healing and standing still versus a high charge Zarya? Alright, unfortunate. This is good. I like the target priority there. Even just one shot on that Widowmaker has to be more than anything we do to Zarya. We need to immediately be aware of that Widowmaker. She's back on the angle again. Okay, I will say this. If we had TP here, we probably should pursue this Winston, because if we TP here, there's no mobility that can punish us for not having TP. We're TPing away from Zarya onto Widow. That's actually exactly what we'd want out of a TP. So as quickly as we can, I want to see us TP. Yes. Now we also have more options to, I mean, our Ana died, but that's on our Ana, not on us. So that's important. Whenever they have a lot of range, leverage your mobility. Whenever they have a lot of mobility, leverage your range. It's a beautiful dance. Like the floss. Or the dab. I guess the dab isn't technically a dance. I love kids, by the way. Kids are crack me up, because I like, I'm working with like a bunch of the young Zoomers, you know what I'm saying? Not even the young Zoomers, just like, like the teenagers and stuff like that. And like the Overwatch athletes, And so every cultural phenomenon I'm exposed to like immediately as it gets popular. But then at that same time, especially early in my days, I was coaching like 5-year-olds and 7-year-olds. And kids were always like 2 years behind the curve. It's just funny. This is fine, as long as you know that you can safely drop out. I guess my question here is, would we have been able to assist this guy? Probably, but unfortunately he just kind of gets blown up. You could use your Kiriko ult here. You probably should use your Kiriko ult here now that this is even. You should probably do this as soon as you possibly can. We need to do this as soon as we possibly can. It's too late. yeah, we have an opportunity here. This is an even fight to swing the tempo. So a tempo ult is, I would describe as an ultimate where it's not like completely, it's just enough to win. It's a, how do I describe a tempo ult? Here's how I describe a tempo ult. There's not a specific time with which you would use it. I would say most ults are tempo ults, like Bob, you know, Kiriko ult, Valk, Cole, even like it doesn't require a lot of setup, nor is it used to counter something. Beat is not a tempo ult necessarily if you're using it to counter something. Same thing goes with Trance. Orisa ult is not a tempo ult because I don't think you can use it whenever you want. You need proximity, you need a lack of cooldowns. But something like a Primal Rage, something like a Coalescence or a Kiriko, just use it. This fight is one if we get an advantage. Tempo ult for me has always meant pushing your advantage. That's fair. Thank you for the sub, Gone For. I appreciate it, mate. This is an even fight. We need to pop our ult now, like right now, and get pressure out. Unfortunately, we just wait so long. I don't know why we wait so long. I think we're comboing with our soldier, which is understandable. But honestly, at that point in time, even though it's the perfect combo, because we've waited so long, we no longer have the advantage to even have this fight as being potentially winnable. Nice Suzu. Unfortunate we don't lose this one, but like this is like the perfect example of like it would have been better there to not combo with your visor and just use it than it would have been to wait long so that you can combo it correctly. All right. Yeah. All right, she's pushing up. Care. So, perfect angle here to harass backline. I think your comp should be very good versus their composition, outside of maybe the Cassidy. I do not like this target priority. Return on investment for you, right? Think about the proximity with which you have to snipers. Think about who your Winston's going on, and we're busy throwing. We're throwing forks at the enemy Kiriko. This is much higher return on investment in any of these three targets because they're closer and they're less likely to have obnoxious 80-80 strafing patterns. Hint, hint, Blizzard, please fix this, you morons. Sorry, that was toxic. That was also a very early Suzu. So let's talk about Orisa ult. Everybody's full. Now we Suzu, but now your Suzu's expired, and that kills your Cassidy. Your Ana would have died either way because you couldn't have Suzu'd them both, but you should have saved your Cassidy. Yeah. Time this one a little bit better, please. Orisa still dies. Really nice shots. That's going to force Fortify. Maybe we don't kill the Orisa. You might be able to get out, actually. Unfortunate. Alright, let's keep going. How does our Cassidy die? Okay, so this is like a little tidbit here, right? Probably could have Suzu'd that. I understand why you couldn't TP to him initially. You accidentally TP to your Ana, but this needs to be the guy that we need to save. Remember, Kiriko, if you guys remember from the previous review, is all about enabling aggression. So the fact that we were not even looking there is a little bit concerning. And honestly, shooting Orisa here isn't the worst thing in the world either, considering her position. Now, tempo ult. Use it. Use it right now. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Surely use it. Use it. Use it. Use it. Use it now. Use it to split. Use it now. Use it now. Cover, 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 cover. Use it. Use it. Use it. All right. A little too much drip. Y'all know what I'm saying? Maybe we felt like we didn't need to use it. I'm not so confident in that observation. I'm also getting a little shaky in the giblets with our current positioning right now. You should have died there. We didn't. Now the Orisa is overextended, so maybe we don't need it now. I don't know if we're waiting for a combo, but man, oh man, when we see an opportunity to win a fight, use the Kiriko ult. I especially think nowadays that Kiriko ult is not strong enough to justify saving it for a specific circumstance. If a fight is 5v4, use it. 4v5, use it. I think even now, you could make probably a pretty good argument that if you need to Kiriko ult, okay, now you don't need to, but as soon as we can get in a position, we need to use it. So I got a little shaky there, you know, a little nervous. All right, nicely done. Love the shots. As long as there's nobody else that needs support at this point in time, you're good. I'm a little nervous about your tracer. I would also say in terms of position, yes. I was gonna say swing to an angle to where you can heal and avoid their Arista sightlines. This is good. Ooh. Use it. Use it. Use it. Don't get railed. Use it. Thank you. We wait just a little. I mean, yeah. We got it off. Did it actually hit the wall? What happened with this thing? Oh no, it made it. It made it. Okay, we're good. Okay, so let's check this. So we Suzu out. We get nanoed. Nice. We need to TP out if we can. We need to TP out. We should have died. Yeah, we just died. A little more awareness of our HP there. We had an opportunity to TP out. Obviously, the nano is a little bit unfortunate. Maybe we get this here. Yep. Okay. I like that fact that we're split from our Ana. We have a different heal angle, a different damage angle. Okay. Now from here, I would probably double back and go back and heal my Cassidy here. So as soon as you're stacked with your other support, 9 times out of 10, there should be little red flags going off in your brain. Right? So we need to double back, go back, heal our Cassidy, get a different sightline, get a different damage angle. This is too much attention on core and not enough attention on enabling my Cassidy. Now your Ana ends up rotating around, but I think that is not what we would want. We have a mobile hero. We need to be using that hero's mobility. It feels like... Here's what I'll say. One thing I have noticed with our Kiriko play so far is that when we go for offensive pressure, our positioning tends to be bad. When we're shooting people, we tend to be just standing out in the open on main instead of in cover on an angle or with LOS to our team. Like right here, you shoot. We drop in, and then we kind of just stand out in the middle of the open. Then you get Suzu forced because your positioning is poor instead of just, you know, sitting on the corner there and shooting from the high ground. And that now kills your Cassidy. So I like our aggression, but I would like our aggression to be more perimeter focused with more cover involved. And by perimeter, I mean we don't put ourselves on... Arista should never, ever, almost ever be able to access anything near me or on top of me. Like, I shouldn't see my Kiriko getting caught in ult, unless you are using Kiriko ult. I kind of get that. And then I really don't like how... Like, why are we here, right? Why are we in the middle of the team fight? Take an angle. Set up the angle from here. If you want to play really aggressive, set up an angle from here. But don't get yourself caught in the middle of things. Okay, let's keep going. We got this. I would like a little more attention on healing here. A little bit of weaving here. So a little bit of damage here. Again, cover, and then look for a little bit of healing on my Sigma. You see how hard that Kiriko, that the Arista had to reach through you? Yeah, I don't like it, guys. I don't even understand how you guys win this. You start to shoot. Okay, we wake up the Arista, which sucks. We start to shoot, and look at what you do. You start pressing W. We could have wall climbed here and sat here and just shot, and then healed Suzu, killed the Genji. We're like W keying in. This keeps popping up over and over and over again, that when we do damage, we run it down main. Every time. Almost every single time. How do you guys win this? I guess it's just your Sigma. Yeah, that's wild. Okay. Let's keep going. Now, give me 1 second, chat. Give me 1 second, actually. I'd like to kind of involve you guys more in this replay review. I feel like I'm just kind of monologuing here, but I'd like to talk about this. Okay, so what do you guys think about our current positioning right here? What do you guys think about our current positioning? So look at the comp, look at the situation, look at the point. What do you guys think? Because there's a lot of dynamics that you have to consider when you're playing Kiriko. You got to consider cover. You got to consider sightlines. You got to consider where your tank is, where your DPS is. Not horrible, but too early, so everybody's staring at you. Yeah. Good, but showed up too early. I should be with Cass. Yep, I agree. See, the reason why I want you to be with Cass is so that you also have an aggressive DPS angle while you can also heal. But the other thing I'm a little bit concerned about is this makes more sense when they were on Widowmaker and Ashe. But I would have preferred a little bit more distance now that they're on this Genji. Take this position here, like you said, shoot the Orisa, shoot backline from here. Genji can't dash you from here, right? And there's no Widowmaker sightline we got to worry about now, right? So it feels like our offensive pressure isn't very well calculated. And that's case in point with what we see right here, where we immediately have to give up the angle. And honestly, it feels a little bit scary. I would rather you be, like you said, with your Cassidy and take an angle from there, and then we can always move around from there. I see that position we drop back to you as an Orisa saying there, which worries me. That's true. Oh, it misses the Cass. He dies though. So as long as you're confident that we don't need the ult here, this is fine. We might need it now. We might need it now. We might need it now. We definitely need it now. We definitely need it now. Yeah, so this is again the tempo thing with Kiriko, where you're like, I don't think we need it. Oh shoot, I guess we did. But we definitely need it, but now it's too late. Just something to keep in mind. So those are the two main issues I think we're seeing, is a little bit of W key aggression and a little bit of hesitancy to use our ultimate. I didn't think that was winnable. Well, it certainly was by the time you pressed the Q. Again, if it's a 3v3, a 4v4, be the guy that turns the fight. That Orisa decided before you did, so then she got an advantage, and then it was too late at that point. We're holding on to our ults. I think it was a 4v3, even worse. I mean, I guess even a 4v3, if they still have cooldowns, you still feel like the fight's not won. It's okay. I wouldn't normally bring it up, but it's been an issue so far, so I'm going to bring it up as something to think about. Use it. Use it. Use it. Now maybe we don't need it. By the way, positioning here. Why are you positioned here? Where should we go? Where should you go, chat? Leverage your gem. Right. With who? Right. Either here or here. One or the other. I like the Tracer one is slightly better, but I actually also like the Cassidy one too. I like both. But so where we're at now, we don't have good sightlines for damage. We don't have a good, we're not leveraging our mobility. And right here, you know, we win this 1v1. We win this 1v1. And also, or we help our Cassidy to actually hold his high noon. Right? You know what I think, chat? I think that Orisa's damage was the problem. I don't think her survivability was a problem. So I think we should leave Fortify exactly as it is and instead nerf the fall off of her gun so that she feels really bad at any range other than close range. That's what I think. Hi, I am the average Blizzard dev. I think Orisa Fortify is fine. There's nothing wrong to have a hero that has 2 actually 3 survivability cooldowns with no head hitbox, serious damage reduction, you know, immune to CC. Let's actually nerf the part of her that feels fun, the damage part. What do you guys think? That seems like the right choice. Anybody who's played versus an Orisa goes, oh my gosh, that hero is like Bastion and like a sniper with their damage. You know what I'm saying? I think that's the frustrating part about playing into the hero. You know, the survivability is whatever. You know, it's good that we have a tank that's unkillable and has multiple accesses to fortify and a javelin spin to eat all projectiles. And yeah, I think that's a good plan here. Right, because that's going to make, here's what the best part about that change is, it makes Orisa people upset, and it also makes everybody else upset because Orisa is still unkillable. So it's the best of both worlds. Everybody's miserable. Yeah, they reduced 25 HP with bonus fortify. That's true. That's true. That was it. That was all it needed. I mean, how many times have you said, oh, that Orisa's won, guys? Ah, 25 HP. She would have died. Oh, but now she dies, right? What a great compromise. You know, nothing like Blizzard balancing to say, this is an issue. Let's nerf something completely unrelated. So I will say here again, like, I really would not be mad if you TP to your Tracer here. I really would not be mad if you TP to your Tracer here. And again, if you were to, or here. Like, I like that we're very rarely stacked with our support, but we're playing on a map and with DPS players that are playing hyper aggressive on flanks, and the enemy team doesn't have anything to deal with that, and yet you're still standing on these like very conservative off angles. I was playing for my ult. I wanted to play safe, but why? Like, I guess, I don't know. I understand the ultimate situation, but like, even if you're here with your Tracer, you could help your Tracer and then Kiriko ult back towards your team. I think you're putting too much weight in just Kiriko ulting, running it down main. I don't know. I understand your logic here. I just think that controlling space and assisting your DPS is probably even more important, and you can still use your ultimate as well from that position as well. Let's use it. Use it. Huge. Let's put it this way. We'll come with a compromise. Your positioning there, if you want to use your ultimate, is fine. Get it off. But whenever ultimate isn't a concern, I really want you to be thinking about that. Widow, snap. Go. Do it. 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 Do it to it. Do it to it. Like, be here. Be here. Be here. You know, be here. Help this guy out. Do it now before he gets critical. Man, it's tough. It's tough because this is a fight-winning play if he's healed or Suzu'd. Right? So I really like our aggression. I really like our aggression. I like that we're not heal botting. But I am not happy with how we set our positioning up for that aggression. You play on short, safe off angles when your DPS are taking hyper aggressive positions, and especially when the enemy team doesn't have dive. There's nothing to punish you for using your TP like situations like this, and yet we get punished for that. And I do think we could be a little bit quicker with pressing Q instead of saving it for situations like that. So I think you could see it there because it's a very extreme example, but I would go as far to say that there's been other situations where that has cost you fights as well. Do you have any questions, Era? So for me, being more aware of your angles to help your DPS control them, especially if you already have like an on a BAP that can heal your tank, right? You don't need LOS in your tank. And then trying to kind of channel that by playing around cover or on the perimeter, and then complementing off of that, trying to only main bot when you have your ult, and then try and use that quickly if you can. If the fight's won or winnable or losable, use the ult. Yeah, I think that would be my tip here. I hate the lack of hitbox during Fortify. I mean, yeah, exactly. That's the thing about Fortify that I probably dislike the most. Damn it, like you could probably with Orisa, if you wanted a balance changed, I was considering allow her to be headshot during Fortify, but bump up the Fortify damage reduction by a little bit, by like 5% or 10% or something like that. And probably, I'm not even sure if I like the Fortify bonus health. Maybe the Fortify bonus health is okay, but I would start with that and test that to see how that feels, so that she could still be headshot. So she'd take less damage, but if you're hitting headshots, she takes more damage than she does currently. So with my ult, should I just throw it out? I mean, I think I wouldn't waste it, but if the fight has started and is winnable or losable, use your ult. Use it. I think like setting up plays is okay, but the problem is that we saw is the one time when you tried to set up a play with Visor, you waited so long that the fight was lost by the time you used it. And now you're using 2 ults and still losing the fight. That really hurts. That really hurts. Would make her worse versus spam versus brawl. That's true. That's true. But to me, then balance from there. Because to me, it's like, it's so stupid that a hero is just literally unkillable when they press Fortify. Like even a Ramatra, you can CC the Ramatra, you could shoot him in the back, or like it's astonishing to me that you literally cannot kill an Orisa with Fortify when she has any HP. Like it's unbelievable to me. And then we could balance her gun from there. Like if she feels horrible versus spam, okay, make it more, reduce the javelin so it's hard, the hitbox so it's harder to hit, but you can still get kills if you hit it. And then revert the fall off change. I don't know. Wrecking Ball, I mean, that's one of the reasons why I don't like Wrecking Ball, right? I think Wrecking Ball still, right now, is a little bit too unkillable. And Wrecking Ball still can be CC'd, true. Yeah, anyway. Do you have any other questions here? So just, if the fight's winnable, use it. Or losable, use it. And I think this is not something that's like a hard black and white rule, but what I would do is, at the very least, this VOD, there were a couple of situations where it was a problem. So what I would do is analyze your own gameplay and see if it's something that you need to be working on. Maybe it was just a bad game for that. Maybe it was just an unlucky game. It's only one push map, right? How much can we learn from that? So it's a red flag for me that I want you to investigate more into. That's the main takeaway. One more thing, my cast after this game said it converted most of my healing. If I converted most of my healing to damage, we could have won easily. No, I don't see, this is the problem with saying, oh, you're doing too much healing, you're doing too much damage. The problem is that when we look at this play, for example, which would have won us this fight, the idea was not that you were doing too much healing. In fact, you were doing damage from this very position. Do you see? The problem was that your position was not in a way to enable your off angles. That's the problem. If you're going to, you get to this position to enable your tracer and cast, remember the tracer flank over here, and then you make the decision about healing versus damage from there, right? From here, it probably would have been a little more healing than damage, right? Sorry, damage to healing. Okay. Right. Okay, well, either way, it applies. Either way, it applies. Because if you think about the majority of your damage was sitting in main and chunking down the Orisa or throwing at the Kiriko across the map. It was not winning duels on the flank or distracting enemies or controlling space. It was sitting on main. So to me, whether you were doing too much damage or whether you're doing too much healing, the problem is that your aggression was not placed in the right spots and controlling space and controlling angles and assisting your DPS. It was put on punching the tank down in the throat or the enemy Kiriko in the throat and then not really helping your team win duels. You kind of see what I'm saying? I mean, we could go through these fights and it felt like once out of every 2 fights, if not more often, you could have done more by positioning yourself in a better perimeter position to control space. Because you probably put out a ton of damage stats on the enemy Orisa, but that's the problem, right? Like, why not just avoid the Orisa entirely? Like, there's nothing more frustrating for an Orisa or a Reinhardt or a Matra or a Zarya player than just a Kiriko that just completely avoids and ignores him entirely. Yeah, Kiriko TP can bug out. It can bug out too. Like, it can go off and actually just not go off at all. I think it has to do when you start the TP animation and maybe they move just outside of your TP range, so then it cancels. I'm not sure. You have any other questions? Does chat have any questions? We're about to get started with our owl review. Shooting Orisa is super low value, like 9% of the time. Right, exactly. So it's like, that's going to farm up your damage stats. But to me, the fact that we were shooting Orisa wasn't necessarily a target priority problem, because everybody knows that shooting Orisa is bad. It was because our positioning didn't really give us other options to do more impactful stuff. Okay, good luck. I don't know if you tuned in with the first part of the talk, but I checked that one out as well, because I can relate a little bit with like the anxiety and the self-esteem stuff when it comes to playing. So just something to consider. So focus on positioning yourself where you do less damage and less healing, but more impactful damage and more impactful healing. That's I guess my last takeaway. So here's what I'm gonna do, chat. I have to go tinkles because I've been drinking a lot of tea and we're about to go grind mode time. So I will be back in like 60 seconds. I'm gonna run an ad because I wanna make $7,000 in 30 seconds. And then we're gonna vote on which replay codes you guys wanna go for. All right, so I'll be right back. Loves and kisses, hang on. Ha, goodbye, peasants. I've now reached the age when I blow my nose, it sounds like a foghorn. Officially a boomer now. Okay, let's do this, mates. So, which replay codes to review? Let's actually get a little poll started up here because I'm trying to think, what do we got here? We got Atlanta Shock, right? Chat, remind me, what do we have to look at here, right? Somebody list all the things. Which to look at? ATL Shock. London, Vancouver, right? It's Nixel and Timeless, or Nixel and Contenders, tier 2. Trick Room, right. Trick Room. Glad's Trick Room, or Glad's Saints. Glad's Maryville. Okay, vote. Let's do a 1-minute poll in chat. The poll is live. And the plan is, chat, my goal is to get every single one of these codes reviewed this week. It's more about which one do we do today, right? So you guys vote. We're gonna do all of them this week, at least that's the goal. But it's about the priority for today versus Thursday versus Saturday. I even postponed my Cloudy collab. I was chatting with him last night, just so we can make sure that we try and get as much of this done as we possibly can this week. So yeah. ATL Shock sounds like a good first, probably, yeah. Personally, I think ATL Shock seem one-dimensional, so I want to see the other ones. LOL. Yeah, so I heard that Shock kind of got their tails kicked because they were trying stuff. Shock has also historically been more of the team to try stuff earlier on as well. They've always been pretty bad early in scrims, from what I remember. So we'll go through the codes pretty quickly here, and we'll go from there. I'm planning on getting all the codes done from the ATL Shock. I think that's probably pretty reasonable. I don't think there were too many, only like 3 or 4. So we can We can roll. So as always, guys, like you guys know how this stuff goes. Like, people are trying stuff out. It's code. It's scrims, excuse me. So stuff happens. Let's start off with some codes here. So we don't want to like go overly in detail. I just want to kind of treat this like, what can we learn from this in terms of how the game is played, and make it more interesting by having the background of players that we actually care about, rather than, oh, let's analyze how Dive and Brawl are played, or Spam is played with a bunch of, like I said, a bunch of plat players that we just don't care about. Okay, so you guys know the routine. We're not here. This is not power rankings. This is strategy. This is clearly Shock trying stuff out. So he's saying proper Junbin, Vindame, Finn, Stalker, Lip, Hawk, Fielder, Vigilante. Everybody's on their mains. Let's play this out. Now, here's the fun part, though. So I'm going to try and break down what I think about all of these things and how I predict them to play. And I can give you some fundamental truths. When Hawk's in, we want Stalker, Lip, Fielder, Vigilante trying to control space and do damage at the same time. When Junbin's in, we need Heesang proper and so on doing stuff at the same time. Like, there's some base fundamentals about map control and timing and things like that that are just laws. You just do not break these rules. Now, what's going to be interesting to me is some of the details. Like, we've never really seen a composition in Overwatch League like the one we see in our top left. And we've never really seen a composition in Overwatch League like the top right ever before. I mean, we've seen similar compositions. Even I think Doom Honest, and I do think was played at some point in time, but not with a Cassidy, right? And not a lot of Doom either. So this will be very, very interesting. Now, let me try and predict to you guys how this is going to be played, or how this should be played. So first things first, we're probably going to have this core rotating as a unit to try and force the Onizen on the back foot. They're going to try and put attention on Tracer, Doomfist, with the ultimate goal of clearing out off angles so they can access backline. Because if they just go to point, Lip, Stalker, Vigilante, Hawk, whatever, will take the entire map away, take all the off angles, and point will be a bloodbath. You'll get toasted. Everybody will just die. Sounds like Shock was on ping. Right. So what we're probably going to have happen here with Team Blue, which is Shock, we're probably going to rotate clear out high ground, and then from here make the decision, do we want to just focus on point now while keeping our Cass, Mei, and Kiriko on high ground to control space? Or do we want to continue to pursue and chase down and kill these guys? Now, what the flip side of this is going to be from Atlanta is it's really important that Atlanta establishes pressure early and often. Where you have your Zenyatta Harmony Orb, your Ana's range, your Tracer on a flank, your Cass on a flank, and importantly, your Doomfist constantly putting pressure on the enemy backline, constantly putting in pressure on the enemy frontline over and over and over and over and over again. Chat, I need to update the codes. Give me 1 second really quick. My bad, chat. Commands, edit, codes. 1 second, I almost forgot. So it's 4BF, I'll type it in chat, don't worry, I'm updating the command as we speak. BO7, then and YYPH9F, and then the last one is Yo38AM, and then there's one other code that is Vegas and Rain, which we might look at as well, which is 0SGJN9. So exclamation mark codes are, we're going to be trying to look at these codes here. So basically, long story short, as the composition that Atlanta's playing, you're going to be trying to control all the angles and all the flanks because you have superior mobility, you have superior range. Basically, Atlanta is going to try and close the distance and you're going to try and rotate through angles. Now, what Atlanta will not do or should not do, or Shock should not do, is run straight to point and then try and run it down mid, because that's going to allow the enemy team to pincer you. Tracer, Cass, and so on will take pincer angles, which will mean that your attention is going to get split. So what you kind of want to do is what I call doing your homework. And let me get Microsoft Paint pulled up here in just a second. because this is really important. So doing your homework is controlling space before you force a brawl. So let me actually screenshot this so I can show you what I mean. This is doing your homework, okay? If this comp runs the point, Anna's Zen take these positions here, all right, here. Maybe I'll zoom back a little bit. You guys, okay, this, can you guys still see this? Yeah, probably can. Let me know if you guys can't see this. You take your positions here. You have Cassidy also here, probably controlling this angle here. You have Doom and Tracer probably rotating deeper. Maybe even have your Tracer with the Zenyatta orb over here. And like I said, it's a bloodbath, right? It's a bloodbath. So what you do is to prevent yourself from getting crossfired on from multiple different angles is you do your homework. And what that looks like is as the brawl comp, the short range composition with speed, that's very important, you clear high ground. You run right at one of the off angles, probably the high ground one. What does this mean? It means Doomfist has to leave. It means Anna Zen or Zen and Tracer, Cassidy, whatever, have to leave. And while they're running, they're not doing a lot of damage. They'll shoot your Ramatra a little bit, but they can't shoot your backline. So you force them to rotate away, right? Probably back towards their spawn. You now get your Cassidy and May in the power positions, which are right here. And then we can go to point, right? So we rotate on an angle, and then we either make the decision to pursue or to go to point. But then once we go to point, there's a ticking time bomb before these positions up here are contested again by the enemy Doomfist and Tracer and Zenyatta. So then at some point, Junbin is probably going to need to go back up top or find a way to pressure onto the backline. Remember, this comp is better up close. This comp is better from far away. And this comp also has a massive advantage with mobility. So what they're going to need to do is occasionally go back and clear out those off angles. Punch out that Tracer. Clear out that Doomfist. Because if you let them slowly take out the space, it's stifling. Because they're going to take all the positions in the world to kill your backline. Ramatra over Reinhardt. I think Reinhardt's better, personally. Because I think Reinhardt is more mobile and is quicker at doing this. I think Ramatra does have the speed boost and he has a little bit of range with his gun. But I think we're not likely going to be seeing Junbin ever reach on a Zen here or Cassidy, and I think that's a weakness of Ramatra. Rein has Pen, which allows him to quickly close the distance, to quickly access on a Zen if they overextend. And I just don't like. I think Ramatra, even with his speed boost, is just not as fast as Pen. I think also lack of shield means it's a lot harder to play around Discord and Sleep Dart than it is with Reinhardt. Exactly, Dalth. Exactly. So I don't like this composition, but I don't know what it looks like in scrims. And Shock, as we said, is experimenting with things. Let me put it this way, chat. If you are not trolling at least 20-30% of your scrims early on, especially in the season, or early on in patches, you're trolling the lobby. You need to be trolling the lobby to not troll the lobby, because you have to try stuff. Because trying really crappy stuff like this, you might figure something out that is like, oh, I didn't even think about that, right? Like maybe this map, it's actually really consistent to bait the enemy team to get close. And Ramatra is really, really good at closing the distance with his E, and his E allows you to get onto backline better than Reinhardt does. So I think Ramatra is a weak point here, but there's been many times that I've been wrong. And there's many times and OWL coaches and OWL teams have also been wrong. Oh, this hero is trash. Oh, wait, actually, it's not trash. I'm an idiot, right? So you experiment with things. So right, so Atlanta is playing more for mastery. They think they know what they want to play. They think they know where their strengths are. Shock is playing more to experiment. And there's times when you need to be doing both. Both of these teams might be in different positions or different cycles or have different priorities. You might prioritize testing more when you're not confident where your hero strengths are, or you're confident that you're not in any rush. Atlanta may be confident that they think they've solved the meta and they just want to be ahead of the curve with mastering the meta. And I think that's also totally fine as well. So yeah. So let's see. How do we roll out? We know how they think they should roll out. But Vigilante just, again, range, right? Like everything comes back to range, you guys. Range and mobility. So they get out really fast. They get the TP. But there is a higher risk when you play at this distance that Ana or Cass or Zen are just going to ruin your day, right? It's a mechanics play, but also, you know. Okay. So we're gonna wait. That's a huge W for Atlanta, because that's gonna give them a lot of space to be able to take good positions for their backline. Now, interestingly enough, this is a good position for Atlanta's backline, but it's a little tight. With an amp speed and a wall, oh, they go off of May. Maybe they don't think that the wall is gonna be good enough here. Yeah, so what the Tracer does is I mean, it's like a... Basically, you just want to get on the backline with Tracer. The problem here is that you have a Discord disadvantage and a Harmony disadvantage where your Zen can pocket their Tracer and mirror your Tracer, and your Tracer will never get in a position to die backline if Stalker plays it properly. So what will probably happen is Heesang will actually stay with his core and then try and take a late off angle. Because he will get no help if he splits. I agree that May is probably not the best pick on this map, but I do think that Maywall allows you to close the distance, and I think it might be really difficult to do that. I will say this, y'all. Doomfist should be absolutely broken into this composition. Like, I don't think there's a better tank, especially on this map. There's no CC, there's no high burst damage. Doomfist has a favorable matchup into, I mean, really, like, he just can just go in and out and in and out and in and out and just probably never die. Like, I feel like the only time Hawk should die is if he messes up. I don't think there's anything else that can kill him. Like, there's just no CC at all. There's no CC, and he has a permanent Ana and Zen pocket on him. And the other thing is, because you're playing Doomfist as well, it's like your Ana can play so aggressive because there's not a lot of healing needed. So this is what we talked about with early and often pressure, guys, right? You're playing to your range signature. So Vigilante is not only pocketing his Tracer, not only does that force Heesang to play with his core, which is exactly what we predicted, but Vigilante is able to play at a really juicy range and just spam. Like, this comp cannot win if they cannot close the distance without taking damage. And right now, Hawk, Stalker, Vigilante are doing an amazing job. Look at the lip taking the angle here at controlling space. Like, this is insufferable. Definitely a comp differential as well, but I think Atlanta's playing this one really well. What about Ramslow? Yeah, Ramslow can definitely help to close the distance. That is one of the things you're going to have to do. So there's a D.Va. Is D.Va better than Ram? I mean, D.Va's going to be a lot weaker once you actually close the distance than Ram, but it will allow you to close the distance more because it can allow you to matrix on rotates. Yeah. I don't know. Again, Heesang should just be permanently marked. I mean, look at that. Just constantly being shot at. And not just marked by the Tracer either. Zen can shoot. Doom can shoot. Cassidy can take an angle and shoot. And even just a freaking body shot on Tracer is undealable. Like, you can't deal with it because she doesn't get range support. Now, the only thing I think I could say that they could possibly do is they could have Heesang taking an angle with Fen, and just have Junbin play really disciplined. Maybe even Fen goes with Junbin, and then have like your Lucio Cassidy play on their own angle. So like you won't have Zenor, but you'll have a Kiriko sitting on you. This is tough. Again, it's the range, guys. Like, Vigilante is disgusting. But at the same time, like, this is what Zen's good at, right? Like, rolling the dice. Every time you stand in front, there's the copy on the mark on the Tracer. Stalker will win every Tracer duel. Like, this Heesang will lose every single one. There's nothing that Heesang can do. Doomfist is very self-sustainable, so he almost should never die. There's no CC. We're just controlling space. We're punishing them at range and controlling space. Punish. Never ever let these guys get a clean dive. This is kind of trolling a little bit with the cover usage, but like, yeah. Never ever let them do anything. Control space. So they're going to Kiriko ult and point, but again, do you look at the distance here? Look at the distance here. Look how far Vigilante is right now. Like, he's so far, and obviously he's going to get his trance forced here. But it's all about, like, making the enemy team overextend, and then finally get the trance forced. Meanwhile, Fielder's like, I don't even need to really worry about my Zen because he's just going to trance, and I can help people do stuff elsewhere. And they haven't used a single ult. Yeah, the problem with Ball though is versus this comp is it would be okay, probably better than D.Va, maybe, I don't know, but it's like a hero strength thing, and then also it wouldn't just be an automatically I win button either, because you still have Discord, Sleep Dart, and Tracer Mark to worry about. Not to mention Cassie is actually really good at burning Ball too. This is clearly just a fat, like, he's just slow. He's planning to trance this, he just doesn't trance it, that's all. He just thinks he doesn't need to. He just gets BAM! Right there from Proper. Like, look at Proper here. I think it's the headshot. Maybe it's a headshot. Or not even a headshot. He just gets deleted. So Vigilante was walking forward, ready to trance. He just messes up. That's all. But again, do you notice that they look at how much that they've had? Look how much it costs them just to get on top of the Zenyatta. Like, there's a very real chance that this fight is still not even lost. There's the Nano unlit. Let's check this out just for fun. I'm not gonna be doing. I decided I don't think I'm gonna be doing specific player POVs because that's crazy. Because I think there's just not enough gameplay to, like, really justify it, and people are just trying stuff, so it's not like people are, like, try-harding. But yeah, this we haven't even built a beat yet, and this map's over. Oh, look at me, sleeping on the Lucio here. So they get the Kiriko, they get the Lucio. We still have a trance. I don't even think our trance is going to get forced here. We've just never been able to close the distance. Never. Not even once have we been able to close the distance. So really nice execution from Atlanta. They did a phenomenal job of keeping pressure up really hard on Heesang. They did a phenomenal job of just outputting monster truck levels of damage. Hawk is disrupting the dive constantly over and over again, making the backline turn around instead of focusing on moving forward. Good execution from Atlanta. I do not think that they were pressured very hard because I think the composition from Shock just wasn't working out. But I do want to respect the execution by Atlanta. Where am I? Hello? Okay, we are here. Somewhere we will find ourselves eventually. Yes. Okay. Any questions so far? How is Doom comp supposed to be played? Versus that composition, the Doom comp was just when the enemy team tried to start rotating onto your backline, you hit them with either a punch or a slam on either backline or frontline to just split their attention and slow them down. Because the longer that they like, you can even look at it. You remember when Proper, like, this is like a perfect example of, like, what I'm talking about. Now Vigilante messes up and doesn't translate, but this is actually a perfect example of what the Doomfist does. So watch, they're trying to rotate. We got to push backline. Kiriko, walk on the Zen, walk on the Ana. Let's get to the backline, dive the backline, right? But then as we're, like, diving, do you see her being punched around? And then Proper almost dies, right? Finn and them, they're not even thinking about killing Honest. They're thinking about keeping Proper alive. So as we're trying to get to the backline, we're getting punched in the jaw, ow, from the left and right as we're going. And Doomfist will never die because he has not only a little bit of healing support, but also you don't have a lot of CC. Do you see that? We had to use Suzu on the Doomfist. So that's how the Doomfist is played. Very quick, very self-sustained, disrupts the pressure. Exactly what a ball will do. So yeah, you try to go for a hit during rotations, right? Because they want to close the distance, and you are saying no, you can't close the distance without being hurt. Basically, literally being punched in the face while you're trying to close the distance. Yeah, okay, so then now we try a Ryan comp. Now, I think Ryan comp, if executed well, should have a lot of potential on this map, because similarly to the last map, I do recognize that this has open sightlines, so I'm curious, but I think it has at least potential, because with the Ryan comp, every single time you roll out here, you should win the high ground. Because no comp can meet Ryan comp toe-to-toe on short sightlines like this. So in my opinion, you're going to win the fight for the high ground, and I think that's pretty important on this here. Now, what I imagine is that you'll see, oh crap, they're on Ryan. Guys, we need to play here. Guys, we might need to have like our Cassidy. Like, we need to kind of control longer sightlines and leverage point. And then if we can get like the Reinhardt to drop, then we can clear high ground. So what I would like to see, if this was, assuming that nobody just instantly dies like last time, Ryan comp clears high ground, establishes their backline on high ground, and what I would probably do is I would drop either my Mei or Ryan to point, but I need one of them to stay to prevent the backline from Atlanta from walking forward. Because if you walk forward, you walk into a Mei or a Reinhardt with Lucio, it's kind of scary. And then the other one's touching point. And then from here, you have power position for your Bat, for your Cassidy, for your Mei, for your Lucio, so that you theoretically can avoid the spam angles. Like, you see how like the spam angles aren't that good for Anazen if we're on high ground like this. Now, if we are talking for the Atlanta comp, remember you have advantage of range. Okay, if you can't get a good sightline with your Anazen, you utilize your mobility by pocketing whoever's on point. Like, let's say you get Stalker, a Harmony Orb, Hawk, a Harmony Orb, and a pocket, and you have them harass with Discord whoever's touching point. You harass the angles. And guys, point is an angle if you're on high ground. Do you guys see that? Anything that's split is an angle. And then if we drop, like, let's say our Lucio to point, well, now the angle is high ground. And so then we have Hawk and Stalker harass high ground. So wherever there's a weak point, we put our attention with dive. Wherever there's weakness. Even if you don't get a kill, you pressure the weakness. So I think I could see both compositions working here. I think point is pretty strong. I think the high ground is pretty strong. So either one could work here. I'm curious to see how this plays out. And again, guys, I don't have a lot of scrim experience here outside of the few scrims that we've seen. There's the far rotation. What I would actually like is this. So I actually think the mistake... What's the mistake with the backline positioning, guys? If you guys watched my Samido versus the World analysis versus Vegas, you would tell me what the problem is here. This is a mistake from Atlanta. What's the mistake? Stacked, right? There's no reason for our supports to be stacked. Zero reason. That gives too much cover to the enemy team if both of our support LOSs are avoidable. So what we should do here is probably have Zen or Ana here and the other one here on an off angle. And then from here, we can support Hawk or Stalker or Lip better. Support should almost never stack, but supports should stack if they're at an active threat, if they're in the process of being dove, potentially like that. So the problem with this positioning here is it's going to be harder to support Lip. Do you see how we can't see Lip now? We can't see Hawk very easily. We can't see Stalker, and we can't get enough damage here. So what I would like, I'm trying to think who would I like split on the high ground here. I think probably Ana here, because she's a little bit tankier, right? And then your Zen can just play like a spam bot a million miles away from here. And then you can Harmony Orb and Discord Orb from here. The only reason why I might like Zen here is because you can Harmony and Discord point, which will help you to win point a little easier. But it does mean that theoretically, if you got like an amp speed and a Mei wall, you might be able to catch the Zenyatta. Yeah, I don't know, man. This is a wide open maps, but there is a lot of corners and stuff. So, yeah, see, Hawk has to give up space because of the support's positioning here. Now, I'm curious, did they find a split later? Yeah, see, this is what happened. Now, this is what we predicted. They choked them out of high ground. Now, what I would like to see is a support position that can support point. This is so funny. This is so funny. Vigilante, honestly, bro, if Vigilante like sits here and Harmony Orbs point, this actually could work. Maybe it's kind of a troll. I don't know. Maybe. But Stalker needs help, and the problem with both the supports is neither of the supports can pressure point, which means that all we have to do is like he's saying drops the point. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. So how much of this is reaching versus how much of this is just smart play? So like, look at this, y'all. So if we could get like an amp speed and hard commit, we might be able to catch Cassidy and Ana, but we lose point. But then if they kite it really well, we might end up getting shot in the back by Stalker and Hawk. I don't know. Like, we have to be so decisive if this is the play. Like, we got to be so decisive in drop wall, kill Lip. But it looks like Shock's being a little bit indecisive here, and I think this might be really bad. We need to decide, are we going to play for point and force them to walk forward so we can run them down? Or are we going to actually rotate on them and kill them? It looks like a little bit of indecision from Shock. And this means Junman might lose a lot of resources. There's the Zenyatta position we were looking for. I actually freaking love this, y'all. I love this Vigilante position. I'm not going to lie. As long as he doesn't die to proper. Oh, no, no. Oh, no! No! Maybe a little too greedy. Okay, yeah, maybe it was a little bit of trolling. I do think that I mean, I don't know. Unfortunate. Shock does a pretty good job of choking them out. I think they could have been more decisive about where we're rotating. Uh-oh. Oh, tragic. It was a good attempt. He didn't die to proper, right, so it was totally fine. Uh-oh, like we said, controlling mobility. Mobility. Stalkers find somebody isolated. There it is. Oh, that's tragic. Oh, okay. I was like, oh, tragic that he recalled even though he didn't get fire striked. But then, yeah. Yeah, okay. I mean, Stalker just pulls them apart. I mean, that's the thing, guys, is when you're playing these really, like, hyper-mobile comps, even if you lose somebody, like let's look at this here. Even if you lose somebody, look at the map control that Shock's comp has. Do you see that they've given up a lot of control of high ground? You see that? Look at their Lucio and Mei. Like, the Lucio kind of overextends, right? But their two beefers are on the floor. And the problem with running an immobile comp like this is it's very hard to go back and reset back up again. So Proper is by himself now. So Stalker is playing Tracer, who can immediately reposition, whereas Shock is not. And see, this split here is fine if the split is being supported. But if you look at Lip's angle here, look at Fielder's angle here, look at Stalker's angle here, there's a lot of positions that Shock has to worry about, and there's not a lot of positions that Atlanta has to worry about. It's pretty straightforward, right? They're all on the floor, except for Proper. So I think Finn needs to be faster. Like, we're talking about a millisecond between this position being held and Proper living. I respect that Reinhardt's going back to control space for his BAP, but it's just a mechanical play. And like we said, sometimes it's going to be macro, sometimes it's going to be mechanics. That was a little bit of both. If you get a kill versus dive, but you give up the map, you run the risk of losing the fight even in a 5v4. And that's kind of what happened there. Nice kill from Stalker. It's a charging punch, and we already know where the fight's going to take place. It's going to take place on point. We're never ever going to take a fight in this short corridor. It's way too valuable for the enemy team. So what I'm curious about is, like, how are we going to set up this fight? Again, Maywall and Lucio speed is a huge problem here. So we probably won't even have a support playing anywhere near here. We might have them start here, but they're probably going to rotate back towards point. Like, we might see like a Zenyatta playing back here and Ana playing back here. It is worth noting that if you play this one right, a tank can, last I checked, Junker Queen, I did it with Junker Queen, I think I did it with the Reinhardt as well, you can make this jump from here to here, but it's hard. So theoretically, you can also still play this position as a support, and it's very difficult to be rushed. I'm a little bit concerned about how late this rotation is coming in. This feels quite greedy. Vigilante's also repositioning at that exact same point in time. This is, from this position alone, Shock should win this. Shock should win this. Now, I don't know mechanically what might happen. Maybe Shock is indecisive here, but I can tell you objectively, if this is two equally skilled teams and nothing RNG happens, Shock should win this fight right now. It's over. They've already messed up. They've messed up. They've messed up their angles. They've messed up their positions. This is a 5v3 right now. This should be over. They missed the wall. Disaster. Nano Doom is actually really good here, though. Why is the Nano Doom so important here? So they're very late on the wall. And this is another thing with a lot of Korean players. Outside of a few OTPs, their Meis in general, like, it's not there. It's okay to literally not use wall and then now use wall. but they mess it up. So I don't know a lot about Heesing, but I imagine he ain't backbone. So yeah. Now, why is the Nano Doom so important here? Why is the Nano Doom so important here? Because the Nano Doom should not get a kill. It might, but it shouldn't. But why is it important? Pelican may? Yeah, maybe. Why is the Nano Doom so important right now? Forces resources? Yeah. Buys them time to reposition? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. It just buys Atlanta time so that they cannot die. Like, if without this Nano Doom, these guys should die. With this Nano Doom, maybe they live? Lip has some gonads. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. This is... I mean, look at this. That is... I was like, no way this works, right? Like, he's standing here like, we gotta give up space. Where's our tracer angle's not even there. We're standing in the middle of the open. He's like front lining versus the cat. Okay. Yeah, that's something. Great. Hawk does a pretty good job baiting a lot of attention. Forces Ice Block, forces Bap Lucio to peel off. Ryan also peels off. He forces Lamp as well. So Hawk is saving us right here, but Lip doesn't run. Like, he doesn't run. Vigilante's like, look at Vigilante. Ba-na-na-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na. Alright, I'm here, guys. Oh. No, this is really bad. This is pretty bad from Atlanta, I'm not gonna lie, y'all. They totally goof up the wall. I don't even know if he amp speeded there from Vin Dame. Like, we should have been amp speeding on a cast instantly. So shot kind of craps the bed. Hawk bails him out, but the rotation from Vigilante and Stalker is so late that I feel like this is probably still lost. Where is Lip gonna run to? Well, I mean, let's put it this way. Just drop and run to cover, or at least bait them out, like extend, make them chase you further than they are now. Like, even like honestly right now, he already should be running. He should not be shooting now. He should be running to here, probably. But so right now he's just greeding, and then he continues to greed, and then he continues to greed, and then he dies. Now, huge kill by Hawk. That is one of the blizzards of all time. I don't even know what Heesing was blizzarding here. I guess just zoning blizzard. Like, I get it. The enemy comp is really hard to use blizzard versus, but it's literally better to just not use blizzard if that space doesn't matter that much. This is some main play for sure. That being said, let's enjoy some proper. By the way, do you notice what proper's doing here? This is really important. Who is proper shooting right now? He ain't getting fooled. There's a Nano Doom in his backline. You're not killing Nano Doom. So, focus on what you can kill here. Which is proper. And Fielder. And this is... Now we focused in because he's killable. Even that was tight. That was so tight from proper, guys. Like, let's just enjoy this for just a second. Great headshot, great body shot. Great body shot. High noons, headshots, and then watch this 2-tap. Tight. Huge play. Great target priority from proper. And that's it. There's your 5K. Was that technically a 5K? I guess it technically was a 5K. Yeah, phenomenal job. Not really bad rotation from Atlanta there. Super late. But phenomenal play by proper there. And even to an extent, Junman, just ignoring the Doomfist and just going in, taking space, right? You know your backline's going to get disrupted, so just focus on punishing the Ana. Not quite so impressed with Heesing with the Mei, but you know what? Mei's a pocket pick. Maybe we're just trying stuff out. So, here's the problem with losing his on his Zen, you essentially, kind of like what the May cast had to do that last fight, you essentially have to start all over again on first fight, which is rotate to high grounds here, get point pressure, try and win an angle off war. But unfortunately, it's no longer a neutral point. It's now a blue point, so you're going to have to find some way to force somebody to drop and discord them and kill them while keeping distance. So probably we'll see. Why is Hawk so low? Oh, 16 HP. Yeah. Fielder? Fielder? If you want to make your plat honest feel better, Fielder, one of the greatest honest of all time, just did that. Anyway, long story short, yeah, we're going to be trying to look to take angles on point. Yeah. Now, the interesting thing here is that because we've had such ugly losses, such an ugly loss last fight, you don't have trance, and you also had to use Nano and Doomfist. And the reason why those three ultimates are important is I look at those three ultimates as sustain ultimates. And what I mean by that is as they allow you to survive. Doomfist allows Doomfist to go in aggressively and survive. Nano allows you to survive. If you nano a Cass who's getting rushed on, he lives. If you nano a Zen, he lives. If you nano a Doom, he lives. If you have Trance, as we saw earlier, at least when Vigilante actually presses Q, you can run down on the Zen and waste all that time just for somebody to get tranced. So my point here is that the problem here is that Junbin really can kind of just go and go on backline, and there isn't a lot that they can do to stop him, especially if he's able to get without taking a lot of damage or if he doesn't get slapped. So Lana has to be really careful. We have a Shatter, we have a Beat, and you have Point. So Junbin, if this is Hottie, probably like looks to kind of contest Point, maybe not immediately, but at some point he's probably going to pin for backline and look for a solo Shatter. Who's going to contest off from height? Probably Ryan or May, because they're a little bit tankier and have their own self-sustain. Whoa, I think the wind just blew one of my chairs over in the backyard, or in the back porch. That scared the crap out of me. Saw someone say that Proper was the worst DPS in this lobby. I mean, that's a take of all time. Yeah. So I'm curious who they're going to drop. They are going to drop May. And the nice thing about May as well is there's always like the RNG chance that you just get a one-shot. And what did we say about Junbin, y'all? I told you. This guy dies. That's why you need your Trance. That's why you need your Nano. Because, yeah. That's a great play by Junbin. Vigilante has to respect it. This is the new Reinhardt, by the way, guys. This is the Cloudy Reinhardt, right? This is the Cloudy Reinhardt. You control and contest space with your pen, right? Because even if he doesn't get the pin here, he's able to clear the Zenyatta out, right? So if Zenyatta, even if Zenyatta doesn't die and gets booped over here, right? Look at the Cassidy position. Look at the Ana position. Look at the Ana position, the Zen position, excuse me. They're doing nothing. So the Junbin just shields, backs up, and his team can handle Point. It's a 4 versus 2 because the Ana, Zen, and Cassidy are in horrible positions. Shouldn't he get slept? Oh, no. No, Junbin's big brain. Watch this. He knows where Ana is. They ping the cast. He knows where Ana is. It's only Zen. And heck, he even surprises Vigilante. Look at Vigilante's POV here. Ryan's over there. Okay, it's fine. Okay, Ryan's pushing up. Boom, right? This is great. Ana's not in a position to sleep him just yet. So this is where you have to be on the edge of a knife with your support splitting, because Vigilante needs to split to get a good off angle. But if he's too far from his Ana, or his Ana doesn't have LOS on him, and the enemy team has ultimates, they can punish you for being split. So there's a marriage here between finding an off angle, finding being split, but not being in a position to where you could just get run over. And this is why having things like Nano and Trance are so powerful, is they are what enable you to play aggressively like this without getting run over. This is a mechanical misplay from Junbin. That's a mechanical misplay. He needs to know sleep is coming. Ryan, if he blocks that sleep dart, the fight's literally won, and he can just walk on these guys and shatter even if he wants to. I mean, he doesn't even really need to shatter. He's already won the fight. He's already won the fight. We can just back up and shield. This is a huge mistake from Judman. So great play, huge mistake. and then also we're late with the window as well, and then it's just tragic. And now Finn dies because he doesn't have lamp. Oh no! Snatching defeat out of the jaws of victory. Disastrous. Yeah, he pulled the high noon early, probably to make sure that it wasn't like lamped, and also to make sure that the sleep dart didn't end in duration, because sleep doesn't last as long. Yeah. So take risks on Zen when you can get bailed out. I mean, you could take risks on Zen when you have good cover, and you can sneak up on him and not take any damage, because like that creates so much space. Like, look, you had the 3 most dangerous targets, arguably, all clumped up in one spot trying to help keep the Zen alive, and there was 0 chance that Junman dies if he plays properly. Literally 0 chance. You can't. He just backs up with a shield. You can't kill him. Yeah. So. Retake time though. The good news is though is that did take 0 ultimates from Shock to lose that fight. So theoretically here, we could again should win high ground. We'll probably see. So this is what we're gonna do. Okay, this is the play for Atlanta. Okay, you know what? Actually, let's do this. Let's do this, chat. How does Shock win this fight? How do Shock win this fight? It's gonna be the more of the same, but complement it with some of their ults. Think about how their ults complement what they want to do. By the way, Tracer swap again. I actually think Mei is really reasonable in this map. I just think Keysing has done really just an absolutely jack all on Mei. Press Q. Well, that's helpful. Take quick before they get support ults. Sure. I mean, they probably track support ults at this point. I'm not going to lie with you guys. Especially considering the previous round. They probably assume that they have Nano and Trance. Here they force point. I actually disagree. I think you need to, with the current positioning here, I think you need to clear high ground first, and then force point. I mean, again, like, I feel like these guys are very accessible. We could have our Tracer forcing point to bait maybe their Tracer or something. Or we could even just have a Tracer rotate with us. But I think we just run them down. Zone supports with Deadeye, maybe, yeah. Speed Noon to clear high and then win contest fight with Beat Shatter. Sure, that's fine. You could win high ground with High Noon, as long as the enemy Doomfist doesn't have punch. And then we could go to point, or put our Mei on point, and then Beat Shatter on high ground if the enemy supports get too close. How will Atlanta win this fight? Now you know that you don't have support ults. Shock thinks that you have support ults. You know you don't. So how do you win this fight? This is probably a lot simpler. Because I think you really only have one play here. Play slow for ults. How? By doing what? Stalker, anchor point. Yep. Kite ults. Play slow. Take angles. I think the clearest plan for me is what Oka said, which is Hawk ints. I think you take angles, you have Stalker on point, and you have Hawk try to just generally disrupt the high ground take with his aggression and with his ultimate, and buy time for Ana and Zen. Can't you stage angles to farm ults? I mean, exactly, right, exactly. It's like the old myth that Genjis either play for assassinations on angles or they play with their team and farm ult. But actually, you should be doing both. You farm blade faster by playing angles. So yeah. I think. How good do you think people are at striking support ults while using scoreboard after first round? Probably not very good. Like I said, I would bet a lot of money that they track double support ult here. Landon is just a freak of nature, or Landon got lucky. Let's see what happens. I imagine we're gonna have quite an early Doomfist ult. Do you guys remember how the Nano Doom kind of bought them time previously? I think we're gonna see more of the same. Now my question here is, why is... Oh, he messes up. Oh, he messes up. I was like, why is he taking so much damage? Because he was slamming for the high and he missed it. And so then he gets shot by Tracer and then he gets flanked and then... Ooh, that's bad. That's really, really, really bad. He's not at all in a position to buy time. Oh, no, 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 no. He needed to have hit them there. He missed his opportunity. This isn't good. This is not a good start. And the problem is, do you see how much more space Shock got out of it? We could have hit them and held high ground, but now we were actually able to choke them out because of the poke here. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That being said, how does Finn die? Oh, what? Mechanics, ladies and gentlemen, mechanics. Shock played this one fairly reasonably well, choked them completely out, but I think it's Lip or Vigilante. Yeah, it's Lip. Bingo. He had both Shift and Lamp. He was a little bit sloppy with his cover usage, and just, that's it. That's actually so unfortunate, because, like, yes, you would probably still lose this. Well, maybe you wouldn't. I don't know if you lose this fight, actually. Because you have your Lamp, Shift, BAP window, High Noon. Why don't we have Shatter? What happened to our Shatter, guys? What happened to our Shatter? Oh, no, Junbin. No. No. We could have just... It's the problem here is that we've used both Beat and Shatter. Beat was probably okay-ish, fine. Allowed us to choke them out of space really nicely, but we needed the Shatter right here. Like, this is the Shatter for the recontest to force Trance or Nano or both and maybe still get a kill. Because the thing with Shatter, guys, is you don't counter Shatter. You don't. Anytime you Shatter, there is a chance that somebody dies anyway. You kill people through Trance, you kill people before they get beat off. It's like Pulse Bomb. It's not an easy ult to use, but there is always a chance that you just kill people through it. So the major problem here is obviously, you know, Finn dies with both cooldowns because Lip hits a crazy shot. But, you needed that Shatter here. This is not great. This is just a little bit sloppy. I mean, really, I don't think this Trance is even necessary. I think this fight is lost. I think this is over. I think it's probably okay because this is his last fight, so you might as well just play aggressively with it. This is what I was talking about with the aggression, by the way. You see how aggressively Vigilante was playing? But yeah, and that I don't think they touch from there without instantly dying. Oh, wait, what happens? Ooh. Oh, he just dies after this. Okay, yeah. Yeah, Shock just doesn't look like they really know how to execute this. They're having a really hard time closing the distance. And that's the thing with Brawl versus Dive. Like, not even Brawl versus Dive, Brawl versus, like, this spam dive thing, is you have to be, like, so disciplined with, like, controlling space and not, like, overextending. And you need to have good mechanics. You really need to have good mechanics. Your main needs to be occasionally icicling people. You need your Rhine to be hitting your Shatters. You need to be having Lucio that's able to contest their Tracer. You need to be not whiffing your Mei walls. You have to be hitting your shots. Otherwise, you're going to have a really, really hard time. Why doesn't he shield point? Nothing to swing on? I'm not sure. I must have missed it. Let me check. So the goofy Shatter, that sucks. Oh, here? I mean, I don't know. I think he doesn't want to waste shield. He's playing around LOS at the enemy team. That's just more of a goofy rotation from Finn than anything else. But yeah, I mean, I could definitely see like a better Rhine there. Probably is aware that's an awkward rotation for his BAP, but it's not like an easy, oh, that's a plot mistake that he made there. That's a pretty tricky situation. May have been phased from the Shatter as well. Yeah, so you get a little bit distracted. I mean, you guys have to understand that these guys are not robots. One of the things that ticks me off worse than anything, they shouldn't get irritated about that stuff, or they should take their head up, or I don't know why they're getting frustrated about this, or, you know, why are they getting tilted after this? They're pro players. They're paid to do this. Shut up, you moron. That stuff ticks me off. They're humans, right? If anything, they're worse equipped to deal with like this kind of like pressure or frustration because they are a lot younger than a lot of other people out there. These guys are like 17, 18 years old. And they may not have a lot of experience with like dealing with these kind of situations. So like when we're talking about like real life pressure or IRL or game pressure or these game time situations, yes, the best players in the world are going to be able to step up, but it's just so disrespectful to say like they're paid to play and so therefore there should have no issues. Like, imagine if I like spectated you at work and criticized your work quality 24/7 and posts about you on Reddit whenever you made a mistake. You know what I'm saying? Like that makes me so angry. Like I know, guys, I am like been like super sweet and loves and kisses recently, but I'm just trying to be honest with you guys because I've been in that situation under a lot of in competition pressure, not Overwatch. And I have been in that position working with people who were in that position and coaching them for years. And it's just people make mistakes, man. Like it's just, I don't know. It tilts me to no end. People are just garbage sometimes. And I think it's just like, yes, they're pros. Yes, they're going to have to learn to deal with social media. But that's like saying like, yeah, you know, when we teach somebody how to drive, for example, we teach them that people are buttholes and that you need to drive defensively and be respectful. But that doesn't mean that I'm just like, oh, it's okay that people are rude. Like I saw that post today on Mouthful today on Cal, and it just made me so angry. Like it's just so like, it's like, oh, it was kind of funny, but at this point it's not even funny. It's like, okay, we've made the joke enough times, you know, and now it's just kind of sad, and now it's just kind of like ganging up on the guy, and like, I don't know, like I just don't find that funny. Like it's funny once, maybe, you know, everyone's got to take it on the chin every now and then. You crap the bed, you look pretty bad, but after a while it's like, okay, this isn't even funny anymore, so why are we doing this? Like, I don't know. I'm not even a Mouthful fan. I've never talked to the guy ever. And it just ticks me off. Okay, so same thing here, by the way. This is a little bit of Mystery Heroes from He's saying. Sombra can set up assassinations on the backline, and you can contest Doomfist on off angles. The problem with Sombra is that Doomfist and Tracer are probably not likely to die unless they mess up, because there's nothing to help Sombra control and contest angles. There's not even like a Tracer. Or Diva or anything else. It's literally just Sombra. So Sombra can punish Doomfist if Hawk overextends. However, the lack of brawl pressure means it's going to be a lot harder for the enemy comp to catch. Now, what they can do is they can go 3-2-1 amp speed, run the backline, and Sombra can stage behind them for totally free without being scouted. And you have what Chris used to call, or Commander X used to call, a cut, where you have one angle and then you have another angle behind. And Sombra's invisible stealth, perma-stealth, allows you to set up a cut whenever you want. So that's one advantage of Sombra. I actually think Sombra to punish Doomfist engages is not very consistent. I think it's more along the lines of, is Hawk going to mess up? Which Hawk might mess up a couple of times, but Hawk is not going to. Hawk is one of the best Doomfists in the world. So Hawk is not going to make mistakes frequently. And so you're kind of playing to abuse enemy team making a mistake instead of setting up your own more consistent playstyle here. So they will again control this high ground because brawl comp, short range, they win the range comp. My question here is On His End going to be able to take angles elsewhere? I don't know this map well enough. Maybe here, maybe here. I will say again, there is room for Ryan and Lucio here. Like Ryan and Lucio, if it's executed really well, is a pretty good argument for being the best composition on at least 2 out of these 3 maps. I'm just questioning Shock's execution at it. Where bronze rank? Good question. I gotta fix that. My bad, y'all. So we gotta fix our rank in the bottom left of our screen here. Master Kiriko. Egads. No. Bronze. There we go. My bad, y'all. So he does get the Doomfist out, which is nice. There's the rotation towards coast, as we kind of predicted. Stalker messes up massively. Whenever I see this in the kill feed, I'll let you in on a little secret. Whenever we see this in the kill feed, it's probably proper or some form of spam. Like either Finn hit a shot or proper hit a shot. Let's find out. Right, so that's it. Like, you're not gonna have Lucius one-shotting people usually. So it was just Stalker kind of griefs. This is a big mistake from Stalker. This is not even that good mechanics from proper. This is just really, really poor discipline. I think he sees Lucio low. Yeah, Lucio low, and so he goes in for it. But honestly, like, the odds of getting this kill are just so low. And his team is rotating at this point in time. So this is just a little bit of greeting from Stalker. Now, the tough thing about this is that you need your DPS to have, like, bloodlust. So that they don't hesitate. It is worse to have a DPS that hesitates than it is to have a DPS that feeds, in my opinion. I mean, this is a spectrum, right? I'm making a blanket statement there, but this is just poor timing, like really, really poor timing. Like even if this guy is low, worst case scenario, you'll force like an amp or a nade. Very unlikely that you get a kill here because just look at the situation, right? So just a little bit of greedy. Timing issue? No, I think Stalker's aware of timing. It's just Stalker just grieved. Grieved and griefed. Or greeted and griefed. Griefed. He griefed, not griefed. He did not grieve. We are now grieving for him, but he did not grieve. This is, again, another mechanical thing. There's just no reason for Junban to get slapped. Like, there's never a reason. That's such a cute flank from Fielder. I love that so much. This is why we want our Ana's in split, though. What is Junban supposed to feed? Shield. This is great. And I also love, guys, if you want to talk about, like, Zenyatta's, this guy's playing into Sombra, and he's taking an angle, taking a flank. Why? He knows where Sombra is. And there you go. When you have information, you have an advantage. So kind of like a little bit of a segue here, but when you know where your threat is, that person may no longer be a threat. Hey, Stalker Overwatch!
Thanks to Timothy for my sub gift.
So if he knows where Sombra is, he is no longer countered by Sombra. Sombra is countered by him. And really the same thing goes for Hawk even. Like Hawk gets hack here, but he cancels the hack. And there you go. Why is Proper on hit scan? Probably because Proper's the better. I don't know. Is he saying a hit scan player, chat, or is he saying like a flex? I know it's not the real Stalker. But Proper is like a hyper flex in most of the ways, I would say. I don't know how good a lot of his projectile heroes are, but he could play a lot of heroes. So he's saying is more of a flex, right? And Proper's more of a hit scan flex. So it's just comfort picks. Proper's probably a better Cassidy than he's saying. Yeah. And right now, I think Cassidy is one of the stronger DPS heroes, so you put your best hero on the best hero, and that's kind of what happens. So this is a great play by Vigilante. Really nice rotation. Also a great play from Fielder as well. I will say this. I don't think I like this nade from Fielder. So remember, we want to put pressure, but we don't want to just use nade for the sake of nading. Like right here, I actually think Fielder should probably rotate towards spawn and then see if he needs nade for defensive purposes. I think he just missed it on the squishies, to be honest with you guys. He is going to get isolated. Okay, this is what we kind of talked about, though. So, like, Ryan Comp has to be very decisive. They see an opportunity to kill, they go. Now, the funny thing is that even if Fielder dies, I think Atlanta still won this fight, right? This is what we talked about, right? Like, as you're running down a flank, you are getting flanked. And that's why Fen dies. Now, I want to see why Fen dies in terms of cooldowns. Because, theoretically, we should be sitting on Sleep Dart. He's not. That's a mistake. Because he needs to be able to rotate confidently. He doesn't even nade. That's a huge mistake from Fen. Huge mistake. Because your team is going to rotate at some point, and you need to have that nade to kind of defend yourself and or use offensively. Why the Ana over the BAP? Strictly for Doomfist. That would be my guess. Because Doomfist absolutely craps on Baptiste. Because even like your lamp, you could just get punched right out of your lamp. It's strictly for Doomfist. Like Nade is a really powerful cooldown, Nano is a really powerful cooldown, and Sleep Dart deals with Doomfist really well. And heal Sombra, I guess. That's true. That's actually a great point as well. Ana works better with flankers like Tracer Sombra than Bap does. Easier to heal them. But yeah, they take the angles, they take the flanks, they pull them apart, they get all the map. You know, I think Shock was a little too indecisive, a little bit too slow. Obviously, Heesing dying wasn't doing us any favors either. But despite Stalker dying early, you know? Yeah. Like, if Finn plays that one better, Fielder dies, and Finn survives, and arguably Hawk would have died as well, because we would have slept Hawk, and then Hawk dies. So, yeah. I did like the rotation that Shock did, so they did through here, and then they dropped through here. And the reason why I like that rotation is if you notice what killed Finn, it was just Doom. The Ana, the Zen, and the Cassidy couldn't see. You see this? So it was really just the one angle from the one hero that you had to worry about. And if you can't peel off a solo Doom as 4 people while you're killing an Ana, you probably deserve to lose. So that was more of a mechanical play. I don't think the rotation from Shock was bad. I just think the mechanical execution was bad. There it is, right? Now, Hawk shouldn't have been slept here. I don't know what Hawk is doing. Chalk, I say. I don't know what Hawk is doing over here. I think he tries to bait. Does he mess up? He tries to bait, but it looks like he gets stuck. Oh, he does. Do you see it, chat? Do you see it? I was like, there's no way. Check it out. Look at his punch. He's trying to punch. He's mashing his button, but it's on 0.3 seconds, and so he sits there. Then he punches, but it's too late. That's actually super funny. Like such a micro, teeny little detail, and that's actually a huge deal. Now, here's the question. Because I guess here's the thing, guys. When you get, it's not so much as like a good eye. I guess it's a little bit of a good eye, but it's not as impressive as you guys think. Is what I'm saying. Because I look at this and I'm like, I know Hawk. Hawk would never just get slept here just by inting like this, right? Like that's just inting, right? So something had to have happened that caused that. Because the funny thing is that if Hawk has a punch there, he actually baits sticky and sleep and survives easily, and sleep is a huge one. So then he gets out, he gets really low, he gets out, he gets healed back up, and then now he can go in really hard and probably will build his ult. So I knew something was up. But yeah, anyway, it's the same thing when I saw Stalker dying and I predicted that proper hit a shot. It's just knowing that Elusive it's gonna take some form of burst damage to kill a Tracer like that. Oh, by the way, little shout out for Hawk. I don't know if you guys saw the interview with Yiska and Hawk. Yiska does he's phenomenal interviews. I've been doing some interviews myself, but Yiska is just so much better than I am. But anyway, long story short, had an interview with Yiska and Hawk, and I'm not a huge Hawk fan. I don't know Hawk that well, to be honest with you guys. I think he's a good tank. No disrespect or disrespect. I just think it's a good tank. There's just nothing really there. But after listening to that interview, it went from kind of like a neutral position, but I was like, holy cow. Like, he was so well spoken and had so many like insightful and thoughtful things. And I think also some of the humility as well. I don't know. I thought it was just a phenomenal interview. I had to send him a message afterwards. I thought it was just such a nice interview. So I would consider checking that one out. Yiska, maybe somebody in chat can link it. But that was one of the best OWL interviews I think I've ever seen. And it wasn't even like some dramatic, exciting. It just was really solid, really, really interesting, and gave his insights on like esports and his career and his growth as a player in Atlanta. Very insightful. So shout out to both Yiska and Hawk for that interview. Okay, long story short, this is the juice here. Okay, so I guess my question is here. Let's talk about lose cons. I think I had a question somebody that asked me, what does lose conditions mean? This is something that I learned from Christopher. And a lot of what coaches learn from each other isn't necessarily new information, because I already knew what lose cons were. Obviously, everybody knew it. But it was like the way to phrase it to make it memorable. And that's what a lot of coaching is, because it helps players to remember in the heat of battle. So what's a lose con here, guys? What's a lose con? How do Shock lose this fight? I'm not saying they will, but I'm saying if they were to lose it, how would they lose it? Well, they already hit the sleep dart, so we don't have to worry about missing sleep. Jumping off the map, Fielder's anti-5, yeah. Junbin feed, right? What are the things that we have to care about, I guess? What are some things that we have to care about? Because we look at this, we're like, we gotta kill, guys! We're good. Well, hang on. We're all 1 HP. We've used our sleep dart and our sticky, and Stalker still has an angle on us. Right. So we have to be really cautious here. I think you get a kill a lot, and this is a good thing to learn for ranked as well. Just because you get a kill doesn't mean that you win the fight. It increases the chances significantly, but it doesn't mean that you win the fight. Right now, not only did you get a kill, but you got the high ground, right? But it costs a lot of cooldowns, and it costs a little bit of your HP as well. So let's take a second, make sure that we're safe, and then maybe put a little bit of attention on Stalker, shoot him just a little bit, force him out just a little bit. Then we can decide, do we want to rotate and cap point, or do we want to pursue on high ground? It's not, oh, we're being too aggressive. It's we're being aggressive at the wrong times. We just spent a lot of our currency, our HP, and our cooldowns to secure 1 kill. That currency will regenerate, But if we try and go right now, we might die. I'm actually curious here. Sorry, guys. I'm actually curious here how we even get naded. Is this a micro misplay? Is this a huge play from Fielder off the back wall? I would say a little bit of a misplay. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. Because the number one thing that you should be doing as Reinhardt versus any composition with range is to block the follow-up. If somebody's sleeping here, you have the damage to kill this guy. Fan the hammer, one shot, a couple of Lucio headshots, he's done. You do not need to pin. You do not need to punt. Your job to be like, this is a good, again, ranked learning experience here. Your best thing that you could do to peel your team as Reinhardt, 9 times out of 10, is to make sure there's no follow-up from the enemy backline. Trying to stop punch out, maybe. Yeah, that's actually true. That's a good catch. That's a good catch, Artifice. Maybe that's what maybe he didn't know the sleep dart. Yeah, actually, Artifice, I think you're right. I think you're right. That being said, let's say he did know the sleep dart, we would need to blockade. So this is a... Oh, yeah. Great catch. Great catch, by the way, Artifice. I think you're 100% right there. He was trying to block the punch out. Hack would cancel punch anyway. Yeah, but maybe he's saying he's not sitting on the Doomfist. Do you see? So, I don't know. It's a little bit unfortunate. It's a great play by Fielder. Obviously, I don't think they even knew Stalker was behind. But what do we say, guys? Lose cons. You know what I'm saying? Lose cons. Now the Sombra's out. Now we have a pocketed Tracer in Discord. This fight's lost. That's actually crazy. That's actually insanity. I'm so glad it worked out like this, because this is exactly what we talked about, right? Do I think Shock misplayed that one horrendously? Not necessarily. I think it was a little bit unfortunate, but we know why they lost that. That's wild. Kit Junman body block punch while holding shield? Potentially, yeah. You get that's all pretty advanced tech for the heat of the moment situation, and I hear that Junman probably is Junman a main tank player? How much experience does Junman have on Ryan? Do we know? Oh, this is an aggressive play. This is a hyper aggressive play. Oh yes? Okay. So maybe. I don't know. We're expecting a lot here. Super aggressive. Now, chat. Should the Ana Zen comp play aggressive into the Reinhardt composition? This is a trick question. I'm going to go and give you a fair warning. Should the Ana Zen composition play aggressively into the Reinhardt composition? Haha. Klups is a Twitch sub for a reason. Look at what Klup said. Aggressive at range. You can absolutely play aggressive, but we have to define the aggression. Let's whip out the old paint here. All right, check it out. So, if you were playing aggressive, Akash, thank you for the gifted subs, mate. I appreciate it. Are you streaming, mate? Guys, Akash is one of the best tier 2 tanks out there. Had an awesome collab with I think Karki. Was it on Orisa? I honestly don't remember, but check him out. I really appreciate gifted subs, mate. Anyway, long story short, do you see the distance between these two teams right now? As soon as the Reinhardt walks out, let me actually show it to you right now. Let me show it to you the distance here. Do you see the distance here? Right here. Do you see this? This is what? 20 meters? Something like that? Now, I don't know what the line is exactly, but 20 meters seems like a decent amount, right? And what we have here is Shock and Atlanta, and they're playing aggressive. Why? Right, you thinking for the sub, mate. Why? Because there's distance. Do you see all this gap here? You can play aggressively as long as there's a gap between point A and point B, because you are able to get spam damage on and off. By the time they get to you, they're already low HP or they've burned ultimates. So here's the point here. When we say aggressive, you can play aggressive at range. At range. You cannot play aggressively up close unless you had like a massive support hold advantage. So you couldn't have Anazen playing like here. Or you couldn't have like Ryan all the way pushed up to here and then Anazen like holding the corner right here. Why? Because you wouldn't be able to get enough damage before you get your support holds forced. So my point here is the reason why this has a chance to work is that this aggression is placed at a distance to where we can actually get good damage out early. And you see how like look at this. We got a Discord angle, we've got an Ana angle, we've got a cast angle. Now, this is kind of a narrow choke. There aren't a lot of like really good flanks and things here. So I don't know if this is going to work, but even just the element of surprise and the range alone, this has a chance to work. Huge nade. Review me live if you want a top 500 EU game. I appreciate the offer, but I'm trying to get the AL games situated right now. But thank you for the offer. Thank you very much. So let's check this out. Huge nade, huge nano, huge engage, and you can even see that Stalker is set up for this. This was clearly planned in advance. Really just a brilliant position. Really just a brilliant setup from both Atlanta. I think this should work. And it's such a cheap fight win too, guys. Such a cheap fight win. Such a cheap. You use the nano and you win a fight. Now, I want to see this. Now you're like, all right, he knows what the Sombra is, so he has the advantage, right? Well, unfortunately, the Sombra knows where he is, too. So that's a nice play from Heesang. Good play from Heesang. And now we're going to have a wee bit of spawn camping. So you're going to see Atlanta actually has to give up space because they're concerned about the spawn camp. And there it is, right? You see the Ana, you see the Tracer, you see this, and this allows his team to walk forward. Yeah, they blew them over, got filtered. Yeah, so nice play there. Now, it's interesting to note that the Ramatra swap, again, there's something that must be theory crafting or testing as a way to close the distance and to kind of... The one nice thing about the Ramatra is you can get some pretty decent poke damage on the Anazen and cast, so we will see. They catch the Tracer, they force the recall. This is really smart, by the way, from Heesang. It's just unfortunate that he gets shots behind you. Now, because you're thinking... Just Grad, thank you for the sub, mate. I really appreciate it. The E's good versus Doom as well. That's actually true, right? So here's the thing, chat. Look at Shock's rotation. Look at Shock's rotation. Can they access backline right now? No, right? Not core. So Heesang has to make a choice. Either I distract backline while we shoot point, just be like a general spooky, right? Or I try to control one of their off angles, the Tracer. Because even if I don't kill her, I can force her recall out, which means she has to go back, which means we easily cap point. So I actually think what Heesang is doing is the correct play. It will guarantee that they flip point. Oh, not guarantee, but it will increase the odds that they're going to be able to capture point. And then Heesang can then go set up for backline once we've taken some space. So then I think controlling Tracer here is probably fine. The unfortunate thing is I just don't think he thinks that Lip has the angle on him, and Lip did. So that's just, again, a mechanical mistake. And if you guys don't know what I'm saying when mechanical mistake, when I say mechanical mistake, I just mean just a goofy play. And honestly, Atlanta or Shock never gets their ults. They never had an impactful beat. They never built a shatter. They never even used their EMP or their tank ult. So Atlanta compositional choices. I think on first point, I liked the composition a lot. The distance felt brutal. On the second and third point, I think there was a little bit more options, I think, for a brawlier oriented or a shorter range composition. I just don't think Shock played very well. I think Atlanta played very well. I just think a lot of mechanical mistakes and goof ups may or may not be correlated with ping, caused some issues. Now, I want to remind you guys, this is on ping, right? Is this on ping? Does anybody know? Shock? Maybe? I'm going to have to pull out my own codes command to find the next code here. Okay, codes. Shock was on ping? Okay. All right. Rumor? Okay, fair enough. Let's keep going! Next map. Oh, this will be fun. All right. Do you see the abomination on your screen right now? Why does one team play on ping the whole time? When you flip server host the map to get good scrims? So what I would probably guess is they probably played West Coast server. Almost certainly played West Coast, which would mean what? 150 ping, 170 ping for Korea? Something like that. And like 80, 90 ping for ATL. So Atlanta still has the advantage with the ping. Yeah, so I mean, it's honestly, there's just no way of getting around it. If you want to scrimmage a good team, you're like, we're shocked. We would like to scrimmage Atlanta. They're a good team. We're just gonna have to bite the ping differential, you know. And it could be that there's some other teams that are good teams that are on West Coast, but they may have players in EU, so they're not able to ping or scrim or whatever. Who do you think is the better team? Oh man, you guys are baiting me. This is like early, people are not even at their team houses yet. This first game is like still whatever. Yeah, just chill. Okay, so Dong Hack. Did I butcher his name? I do not know how to pronounce his name. Let me look it up on Wikipedia. Unless you guys know. Dong Hack? Okay, so I did say it correctly. Yeah. Don Hack. So no dong. Don Hack. Okay, got it. Don Hack. Yeah. All right, listen, y'all. Some of you guys are noobs. Some of you guys have been around for a little while. So let's talk about Shock here. Let's see here. How does Shock win? How does Shock win? Because you're like, yo, Summer Tracer, they're gonna dive and kill the on his end. Yo, it's gonna be awesome. How do you, you know what? I'll even give you guys a hint. How do you control space and win? Poke better. Play for picks. Slower. Dynamite engage in backline. Hack ball. Well, I'm talking about Shock, so I'm talking about how did the Ash Tracer comp win? Clear the flanks. Why are there so few ball specialists? Because ball is freaking hard to play at an Overwatch League level. Angles. So my thought process is this. If we can get proper in a good position to do one thing, just one thing, and that's to shoot people, then we might be able to peel the dive. Because that's the thing, guys. When you get your hit scan in a good position to where he or she can shoot the ball, poke out the ball a little bit, get him to low HP, force Tracer blinks and recall, to shoot the Ana out so the Ana can't nade or heal, to shoot the Zen back so the Zen can't get his score. Like, it's all about, can my Ashe get a good position to weaken the dives before they start? Do you see that? And if you guys have been in my previous analysis, you would know this, where it's all about the Ashe cannot survive a dive. This comp at the top left of our screen will die, will lose, if this comp is able to come in and set it up perfectly. So you do not dynamite the dive. At that point, you're probably already dead. You dynamite the Tracer as she's staging, when she's getting ready to dive. You dynamite the backline right before the dive. You body shot, the Tracer. You don't even necessarily need to get picks. You need to force an advantage by forcing, ball to roll away and grab a health back, force a couple blinks or a recall, force self on a nade, prevent the Zen from peeking so there's no discord in the dive. You need to weaken before it starts. But because we have the advantage with range, we have the advantage with mobility. So when we're able to set up all our offangles as Sombra, we're going to win, especially if it's in close range. So then how do Atlanta win? How do Atlanta win? There's two ways that Atlanta wins. Two things Atlanta has to do. One of them is if Shock is stupid. The other one of them is if Shock is smart. One of them is the end goal. The other one is if our end goal is being impeded. Good engages, right. If we get a dive onto Honest and Ashe, we win. With Sombra in the backline, Tracer ball, flank angle, we just win. Okay? But we already said that Shock is going to try and stop that. They're going to try and contest off angles, contest flanks, try and prevent you from getting the perfect dive. So what do we do when Proper's on an off angle and just keeps farming us? How do we do this? How do we do that? Here's a question. Who should win the ball 1v1 if Junbin tries to take an angle? Like, let's say Junbin tries to set up a flank. Who should win? Atlanta, right. Anytime, listen to me, chat. Anytime Junbin or Heesang, anytime those two are not standing under Proper's watchful gaze, they should lose. Because the Sombra should be able to abuse the 3v2, right? So if Proper is preventing you from diving him by taking a powerful position, find positions where you can LOS or hide. LOS means line of sight. You cut off the line of sight. You hide from Proper, but beat up Junbin and you beat up Heesang. So as long as we can avoid Proper sight lines, then we will win the ball tracer 3v2. And if that forces Proper to play more aggressive, and by more aggressive I mean closer, to try and prevent that from happening, that then opens himself up to dive. Does that make sense, guys? So Lip has to quickly decide, can I dive backline? If not, can I set up and win the HP trade, the cooldown trade with Ball Tracer? And it will be which team executes at that better. Now, as we talked about with the Vegas VOD earlier last week, where we were saying, the theories there is going to be about which team executes on it better. It might also be, is Ashe actually a good hero right now? So I explained to you the theory, but maybe Ashe is just bad, or maybe Sombra's just bad. We don't really know, right? Because the theory could be solid, but maybe a hero is just so strong that it just doesn't matter. But at least we understand what we're trying to accomplish here. All right. So yeah, that being said, these are bloodbath matches. These are ugly matchups, with both teams having multiple heroes that could die in the blink of an eye. Ball can die instantly. Tracer can get one shot. Ashe, Ana, and Zen can all die instantly. So it's going to be so disciplined. And honestly, guys, a lot of mechanics here. What do I think of Sojourn right now? I think she's a little bit weaker. They over nerfed her primary fire. Shocker. Why Blizzard nerfs the wrong thing? And yeah, I think she's struggling a little bit right now. So there's the HP trade. This is what we talked about. We're not even staging a dive. And yet we're already winning the HP trade. Now you guys are like, well, what is the HP trade? Why does it matter? Well, because how is Junbin going to get his HP back? He's going to roll all the way over here to his supports. I don't even know if he can go to a health pack. He might be able to get a health pack, but he might have to just roll away. Okay, chat. Oh, this is so good. This is so good. I'm actually going to pull up my paint. Pulling out the paint here. Bringing in the sheaves. Okay, so we have, let's draw a line here of space that we control. I do not wish to do that. Whatever. Right? So, this is the space. 50-50, right? Why did I do green? I meant drew blue. Well, Lip hacks Junbin in a location where Proper can't see. So he wins the HP trade here. Now, Junbin may or may not die. So Junbin's going to do this. He's going to run screaming back to his backline and survive, right? So then no harm done, right? Wrong. Lots of harm done, because now by running back to his team, he does not control this angle. He doesn't even have scouting for this angle. So now this space controlled by Atlanta has just increased by 50%. They've increased it by 1/2, right? And the reason why that's important is now, if, let's say, Proper wanted to roll out high ground, he can't. Lip is over here. And not only that, but Lip can use this angle here to then set up backline dives for free. Whereas if our Ball Tracer were controlling the space up top, Lip, even with stealth, might get spy checked, and so on. So now, and not only that, Vigilante and Fielder can actually roll out high ground, because the ball threat is no longer there. You set up stages for your own backline easier by controlling an angle, and you protect your own backline. This is pretty advanced stuff. I'm not going to lie to you guys. And it's even harder to execute in the heat of battle. But this hack is monstrous. What a massive cooldown trade. Now, if Lip did this in front of Proper, he would either die or he would get his translocator forced. Hey, thanks, Kat. Thanks for the sub. I hope you're doing well. So what that would mean, it would mean a theoretical net neutral, where Lip would leave the angle and Ball would leave the angle. And so it would be, again, uncontested space. But he didn't. He did it outside of his Ashlight LOS. Junbin probably didn't even know they had a ball, so they lose his flank. So even if Junbin doesn't die here, this is a massive, massive victory for Atlanta. Massive victory, because we can kill the ball or clear the ball and then, again, keep going. And for this very reason, I don't like Junbin and Heesing splitting early. I think I'd rather have them roll out on the same side to start, pick an angle, either that's high ground or far left, and that way they can protect each other and at least stalemate if they do right. Because the teams have to be running ball tracer here. Like this, I don't know. Maybe the Sombra is a bit of a surprise, but I think even if ball runs into tracer here, this might be a problem in terms of the HP trade. So massive, massive kill, massive HP trade. What? By the way, how's the game volume for you guys? I've got earbuds, so it's a little bit quieter for me. Reason for not being able to get the HP pack inside, because he dies anyway. His best... I mean, he doesn't even get his... He gets his grapple canceled, guys. Holy mackerel. It's quiet? All right. I mean, a little quiet. It's better to have that than loud. Yo, he gets his grapple canceled. The best time to hack somebody is in the act of doing something. So a Doomfist in the middle of block, a ball in the middle of grapple, a Reinhardt in the middle of a charge. You cancel it out. That's actually brilliant. That's such a big hack. Such a big hack. This is it. This is it. I want to know how on earth Stalker just beats Heesing though. I'd probably because Heesing tries to greed his recall because he doesn't think he greeds his recall because he doesn't think he needs it, and Stalker just absolutely dumps on him. Oh, that's a situation where like I don't want to use my recall because I don't think I have to, and if I use my recall, I might be exposed. But Stalker is just better. So yeah, that's actually crazy. And that's again where I'm able to catch a cool play, not because I have like big brain, but just because I know that there's no way that a tracer should die like that. And so something must have gone wrong. Oh my days, what just happened? He doesn't even shields. A little bit of overextension by Thonhack. Yeah. A little bit tragic, but that's okay. You'll probably be back soon. There's an assassination attempt. And remember what we talked about with Proper? How are we going to peel off the dives with an Ashe? If the Ashe is able to shoot people before the dive happens, guess what, chat? That's not happening. Finn's dead. Full HP Stalker. Almost no damage even on the Zen. It's over. They're cooked. I mean, this is just... It's got... Junbin's just cooked. He's got a... I don't know what he's doing. I don't know what he's doing. He's got his ashes in spawn. Like, again, this is what I'm talking about, guys. Like, the Sombra doesn't counter ball if your Ashe can see. Let me explain to you what I mean by that. If Ashe is here, if our Ashe, Zen, or Ana are out of spawn and peeking this here, do you see the sightline here? Sombra, instantly out. Or dead. Tracer, instantly out. Or dead. Heck, even just shooting the ball here would you probably do as much damage to Sombra or to ball as a hack Sombra would do to a ball, right? This is just horrific timing and the lack of respect. This isn't, oh, I can't play ball into Sombra. This is, I'm playing ball into Sombra and trying to run ahead while my Ashe is in spawn. If Proper was here, Proper could capitalize off of this pressure. He would kill these two or clear them out. Heck, even your Ana or Zen being here would have handled this. This is stupid. This is really stupid. He should die for this. And he does. Proper never sees his tank the whole game, and that's the problem, right? Proper never saw anybody when Don Hack was going in. It wasn't just that Proper couldn't follow up and help his tank. Proper couldn't even shoot backline when Don Hack's in. Or Junbin's in, sorry. Junbin's like and just feeding. This is not good. Not good at all. Timing here is horrendous. And now, I'll say this as well. This isn't super good from Proper. I mean, this is okay from Proper if he gets peel. Maybe. Yeah, I don't know. This is just actually like absolutely. This is bullying right here. This is. What Proper's doing here is actually not terrible. He's trying to get early pressure on, and he does have support pocket. The problem is the EMP. They've lost so hard, so fast, and Junbin has fed so much that we already have an EMP. If we don't get EMP'd here and we nade this, Lip has to leave and Proper lives. So this isn't Proper's fault necessarily. This is just the unfortunate circumstance of trolling the first two fights so bad, or so badly, that Lip gets his EMP and then shuts down this follow-up here. So again, I want you guys to pretend here that this isn't an EMP, this is just a manual hack and follow-up off of an overextending Ashe, but actually it's not, because the defensive nade here forces Lip out immediately and Proper maybe hits a shot. Do you guys kind of see what I'm saying? The only mistake here is the fact that maybe we didn't track EMP. I mean, even your Zenyatta's coming in here with Discord and Harmony Orb. You guys win this trade easily, but just, you know, no, the EMP ruins it. And we could just keep the snowball going. More HP, more HP, more HP, more HP, more HP. Junbin will lose another 25% ult charge. Junbin is just really not respecting Lip at all. We're down so many people, and he really can't afford to be here. If he needs to be almost in spawn right now. And I know it seems weird to say that, but they're playing Sombra, and they're playing Ball, and they're playing Tracer, and they have a Discord, and your team is in spawn. Yeah, I don't understand this. You know, again, talk about the support split. As long as Vigilante and Fielder can see each other, they can get away with this. Where is Proper? Is Proper up top? Yeah, Proper's up top. Okay, so I guess, again, we kind of go back to the very first thing that we talked about here. We don't have EMP. We've actually taken so little damage that we don't even have our support ults. So do we look to take the 2v1 on Junbin outside of Proper's LOS? Or do we take this opportunity to try and dive backline? Or do we do two things at once? Let's find out. So they're going to try and 2v1 the Tracer outside of Proper's LOS, right? Proper shows up now, so Lip has to leave. So we're unsuccessful. Unlucky, go next. Don Hack gets quite fortunate. So he's harassing backline. He gets the boop. He gets slept out of slam, but lands on the high ground. And he forces them out of a position right into Vigilante's sightline. This is just better dive execution. Better timing, better coordination, better map control. They're winning all the angles. Junbin has put his team in a massive hole. And just like that, we're right back to where we started. Never mind. Disregard, guys. Shock is the greatest. He's saying might be the greatest player of all time. Why did he not get... Oh, his field is dead. Ooh. Honestly, y'all, just a little bit of greed from Fielder. I think if we're just a little bit more patient here, we would have more marking pressure from Stalker or Lip or Don Hack that would prevent this pulse run from happening. I just think our backline kind of trolls this, honestly. This is what happens. This is why you very rarely see like full-on stomps, because one team gets just a little bit overly aggressive or overly confident and makes a mistake. Case in point. It's a good stick, of course. It's a great stick, right? But it's also like, you know, we shouldn't have been in a position where on his own we're just kind of like running at the enemy tank line. Don't give them that. Remember guys, remember lose cons? You guys are up 2. This fight's 1, right? The only way we lose is if they hit a pulse bomb. Oh. Right. Case in point. That being said, we should still win the HP trade, and Junbin is just dead again. And now we're on another EMP. Chunven is getting his teeth kicked in. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Lip? Does he lose his Translocator? Come on, guys! What's going on here? Translocate out! Give me a break, y'all. This is wild. Oh, boy. Please don't Dawn Hack. Please don't Dawn Hack. What is Dawn Hack doing? Okay, you just lost Lip. You messed up. Your supports are still in spawn. Just chill. Roll out. Roll out. Nah. Oh, no, 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 no. Ah, no. I don't understand. I don't understand. I don't understand, mates. Early season scrims. Oh. 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 Thank you, Proper. Nothing like Proper to wash the bad taste out of your mouth. Give him a big kiss. Thank you, Proper. Okay, now this is the good news. This is why winning a fight is so important, is now you actually control space, right? So you can't really stop Somber from taking whatever angle she wants, but you could definitely mark Ball, you could mark Tracer, you could, and then the big thing is, as we said earlier, we can set up our Ashe in a power position. We could set up our Ashe in a good sightline to punish and shoot Tracer and Ball. And the thing that you have to be careful about here is, no, we don't want to be focusing tank line all the time, but we really aren't playing necessarily for killing backline all the time. Now, remember, like a shot on a Tracer, one shot is probably as much as like a shot or two on a Zen. So, yeah. Moisture, it happens, mate. It happens. People just get a little bit sloppy or flustered. It's early season. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trolling you guys a little bit. It happens. It's definitely frustrating, but you know, it happens. Okay, so this is where, okay. Let me try and explain this. Do you remember, chat, when we talked about the Reinhardt composition or the Ramatra composition on the first point, Eco Point Antarctica, where we were talking about doing our homework by clearing space and then winning the fight? There's another strategy where you can say, screw space, we're just going to W key in because we have an ult advantage, or we have an ult that allows us to do that. Right now, there are two ways to play. You either just say, screw it, let's just run it down mid, dive backline with EMP and mines, and survive. See what happens. The other thing is we could be like, hey, let's go hunt Junbin with our manual hack and 3v1 this clown again and force him out, and then look for a dive at backline. Maybe we don't even need a dive backline because Junbin dies. So I guess, given the ult situation, you know they have support ults. So an EMP, forehead EMP without your Ball Tracer set up might not work. So this, I imagine this is either going to be a sick rollout from Dawn Hack, maybe a Discord from Vigilante or something like that, that's going to allow Proper to get one shot, or this might fail miserably. I don't know which one's better. You have a lot of ultimates, so you can kind of quote unquote cheat the game, the system. And by cheat the game, I mean cheat the map control. Just skip steps. But let's see what happens here. It looks like we're looking to cheat. Like, even look at Stalker's positioning here. You see, he's staging here because he can quickly double blink into here. And you can even see Dawn Hack, who has not been marked, is set up. Now, I'm not saying it's necessarily a mistake because Junbin also has mines, so maybe he wants to go for backline as well. Things get really complicated when both teams have ultimates that mean they want to go for backline. But the problem is that Proper, typically, the Ashe comp would prefer to mark instead. So, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Let's see. Oh, this is too free. I think that's too free. I really do think that's too free. What happens here? I have some weird ping right there. It doesn't even look like they know he's there. Ironically, the boop is what ends up saving Fen. But then there's the 3-2-1 dive, right? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. There's even Vigilante takes an angle here. Gets a Discord on Ashe. Gets a Harmony on his Tracer. And they're cooked. That's such a weird ping. I don't know if that'll show again, but look at the Ana dies before the ball even slams. At least it did I swear it did the first time, maybe not. Yeah. Now Proper will die. And really, we just haven't had any space control whatsoever. Like, it's just crazy to me that the ball can go all the way around behind and set up a free EMP. Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of mechanics there as well. The trance being wasted as well. Proper not getting pocket, but you know, the problem, chat, is remember how do Shock win the matchup? Shock win the matchup by not letting them dive at full HP. And if we go 2 seconds before the dive actually happens, I want you to look at Atlanta's HP. Full, 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 full. They have every angle that they want and are all full HP. You know? You're not gonna win when the Sombra Tracer ball can literally get onto your backline while taking 0 damage whatsoever. So, yes. Oh. Uh-oh, they camped it. And he stole the Mega too, looks like. Yeah. Pressuring every angle at the same time, even though the targets are different. Right, and that's the key thing too, because if you look at this from Junbin's perspective, look at Junbin. He's like, oh shoot, peel. No. This is, I actually think, a big mistake from Junbin. I think Junbin probably, with Heesang, should probably have traded backlands. I would have liked Heesang to have left cart with Junbin and try to trade backlines at this point in time. This whole peel mindset just doesn't work. You don't peel a ball slam with your own ball slam. So Junbin is not playing well. I don't think right now, not this round. Heesang gets a little bit of stalling. Junbin goes in. Junbin might lose a lot of HP for that. So now we have another dilemma for Atlanta. A good, not a bad dilemma, but like, you have no EMP, but they have no trance. We have pulse, but we don't have mines. Do we want to try and punish Junbin for feeding again? Or do we want to try and set up our own backline? Now, what I might consider is you have your own trance. So theoretically, your backline is safe. You don't necessarily need to mark their DPS at all. So maybe we just go hyper aggro, maybe with like even a nano on a tracer, and then just trance our backline. You can also nano Zen, but I don't know if we need nano Zen when we have trance, so we'll see. There's the pulse. I don't think the pulse hits. It doesn't hit. So the nano in response, I think he thinks it's stick, or it's very close to sticking. But yeah, it does look like it sticks. So the coach gun, there's the nano. Can Proper get anything out of this? No, they cleanly disengage. It's a really nice trade. I think Pulse for Nano is a pretty good trade for the Pulse side, especially if you didn't hit it. They are going to go for backline, so they're playing very, very... I mean, look at how aggressively Vigilante is positioning here, right? Again, it's the trance advantage. We have a trance, so I can position in any way, shape, or form that I want to. It's like almost like playing a Kiriko at this point, because it just doesn't matter. And then Mechanics kicks in here. Phenomenal sleep dart. Phenomenal sleep dart. I probably would not have even naded there. I probably would have just sat on nade. He was too full in HP. But Shock is getting absolutely dumpstered right now, both mechanically and timing-wise, in terms of the macro. And we could blame it on a lot of things. It's early season. Shock always struggles early season. But I want to give credit to Atlanta, who is playing this one pretty darn well, especially for this early in the season. Nano Lip for ult build, yeah, that's theoretically okay. The problem with nanoing Lip is that building ult with Sombra is conditional upon you getting a hack on ball. If you're playing, I would nano Lip if it was like into a Ryan comp or a Diva comp or something that's more consistent pressure. But if you nano Lip and you don't get the hack on ball, you wouldn't do anything with the nano. All right, again, you have double support ult here. We can go deep, and we're going to go deep with EMP again. It would be my prediction. There it is. We actually don't even get the ball with it, but we hit the tracer and it kills a kill. We'll probably see... Oh, Fielder almost messes up. Why does Fielder almost die here? He misses the sleep dart. Probably didn't need to rush that one at the distance that they were at, but then they translocate out. Now we can actually just burn Bob. Vigilante has actually no chill whatsoever. Look at this. Woo! Trance. That's crazy, man. Goes back to cover. The snowball is continuing. Zen's discorded left side. Zen left, Zen left, Zen left. Tracer, Sombra, we walk forward. A little bit of overextension by Dawn Hack. And he gets chunked. So yeah, I think at this point in time, like, we just need to chill here. Lose cons, remember guys? Lose cons. We don't need to kill this Ana right now. We've got a pick, we've got a kill. We need to set up and re-engage. And then we miss the pulse. They do get proper. How do they get proper? What? How? That's wild. That's the RNG, right? That's the ego, right? You think that I can stay long enough, I'll hit the shot they won't. It's a 50-50. That's crazy. Vigilante, Finn is just crazy. And you know this works because you know where their Sombra Tracer ball are. You know they're nowhere on that flank, and so you guys are looking at like the number of flanks that they're taking. This is definitely a mechanical thing, but this is also just they know that there's not, if they run into a Tracer here, they die. But they're not going to run into a Tracer. There's the element of surprise. So that's honestly a really, really big play from Finn. If they are able to recontest, it's going to be from that play right there. Now, will they be able to recontest? I really don't like this from Junbin at all. Even with mines here, I don't see the reason in doing this by yourself. This just forces a lot of cooldowns and messes up his staging. And they're going to have to give up space for that. But yeah, probably would have to give up space anyway, but yeah. Yeah, that's something else. Okay, we back up, we set up. Once again, we have a support ult advantage, so we can go aggressively again. Even versus the Ana Kiriko, there's nothing wrong with going aggressively. You have a nano for your Zen. If it's necessary, let's get on proper. You have mines and you're close to EMP. Let's see what happens. You guys have kind of noticed something here that, like, not at any point during this entire VOD have we felt like proper has been able to get an angle on Heesang or Dawnhack or Lip to force them out. Maybe once have we been able to do that. It's been actually astonishing how little pressure we've been able to. I mean, you could even make a very good argument here that disengage here feels very early, right? Because the DPS, like Stalker, gets scouted early, which is really unfortunate. He goes in too early. Even he sees the opportunity for the one clip. Oh my gosh. Oh, he almost gets it too. Look at Finn's HP. I will say, okay, this is crazy. Check out this flick from Finn and look at the HP that he's at. Check this out. Because I'm like, why is Stalker going so early? Well, he sees a one clip opportunity. So he goes before his backline's ready because he sees the one clip, right? Again, killer instinct. There are rules that are made to be broken when you see the opportunity. So I have no problem with this whatsoever. He goes down 5 HP and hits the headshot. Check this out full speed. And he almost gets the one shot. He almost, can you imagine if he got the one shot there? That would have been a violent moment again. That's actually insane. That's actually insane. He almost punched him too. I actually want to see the melee hitbox here. This is so crazy. This is like insane mechanics from both of them. Really insane mechanics from both of them. I want to see how close this melee comes to hitting. Oh. Almost. Like, we're talking like a 10th of a second. That blink almost gets him. But anyway, that's what goes wrong in this fight. He does force Suzu and Matrix Peel, but unfortunately, it's just a little earlier than we would have liked to have gone. We would have liked to have gone now with our mines, but unfortunately, Stalker's already out because he went too early without Zenyatta or Ana support because he saw an opportunity. So it's not a mistake. It's just unfortunate, right? We're talking about a microsecond of a kill. That being said, we do have a nice pincer, and we have fat mines. This will clear the high ground and might kill the Ana. It's a panic nano on Ashe. Proper, go kill something. Let's see what happens. We might nano Zen here. We probably will nano Zen here. There it is. Oh, yeah! Let's go. There's the sustain ult that I was talking about, guys. Oh, shoot. My Zin's in danger? No, he's not. Oh, this is so exciting. Now all we have to do is keep Dawn Hack alive, and it's over. I'm surprised Dawn Hack even slammed there, honestly. Whew. Sweat. Constantly on the back foot. Really, really nice cohesion and timing. Really nice ult usage from Atlanta. Atlanta just absolutely took their lunch money and ran with it today in every way, shape, and form. Oh, man. Chat, I'm just caster cursing in this at this point. Now, you guys are asking, why are we not marking Tracer, right? Well, because we also have Pulse. And even then, he's trying to. But yeah, surely we still cap there, right? Big EMP, they go for it. Tracer's actually a really fat EMP target because she's impossible to kill, but if she gets EMP'd, she's very killable and very one-shottable. So sometimes an EMP onto a Tracer is actually a more important kill than even the backline. We go for Pulse. We might not even need Pulse. She's dead. Oh, she gets Suzu'd. Terrible, terrible. Do we see 9? Oh, Proper gets the kill. This could go either way, chat. Oh. I actually think they win this. They win this. Yeah, they hold it up. Crazy. So massive pulse from Heesing. Huge. That feels like the second time in a row where Heesing has been able to bail his team out of a really, really bad positioning with a pulse bomb. Hit scan jail. I mean, I think Proper does fine with hit scan. I just think it's just a shame that more projectile heroes aren't viable. Okay. So yeah, I don't want to overanalyze the Kiriko swap. This is just basically Finn going, I can't play Zen into this. I feel like I'm permanently being dead because we're not doing a good enough job marking or setting up Proper in a good sightline. They're probably just limit testing, yeah. I don't know what else you would play here besides Sombra. I don't know if Proper plays Sombra. You could theoretically play Widow, but that would probably be even worse because I think once your Sombra hacks the Widow, I do think she dies almost instantaneously. So with 175 HP especially. So I don't know if Widow's viable in this current meta. Genji's not viable right now. Cass would be okay, but this is definitely a little bit more of a broad open map. Yeah. I mean, it feels like we're trying. Like we're trying to mark out. I guess my concern here is that I want Finn playing more for Proper, honestly. Like I look at this here and I want Finn sitting on Proper's butt cheeks, you know what I'm saying? Like I want him sitting right here. Heal pocket, heal pocket, heal pocket, damage this guy out. Heal pocket, get rid of it. And then if we have to TP away, we have to TP away. The problem is that, I mean, you guys saw this with all the hero reviews we did today. When Finn plays for himself and only himself, he then has to use TP and Suzu to do what just normal healing would have done. No, Echo would not work in this map. No, it's too wide open. And that's the problem here, right? Like this is what we want, right? We kept Proper up during an engage, so theoretically we have an opportunity to win this. But because we had to use both TP and Suzu, and we immediately got put in the back foot, this is a very disengageable fight. I don't like Finn's positioning there. I really, really just do not like Finn's positioning here. We need to be playing way more for supporting our off angles, and our off angle right now is not you, it's Proper. Yeah. And then obviously that's going to force 2 ults, which just get shut down by S-Key, and that hurts. And then how does Heesing die? How does Heesing die? No way this actually happens. I'm going in my Joker art, guys. Bad news. It's it. I've had it with society. I've snapped. It's gone. I'm retiring. Bad news. Please heal me. I don't want to recall. No. I think Vindame's in the action of reloading at the worst possible time. Oh, no. Disaster. A cornucopia of catastrophe. Finn just goes in and kills people. What happens, Finn? Finn's like, okay, this fight's lost. Fine, I'll do it myself. I mean, this is what Kiriko's really good at, right? Like, It's not even like the kill aspect. It's the fact that when she is able to close the distance on an Ana Zenyatta, their hitboxes just make them so much easier to kill. And that's why I was so frustrated about the proper thing, because we could have helped proper and done the damage thing at the same time. Whereas we're sitting back here like, you know, just RNG sniping it instead of actually supporting aggressive off angle. So I really think Finn really trolled this fight. All right. Huge DMAC, and that probably means a cap. Because the stagger happens now. Surely Heesang doesn't get another pulse bomb. We have double support ult though, so it should be impossible for them to do anything. Heesang is not having a good time, y'all. Heesang is not having a good time. Ah! Yeah, that's. I think he just lost track of Vigilante. Honestly, that's a bit silly. That's a bit silly, isn't it? And then now we have 4 ults. Nice little juicy stagger happening. And they're just going to walk to point, EMP point, and it doesn't matter. Even if they do pulse here, it doesn't matter. Okay, I'm sorry. We just have to enjoy this. No! Oh no. Disaster. Just the cherry on top. Ah. Alright. Wow. Atlanta absolutely dominated. You can make a good argument that maybe the Ashe wasn't the pick, but obviously this is scrims. People are trying stuff, and I'm not sold that Ashe should be written off entirely just yet either. Especially when you have somebody who is as good as proper. I just think it was just not very well executed with how they controlled space, with how they control angles, with how they time things, and then honestly, more mechanical goof ups. I felt like the only things that ever went right for Shock were the 2 pulse bombs from Heesang. Janbin was feeding a lot. Heesang and some support mistakes from Finn. Yeah, just goofy. You know, yeah, okay. They should have tried the Monkey Sojourn Tracer comp. That would have required an entire full swap, but I don't know. I think teams want to try different comps and different maps, so who knows. Yeah, proper just did not have any space, and I think I want to blame that. You could definitely blame that a little bit on his positioning as well, but I think a lot of that responsibility goes on his supports, at least this round. Proper is not perfect, but there could have been more help thrown his way. Next code. I have to use my own codes command here. Codes. Yeah, right now, at the very least, in terms of scrims, we are getting a nice amount of variety. Whether that will last or not, his supports, I feel like I'd rather put on both. Why not both? I guess I'm more mad at Finn at a couple of those fights. And even the fight where they had the EMP, it felt like there was no space controlled. That code's not working. What is this code supposed to be? Maybe I didn't copy and paste it. Q, not O? Oh, thank you. Real MVP. I'm sorry, chat. I realize that that's been wrong this entire time. I apologize. I'm going to update the commands right there. Give me 1 second. So if you've been having an issue with one of the codes, that's because I'm a complete Neanderthal. So don't feel so bad about yourself. That is a Q. No, not VOD. Not VOD. Ah, what am I doing? You know, actually, having that as a VOD command isn't too bad either. But I'm a moron. You guys are watching live as brain cells dribble out of my ear. There. Yeah. No, I did it again. Chat, I've been reviewing too many VODs. I promise you, my brain cells are functioning. No. See? We're good. It was a joke. See? Self-aware humor. I'm an idiot, guys. Get it? Ha ha ha. It's a joke. I didn't actually do that. Right. Funny. Do you guys stop? Do you guys have Do you guys have any questions so far? Because we're moving on. Just drinking my tea and I'm scrolling through here, getting this pulled up here. Was shot comp more difficult to execute? It depends on the map. So if it's easy to set up your Ashe in decent, powerful sightlines, and it's hard for Sombra to take off angles, then the answer is no. It was a fine composition to play. My question is, how many good Ashe are you going to be able to stop the Sombra from taking any angle that she wants? I have a very distinct memory of Florida Mayhem playing a similar composition at, I think, stage 2 or 3 last season, and absolutely turbo stomping with the Sombra. And I think if you have a really intelligent Sombra with setting up angles and pathing and setting up flanks, I do think that the Sombra comp can be really, really, really strong. I would go as far to say that my gut tells me that the Atlanta comp was better, but I also know that Shock probably doesn't have a very confident Sombra player, so we're probably trying to find some way to make it work. Now, maybe Heesen can play Sombra and they just wanted to try something different. Play almost only Reinhardt because Reinhardt is really, really good right now on a lot of maps, and obviously a lot of tier 3 and tier 2 NA players are good at Reinhardt, and that's the big reason why. Why Ana and not Brig? Is Ana any better? Ana's better in more open sightlines. However, I do feel that you will probably see some Brig Zen played on some maps, and heck, it may even be the meta if things start to devolve. Brig is quite strong right now, but Ana Zen is greedier. So if you can keep your Ana up, or your Zen up with an Ana pocket and an open sightline map where you could peel for each other, it's better. The question is if you can peel better. Isn't Krusty historically anti-Sombra? I don't know. Break time, special push-ups. All right, Varachi, what special push-ups do we have? I might have to be careful with the push-ups because of my busted finger, but I will do your special push-ups. What push-ups do you want? It's so weird. It doesn't even show up in my thing here. One-armed? I can try one-arm push. I can do a couple one-arm push-ups with my right arm. Lip is also just the best Sombra there is. Right, exactly. Like, you're playing the strengths here, y'all. Like, you have a really good Sombra player. Like, you should be using the Sombra. If I was better, I'd keep my back a little flat and collapse a little less at the end. But y'all would have to bear with me. But yeah, I mean, yeah, when you have Lip, you're gonna use Lip. You know what I'm saying? And the guy was just, I mean, Lip was just pounding that match. Okay, let's do this, chat. What would you say the best comp is seeing some of the best? No team. I don't know. I think Ryan comp has looked very good on some maps. Right now, it feels a little more rock, paper, scissors it has in the past. That's actually a horrible comparison. Not rock, paper, scissors, more map dependent. I think the Zen comps with Tracer have looked really strong on some maps. I don't know. It's a great question. I wish I had the answer to it. I honestly don't know. Like, I think like Lucio comps just have to be better here. I feel like Reinhardt, if you had a good Reinhardt player, would have to be good this. But no, I just think this is just too good for Reinhardt here. Map dependent is a good sign, yeah. See you, Clubs. Is Ramatra also map dependent? Well, the problem with Ramatra is I feel like Ramatra is in a weird spot where I just feel like Reinhardt is just better. I don't think Ramatra beats Reinhardt in the mirror right now. And I don't think Ramatra, we talked about this versus the spam comps and versus dive even. I don't think Ramatra's better in the non-mirror either. I don't know. Like, I don't know. The problem with a lot of the newer tanks, like the Orisa rework even to an extent, is that we don't really know what the tank's strengths are. So then they don't really fill a niche. We don't really know what that niche is. Ram into Rhine is map dependent. Yeah, Ram might be a Rhine counter on more open maps, but then on those more open maps, we're just not seeing Reinhardt. So why would you play Ram? You would play Rhine to counter the non-Rhine strats, and then Ram to counter the Rhine strats when you're mirroring. Yeah, it's a mess. Ram is decent versus Mei. Yeah. I mean, the E is really good to force. You can punch Mei pretty easily, just like Orion, I guess. But you can also use your E to force Ice Block. Okay, timing. Like, it's just going to be about timing for really both teams. You know, do we get good value in a Nemesis form? Is Nemesis form going to be able to choke out the Kiriko and Cassidy positions because the threat of a Ramatra running at you is too scary? And or are we going to be able to synchronize things with Dawn Hack and Stalker. Both teams are rolling out high ground, and the reason why high ground's powerful is that you can use your high ground. If one team doesn't roll out high ground, the other team goes high ground, and then this isn't much of an advantage. But what high ground does give you is it gives you easy pocket access to positions over here that's safer, right? So I could pocket my Tracer as a Kiriko from here and kind of swing wide to point. This feels a lot better than being the flip side and having a Kiriko pocketing Tracer here. It's a little bit safer. So it's the high ground itself is not important so much as what the high ground gives you access to. I prefer a Doom Monkey on Oasis over Ball. No, that's not weird at all. This is a stress testing situation right here. We want to play Ball on Oasis City Center. Let's see if we can make Dong Hack work on University and Garden. Ball is objectively, I think, that's such a egotistical thing to say, but I think it's as close to objective as you possibly can that Ball is not good on this map or the map on Garden. I think there are much better things. So more of a limit test, and if we roll the dice and we get Oasis City Center, which is a phenomenal wide open Ball map, then we're good to go. And you can make it work here. It's just going to be a question of if, right? And Max is doing a great job here. This is kind of what we talked about, choking people out. And because we don't get the value that we wanted in the Ball, the Ramatra holds the short sight line better and we win the high ground. Now from the high ground, what we could do now is that now we can kind of use this to control the flanks from the high ground. So yeah. The Sojourn and the Cassie is an interesting one as well that I think is probably more correlated with the fact that the Sojourn has slide, and our comp is going to be kind of moving around. I want to see this shot. Nice shot. Really nice shot. You win the flank now, so. And watch Max. Max wants to get within about 10 meters of backline. Within 10 meters of backline. Because if he can get within 10 meters of backline, he can force Lip and Fielder out. My personal opinion is it's objectively worse. Brilliant. Yeah, exactly. So I'm not gonna lie to you, this feels a little bit awkward. Maybe it's the Ball causing issues here. But I don't love proper giving up this high ground. I would love to see Kiri, Tracer, and maybe Ramatra kind of leaning and controlling this space here. And I would like to see Vindame and what am I saying? Vindame and proper controlling this angle here and creating a bit of a crossfire. Lucio kind of pocketing Sojourn and preventing Stalker from getting in here and doing too much damage. I do not like. Now you think you could argue that, okay, we want Max to have speed when he needs it, but I think we're at more of a stalemate as it is right now. And I think controlling this off angle is more important. I think we've given up too much of the map as it is. Now Dawn Hack kind of messes, again, it's gonna be like, how much value do we get out of this? Okay, so Dawn Hack's out. So maybe we see a push on Lip. They do push Lip, they force them out. Now we turn around and we clear out Ball Tracer. But he's saying overextends. So like we've kind of right now. We've already, he needs to just recall. He's already done his job. They've taken this angle, they've pushed it with Ramatra and Tracer, recall out. Now Ball Tracer are in by themselves, and this entire space, like again, remember if we draw this on Microsoft Paint, where's the space that that Atlanta control? It's only a little bit at the bottom here, right? So could Orisa be played in Koth? Yeah, I actually think like Orisa has a good judge. Like you could probably make a good argument that Orisa is pretty good in the composition that we're seeing right now as well. I think maybe it's a hero strength thing, but I actually think Orisa and Ramatra have comparable goals, I guess. Anyway, this is just silly. This is just a little overextension because we very easily can peel this off, but just, I don't know. I will say this as well. This is why I didn't like proper giving up the angle and high ground and having the Lucio here. Because what value of Lucio's speed have we gotten right now? Right? Nothing. We've gotten zero value out of Lucio's speed. We're playing to kind of like mark angles and slowly threaten space, but not actually do anything with it, right? And then in addition, proper gives up this off angle. And then now we're stacked. this makes for a really, 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 really easy dive, because even though they don't control any space here, we don't control as much space as we probably should either. Swift Catalyst, thank you for the sub. How do you manage increase uptime and ball? Our players all so much of out time, but I can't figure out how to increase mine. Timing with your team to make sure that you're not the sole attention, playing around cover, playing around your cooldowns, playing around health packs, managing your shields uptime. Also, you have to keep in mind that like what Don Hack is playing into is essentially he takes 0 damage versus this comp. So he needs to be doing a lot more because he has 0 counters. You might be playing into a plat lobby where the second they see a ball, they go, you know, Brig on a Cassidy, and your survival is more of a priority than actually doing things. I do not like Shock's map control here whatsoever. I think they do a good job forcing these guys out, but unfortunately, Vindame does not deny. Well, he kind of denies it. Proper, I don't like this, guys. I see 5 people all stacked. I think it's too easy to set up dives. And then also, I assume Lip hits a shot here because Proper gets chunked. Or maybe it's a headshot from Fielder? Or from Finn? There it is, right. So he just gets 1 shot. I don't like the map control here. I don't like the map control. Again, we should have cleared out top. We did clear out top. Rotate 1, 2, 3. Have your Lucio, Sojourn, Pincer, and then make the decision from there. I mean, heck, you could have even had your Kiriko here with your Lucio here. Probably wouldn't have worked as well because your Ramatra would have started to take too much damage, but I don't feel like the angle control here. But I should using shields and ball on my initial engage, second engage, or when you get low. Whenever you get fat shields, use them. As long as the engage is happening, because they last long enough to where it's probably reasonable to use them sooner rather than later. So yeah, I don't know. Very indecisive, cautious, and like if you're gonna stack like that, you got to run it down, you know, when the ball's out. But I just felt like very indecisive, and I really do not like the Ramatra. I think the Ramatra is a real weak point in this composition. And the other thing too is like if you're playing Sojourn and you're not playing Sojourn in an aggressive position, then you shouldn't be playing Sojourn because Proper hasn't leveraged the slide whatsoever. He's not playing aggressive positions at all. So why play? If you're just gonna play like these passive positions, just play Cassie's gonna do more damage. I don't know. I don't get it. So we're probably gonna see. We did see the Cassie swap, but they're gonna try the Ramatra. Yeah, it does feel a lot of this round, a lot of this scrim feels like Shock trying to understand rush comps and not executing on them well. That's a very accurate, I think, observation. Hey. Maybe if it's something that I can eat without like chewing too much. Proper, ladies and gentlemen. Just a free fight win, you know. I will say this is silly. Yeah, this is just silly. Like, the pulse bomb is a little bit unlucky, but again, we've already kind of done our job right here. So chat, what should Max do right now? Again, I want to upgrade. You guys were like what, Masters 2 chat instead of Plat chat after our last review. So what should Max do right now? You guys tell me. Let's get to Masters 1. Oh, let's have a Masters 1 chat now. Stabilize. Don't int. Pursue his passion in banking. Right, just hold. Right. You got most of you guys got it. Yeah, just chill. You force them out of this position here. You force Lip back. You've created space by making Lip be in a really bad position. Peel off the ball. Chill. Listen to your backline screaming blah 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 peel, and just wait. Then, when you get stuck, you will get Suzu'd, and you will live. And then you will then go with amp speed now, right? Run in with Nemesis form and butcher Lip, and you win the fight. The timing here is just off. When our backline is peeling off a ball, unless we're confident that we can do it by ourselves, we can't be running into the middle of the enemy team. We need to be holding space, preventing Lip from following up, Fielder from following up off of the ball slam. But don't go in and actively feed. This is just poor team play. This is poor team play. And this is something that is a lot harder to execute on than it looks. A lot harder to execute on. Which is why not everybody does it. Which is why even Overwatch League teams can look uncoordinated because it's difficult to do this. I'm curious to see why Proper sticks ball. I assume that's what he does. No, he doesn't. I'm blind. I didn't even see the stick. He just died instantly. Wow. Okay, that'll do it. That'll do, pig. That'll do. This fight's still questionable. Oh! Thin. Huh. Maybe. Oh, they juke the mines. That's massive. This fight's probably won, I guess. That's a recall as well. Yes, should be one. Surely. Shoot the tracer. Whoa! Nice, that I. And we win it. Nice. A lot of mechanical plays here. Oh man, that's just wild to me. I just feel like this should just never happen. He didn't even know ball was there. Oh, that's just so unfortunate. Whoa, no Suzu? Oh, he used it before. That's a huge kill right there. Huge kill from Stalker. Okay. Here comes the flank. Lucio survives. Play to live. Nice boot from Vindame. That's going to follow up. Now, as they overextend, lose cons, they're going to walk right into Ram ult if they're not careful. Oh, Dom hack. What happens to Dom hack? Come on, mate. He done so well. Oh, we just got murked. This is why Lucy boop's so big, guys. Because when you boop the ball grapple, it's not just the damage that you mess up, you also put the ball in a position he doesn't want to be out in the open, right? But you're like, well, wouldn't he slam you out in the open as well? Well, yes, but when he's slamming you, you're moving, and so it's harder to aim. So actually, if you look at this here, Finn, and really anybody that doesn't get slammed, it's easier to hit targets. Yeah, so brilliant. Really nice boot from Vindame. He hit the first one as well. Lucio is the silent ball counter when it's played really well. Maybe not so much as a counter, so much as it is your defenses versus the ball. And now we finally got to a point where we're choking it out. So chat, see, we were wrong all along. Ramattra is the best tank in the game, greatest of all time. Okay, here it comes. We already know what's going to be happening here. And we already know what Atlanta's going to do about it. And we know what Lip's going to do about it. So, chat, turn your brain on. What's about to happen on your screen? What ultimates are popped? What's about to happen? I'm gonna try and predict it. I think we're gonna have amp speed. I think now that we've seen balls setting up behind, he's no longer a threat. So now we're going to probably speed in Ramattra ult. I imagine that's going to cause a beat from Chio, followed by potentially a high noon from Lip, and possibly a pulse bomb from Stalker as well. That's probably going to force a response of a beat from Vindame, and then mechanics. So we might see 5 ults here. I probably am totally wrong, but I'm curious. Oh, okay, well, that's so boring. Man, that's just so boring. I wanted my one goats fight where we had a nice big ulti mess, but no. Proper just hits a shot. Jeez, 2 headshots in a row, guys. Did you see this? Look at this. To me, the perfect meta is, map dependent, but also has a lot of like macro and planning carries it, but not so much that we can't see plays like this. Yeah, this proper sucks, because I think that was the problem with goats, is it felt like mechanics were very important, but it wasn't like there wasn't a way to win an unlosable fight or an unwinnable fight. You know, whereas a double sniper meta feels like, you know, you can have all the ults in the world, but somebody hits a headshot and it's completely ruined. So to me, it's like a perfect balance here. And I think so far we've seen a reasonable amount of that, where people with a lot of ults generally won the fight, but we still saw lost fights through mechanics. So, you know, it's a broad memento for sure, but you know what? I respect it. So this is a lost fight because Proper just hit 2 headshots in a row at like 75 trillion meters in the middle of all this visual clutter on the screen. It's like, wow, you know, going on Overwatch moment, and he just hits 2 headshots, you know. So it's like, okay, dude, right. Now I still think the same thing is going to happen. The question here is, we probably see Kiriko start sooner in that rotation and beat from Vindame a little bit later. And obviously if Fielder gets his mines. It's been too long. If Fielder gets his Kiriko and Donhack gets his mines, then this is gonna be a mess. Yeah. Let's see. So I actually think opening with Ramattra ult would be a mistake here, because Ramattra ult is something that this comp can very easily avoid. The only reason I think they were looking for it earlier is because the ball was staged behind and they could access the Cassidy. But you notice how safe Lip is playing here? Lip knows what's up. Lip knows that there's a... Like, this is the problem with Cassidy and dive comps, because I look at this as more of like a dive comp, right? With a lot of mobile heroes. So, you know, it doesn't have to be a dive comp. It could be a brawl comp, it could be a dive comp, it doesn't matter. There's just a bunch of mobile heroes, okay? So anytime there's a big ult trade, the hero that doesn't have a defensive cooldown dies. That's how it works. Like everything's fun in games until teams are popping Ram ult, Pulse Bomb, Beat, and Kiriko ult, and your hero doesn't have a shift. You know, Cass just doesn't have a shift. So what should happen here, unless something crazy happens, is that Proper or Lip might die first, unless they position really safely, which is coincidentally exactly what we're seeing. Because if Proper plays too aggressively and the enemy team beats in, even if his team beats in response, he just doesn't have a shift, right? He's gonna get rolled over. He has roll, right, with damage reduction. But that's why a lot of these like super mobile compositions with a lot of ults generally don't play heroes like Cassidy and play heroes like Reaper and Tracer and things like that, and even Sojourn, because Sojourn's shift is a legitimate defensive cooldown. Roll is not. Yeah, you guys are trolling me. Okay, all right, let's see here. So this is gonna be really cute. You know, I like this a lot from Stalker. This is where like people are playing very cautiously, feeling each other out. Like, you know, which of you guys are going to force an ultimate first? We're controlling space. This is going to be more about controlling space than just mashing ults, because neither team is willing to do that. Let's force out ball's out. Okay. Max is holding space. Guys, Max is isolated. We can kill this guy. And look at what happens, right? We go get the pulse. That's going to force an instant nemesis for him and a block and Suzu and disengage. And so you're like, oh no, the pulse didn't get a kill. Actually, pulse might have gotten something that's almost as important as a kill. Cast no roll, right? Because now Max has blown his nemesis farm and is now disengaging and has forced Suzu. And what this means that Atlanta probably is going to get more space and the opportunity to actually push now. So that is a high value pulse bomb. What? Now, funny silliness beside, what do you think happened here? What do you think happened here? Because you're like, because Max just fed. He just fed. This is a certified hottie 2021 moment, right? This guy's trash, right? How is this guy in the league? You guys tell me. Miscommunication. My guess is that there was an expectation of beat here. That he was expecting beat. I wouldn't even say my guess. I would say 90% chance I'm right here. Or there was a Suzu into a Kiriko ult or something like that called, or he didn't realize we didn't have Suzu. It's a miscommunication. He's expecting beat into a Q, and the reason why he's going so hard right now, why is Max going so hard right now? What does Max see? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? Do you guys see it? Right. World's fattest Ramattra ult instantly forces beat. Then we will beat after that. It's over. Like he's exactly. You see stacked squishies and you see lip. They're cooked. If he gets beat here, this fight's probably won for Shock. So this is why, chat, you have to be so careful about the narratives and the trashing of players, because whose fault is this? Is this Max's fault? Is this Vindane says I'll beat you and then just didn't beat? Is this Max not listening? Right? So why not beat on Vindane? Well, Vindane definitely doesn't look like he was expecting Max to go in. So is this Vindane feeding? I don't know. We don't know. Unless you are literally unless you have the London Spitfire Scrim VOD with all the voice comms, you don't know whose fault it is. If you did have the Scrim VOD, you would have a 95% chance to guess to who it was. But even then, you still wouldn't be sure because you wouldn't know what they were working on the previous days, and maybe there was like something that they'd planned out that didn't work out right. Proper's fault because he didn't call the whole team yet. Exactly. So that's all I'm saying. Max fed. But was it Max's fault? We don't know. And you can see what he saw and why he went when he went. And yeah, it's so funny that such a delightfully massive 8 ult fight ends so anticlimactically. That's Overwatch, guys. That's Overwatch. And that's why it's so hard, because you're thinking about all these factors and then you just mess up a goofy little communicational issue. And that's it. Why didn't Max pop ult? It gives armor back because Max wasn't expecting to pop ult. Max was expecting beat. Then, once his Nemesis form ran out, canceled, then ult. He would have beat first, then ram ult afterwards. Pursue post beat. Maybe he was even thinking that that Chiyo would beat to counter, and then he would ult after the beat was used. Yeah, who knows? Now, I'm kind of curious what they're going to use here first. I imagine it's probably going to be Fen popping ult first, because it's Kiriko ult is a little bit more initial value. Post beat clear. So, yeah, we might see a mines here from Atlanta. I imagine Atlanta will probably set tempo here, because I think... Okay, well, here's a good question. This is a great question. I'm probably going to phrase that differently. Here is an interesting question. Why are Atlanta going in now? They're going in now. Why? This was before the Ram ult quality elation? No, actually, I think it was after. To ult first, there is, listen to me, chat, there is no inherent value to ulting first. Whatever team gets the most value out of the ultimate wins. Whether that's ulting second or ulting first. There's no value. It doesn't matter. It depends on the circumstance, right? But why do you think they're taking the fight here? They have many ults, but so do Shock. Now, you could make an argument that they're trying to catch Shock off guard and surprise him. That's fair. But I don't think Shock would be surprised by this. Let me ask you a question. Where is a ball slam easier to set up, and where is a ball slam more impactful? Right. Proper should die here. Proper should die here. Now, Lip doesn't have a good angle on it, but Proper should die right here. And even if Shock uses ults in response, if Proper dies here, the fight's pretty much over. Right. So it's really, you could get so heads up about ults and strategy, and you know what this is, chat? Ball slam good this spot of map. Ball slam here, very hard, not good. That's it. That's literally it. It's the hero pick. That's it. Proper should die. There it is, right? They actually don't die, but it forces Suzu and beat for mines. That's a great trade. The problem here is what we talked about the fight before, where when these ults are used, the slow kid's going to get found out. And the slow kid in this composition is Cassidy. If he doesn't get Suzu, this is feeding from Lip. And we've seen this from Lip before. Bam. So, great response from Shock. Phenomenal response from Shock. Disaster. Absolute disaster. No way Shock loses, right? Yeah. That's crazy. So great play by Nonhack. Like, this was phenomenal. It got Suzu and an ult and messed up the enemy team's rotation, forced a ton of cooldowns. We just needed Lip to not be in such a position where he could get run over by Beat. Why was Lip there? Because he's not thinking about Beat. I promise you. Like, you'd be surprised at how many people are like, oh, they had Beat. Oh, you know, I died, you know. When you're playing the slow kid, you have to be able to, you have to know this, right? You have to know this. And Lip is still the slow kid. Because even though he has Beat, well, I mean, he has Beat, I guess. But you still have to be careful about things like module now, right? No chance they lose, guys. Well, no chance they lose that fight. The round, there's another question. Because if you, as long as Proper doesn't get run over, I think you're probably good to go. Or somebody stupid dies to high noon. I think you're probably good to go. Let's check this. The slow kid as a call out. I mean, it's really is true though. This is like, especially when you're playing with a composition with Kiriko, Lucio, Tracer, Ball. Who are you gonna beat rush? It's gonna be Cassidy. There's nobody else to reach, unless Cassidy's in Narnia, right? They're trying to mark Ball. They're playing. Oh, he's saying, because this pulse could be really, really big if he hits it. He steals the health pack as well. He actually loses Dawn Hack. Where does Dawn Hack go underneath? Okay, I'm sorry, chat. This is actually the funniest thing I think I've seen all day. Check this out. Let's just appreciate this. This is a Overwatch League Tracer who gets completely juked. Check this out. Look at this. I'm gonna play this at 0.5. Blinks. Balls over his head. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Huh? Where is this guy? Look at this. Ball flies over his head. That's why he loses him. And then the pulse here whiffs, which is a real tragedy, because what does pulse bomb do, chat? Is it 300? This is, again, pro coach here, by the way. Is it 300? It's 300, right? 350? 250? You guys are trolling me. 350. 350. All right, we stick the ball here. Na 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 na. Hey hey hey. Goodbye. Right. This guy's dead. He's dead. He gets pursued. He gets clipped. It's over. Right there. How low does he get before he grabs the mega? Let's actually find out. Let's get the exact number. Let's get the perfect hindsight coaching experience. Oh, he doesn't die. He almost dies though. He's basically out of the fight. Totally fine. Good trade. Good trade for a pulse, right? It doesn't need to be enough to get the kill. It just needs to be enough to keep the ball out of the fight. That's what we want. You could argue about whether that's the best use of pulse bomb, but yeah. Okay, so we miss the pulse bomb on the ball. We get juked by the ball, and now Dawn Hack has full HP, essentially. And now Stalker and Vendame, disaster. And this is where Ball Tracer is strong. Apes together strong. And when it's Ball Tracer, apes together strong on the flank. We're going in. We're going in. No, we're not going in. And they are playing all... I'm actually kind of confused as to what this plan is from Shaw. I think this plan sucks, respectfully. Because I don't think you can force this on Lip. I think this is really not wise. Because... all they have to do is Suzu this guy and beat him, and he kills anybody pushing him. I think when they have beat High Noon, I do not think you can force Ramult. I think the play here is Vendame gets picked off. He should have been following here, of course. But I actually think the problem is the plan. The problem should have been, let's shoot Ball, let's mark Tracer, let's force him to walk into us, we'll pop Ramult and just kind of be a general nuisance on point. I don't think you can force a hard brawl when they have beat. And High Noon. So you're like, oh, Vendame, he's trolling, right? I think Vendame kind of got left out to dry here. Vendame was definitely on a different page than his team, which is the #1 problem. But the #2 problem is, respectfully, this plan sucks. I look at Proper here. Proper should die, like right now. Proper should die right now. Your slow kid just used his shift. No, he didn't use the shift, whatever. He position pushed into a beat. Proper should die. And there it is, right? This is a really, really bad plan from Shock. Really, really, really not an appropriate plan for the ult situation whatsoever. You can't do that when they have beat. You could do that maybe if you also had beat or you also had Kiriko ult, maybe. But yeah, that is a, as the kids say, a sussy baka. Yeah. It is protein cocoa, I think is what Pepper calls it. It's like cocoa powder and like milk and like a little bit of protein powder and stevia. But yeah, Lip goes Soldier because Soldier is the greatest hero in Overwatch history. And that is a GG's. So, disastrous. Disastrous. Now, what? Am I missing something, chat? Why are we running a Ramatra mirror on Oasis City Center? Think they just wanted to try it? I guess so. But man, this is weird. Like this is like the last round I would expect it on. This is like this has to be like one of the worst Ramatra maps in the game, right? Like Winston and Ball, dude, even Diva and Doomfist are so much better on this map. Even Reinhardt's better here. Because you guarantee win jump pad and you at least have pin, right? Like you can pin and control lateral space, and you can also pin across from this high ground onto here and control high ground. Yeah, maybe so. Yeah. This is wild. I mean, they literally could have been like, hey, yo, let's try Ramatra mirror. Well, but I don't know. I don't think that would have been agreed upon. Because if you don't expect other teams to play Ramatra, you need to know how Ramatra does versus non-Ramatra matters. Because obviously, this is going to be about which team plays the Ramatra better. I don't care about that. We want to know how Ramatra does versus everything else. So they're definitely stress testing here, but it's actually kind of, I feel like it can't be good that they both rolled out Ramatra here. So a little bit of an unfortunate. Ramatra does mean that you have, unless they're on Rhine, means you do win the coast side. Why do, how are they so much faster? They TP? Let's grade TPs here. They're on car already they're on the pillar. They're on the pillar 2. We kind of S-key here. Yeah, it looks like the rollout's the same, but Atlanta's just Chad. Atlanta just W keys. They were like, whoa, they're on Ramatra? No way. No way they're on Ramatra. I'm not gonna lie with you guys. I don't like Shock's positioning here. I don't like Proper's positioning. So you guys ready for it? Your king is gonna get his booty spanked. The GOAT of Overwatch 2 is mispositioned. So I don't know why we're here. We need to be controlling this angle here on this corner to control their enemy cast or their enemy tracer. And if they are not here because they are doing what we are doing, then we will do what Lip does. And Lip forces TP, and through this off angle, prevents the enemy team from having cover without getting pincered from both directions and kills Lucio. I mean, Proper is just mispositioned. Lip is the Giga Chad positioning wise. And you notice that there wasn't even anything like crazy mechanically. But yeah, just a major mispositioning from Proper, who now is going to make me eat my words by getting a kill on Heesang. But yeah, Atlanta controls so much more space with that crossfire. So they were more Chad on the rollout, and then they set up aggressive off angles at the same time with cover They just win. Yeah, Proper's washed. He's over. Guess that's it. GG's. Alright, yeah, just not good positioning from Proper there. And that really hurt their ability to control angles and just gave Lip that free kill. Because the thing is, that even though we traded Tracer after that, Atlanta still had the better positions. So, yeah. Oh! Fraud per. That's one of the rougher things I think I've ever said. Fraud per just gets absolutely dumpstered. Change this guy's diaper. He stinks. Yep. Sorry, dude. You trolled a scrim. You're done. You're cooked. Lip is out there like, I play Sombra, and I'm still better at you in hit scan. Oh, look at Lip! Look at Lip! Lip doesn't care! Lip doesn't care! Lip dies. Okay. Alright. Yeah, this is kind of silly. I'm not gonna lie to you guys. Lip is frontlining. We do have a nice little pincer from Stalker here. But Fielder gets the yoinked by yours truly, the GOAT. Right, so that happens. And that's pretty much it. Just honestly, just pretty crappy fight setup. It was just a little bit of, this is what I talked about, like you get that confidence rolling and then you mess up. Which is fine, as long as we're able to build it back again. Honestly, y'all, there isn't a lot deep here. We could break down a little bit more in detail with what happened there. Dave! Thank you so much for the sub, mate. But a lot of it is just the cooldown usage, without going too much in detail, was probably good enough to win the fight. The positioning was probably good enough. It just was a little bit hyper-aggressive. Watch Stalker here. So Lip gets the scrim kill. This is a pretty common thing to do in this map, but it's Lip, so he gets the kill. And then you're saying, look at Stalker? Am I being baited? I'm being baited, am I not? That's a big stick. Oh, later. Well, that was a big stick either way. Okay, big kill by Fen, or by Lip on Fen. That's gonna allow them to walk forward. It's kind of interesting that nobody's taking high ground here, but I guess it's just because the high ground isn't that valuable when they're not controlling it, so you just take the short sight lane and offing on Max. Great pincer here on Max. Max dies. The Kiriko rush isn't even needed, but it ends up being like whatever. Getting point here is really powerful. So yeah. So now we shoot spawn a little bit. So now this is where I'm curious to see. I mean, honestly, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. I really don't want to overanalyze this because I just think this composition is just so unoptimal, suboptimal, that I will look at it a little bit, but I don't want to sit here and think about like where should each team hold. They're playing Ramacha and City Center. Like maybe I've got a little bit of hubris going on here, but like I don't know. I don't feel like this is something that's super smart. It is interesting that they're playing around choke instead of playing around point. I would have expected teams to play around point just because that's a good habit for City Center in general, to burn as much time as you possibly can. But I mean, even with your Ramacha ult, because you're like, oh, we got Ramacha ult and beat, but yeah, but they do too, right? And so, I don't know. There's the High Noon opener. It's going to create some space. They're trying to isolate Dawnhack. That is going to force a Nemesis form, and they do get the speed, and they catch Lip. Wow. What a fight win. If this is it, this is wild. They even get the E, and it doesn't matter. Unreal. If they win the fight off of that, that's actually insane. That's so funny, chat. It's like just like the knife, man. It's just the edge of a knife, like either direction. Like it's just a stupid little mistake, you know. All of these ultimates that are available, and it's just a slight mispositioning by Lip, you know, and just a really good amp speed. Wow, we are using that. Okay, and then a really crucial moment here, chat. This is fight losing from potentially from Heesang here. I don't know if the fight's lost or not, but check this out. And he misses it. And that's going to give Chio time to go for the beat. They actually don't even kill Dawn Hack. And then now Dawn Hack lives. And now there's a lot more room for mechanics on either side. So I think Atlanta still probably loses this. But that was way messier than it needed to be. Okay, that's good. They clutched it out. Good to see, good to hear. That would have been tragic. Okay, so now this is the one I assume you want me to watch Stalker. He thinks Tracers looked a little shaky, I'm not gonna lie. We, to be fair, have not been studying his POV very much, but I have seen many fights where he's saying goofs on something fairly easy, and it's costing fights. I'm watching my cat look for my other cat, and she just got juked. Okay. I mean, this is... oh my gosh. Like, what? He did get 2 big pulse bombs on New Queen Street, though.
Oh, boy.
Holy crap.
You know what this is?
Sunshine Bread, thank you for the raid! I appreciate it. We are looking at owl scrims that were leaked. This is Atlanta Rain and Shock. We are on map 3. We have another map after this one as well, which I think is actually Atlanta versus Vegas. But yeah, I appreciate it so much for the raid. Thank you so much. Hope your stream went well. If you guys don't know, Sunshine Bread is a top 500 hit scan player, one of the GOATs, and is currently grinding her way up through the ranks. Yes, so we're checking it out. Now, chat, the most impressive thing about this is not just the mechanics, but I also want to talk about the blink melee, which everybody has noticed, but something that some people may have not noticed. All right, check this out. Check the trigger discipline here. You guys know what trigger discipline is, right? It's not shooting when your crosshair isn't aligned. I think so. The gifted sub artifice. So check this out. So he starts to shoot, right? But he stops. Why? Because his crosshair's missing. He's missing. So he goes, oh, I've lost the tracer. So he stops. Crosshair's realigned. We resume shooting. You see that? That is phenomenal. Now you're watching this at such a slow speed that, but in the moment to be able to quick realign. Oh, don't just. It's a right. That, for lack of a better description, right? Honestly, Stalker has impressed me a lot mechanically. Stalker's impressed me a lot. Lip and Proper have played well, but that's not like a big surprise to me. But without studying POVs, I think Stalker has played really well. I don't know a lot about a lot of these Korean players. I don't follow a lot of contenders in Korea, unfortunately. But this is really good. Watch this at full speed. Stops, continues, bam. That's just really good. Stalker is really showing himself to be a good tracer. And that's just such a free fight win if we can win this, you know? Probably still win this. Oh, I'm caster cursing this guy. He almost just killed himself with his own pulse bomb. Okay, so I want to know what's going on here. So they go, oh crap. We're down a tracer. Let's run it down. Kiriko will enter Ramatra. And who are we going to target? Remember, guys, the slow kid. Who's the slow kid in this composition? Lip. Here it goes. Lip knows he's targeted. I probably would have tried to roll out first because you could have played the corner here and then pop High Noon in a better position. So I do think this is definitely greedy from Lip. Where's my Suzu as well? I imagine Suzu was burned early. Yeah, so that was too early. That's a big mistake from Fielder. When you're in High Noon, you should just be pumping healing into your Cassidy and then waiting until he's crit because he's not likely to get burst. So yeah, big little bit of a mistake there because we would like to have had Suzu right now, for example, and we don't have it because the High Noon is done. I'm also curious, where would Finn's Suzu go? Too early, I think. Too early. Yeah, so I think both Kirikos kind of goofed up their Suzus, and that kills Finn, and then this is going to kill Lip. And then Stalker here goes for the 180 pulse and just barely misses. and then actually gets almost booped into his own pulse bomb. So should still be one. I really need to stop talking. I just need to stop talking. I need to stop predicting what's going to happen, because every single time I say something, somebody in like proper sitting there in a time machine, just like, I'm gonna make this guy look like a total idiot. Look at watch this guy, watch this. I'm gonna make this guy look like a complete jackass. This guy was an owl. Not likely. Stop. Die. Thank you. Okay. Good. Hate that guy. All right, guys. I'm not gonna bully somebody, but let's just see if this pulse hits. Come on. No, he's not gonna go for the pulse. Wise man. Very wise. Okay. What happens with Dawn Hack here? I'm gonna see this double. Ooh, tight. So yeah, I honestly just think that like this was a phenomenal mechanical play from Stalker that sets his team up for success. Reasonable response from Shock, but Shock messes up their Suzu, which means that Finn dies unnecessarily. Lip dying because Fielder mismanaged his Suzu makes the fight more difficult than it should have been, considering Stalker hit it to him on a play. So cooldown mismanagement, positioning was fine. A phenomenal mechanical play from Stalker that set up a lot of good stuff after that. Yeah. Right, so, Max wall. Unfortunate. I just find Max just to be the funniest name ever. That's just great. Oh, I'm getting deja vu all over again. I mean, it's the same thing, guys. It's the high noon into the Kiriko ult to try and buy out pressure. Let's see how the Suzus are used this time. Let's watch Fen. No rush. That Suzu seemed pretty well timed. Let's watch what HP he was at before it goes out. He gets blocked by the shield, which probably forces the Suzu a little bit early. Fielder. Mr. Fielder, what are we looking like today? I don't know. Yeah, he just goes. And the Suzu doesn't come in time. So yeah, a little bit of a goof up from Fielder and a little bit of a goof up from, Lip there. But yeah, I think if we're able to get the Suzu there, I think it's pretty reasonable that we actually managed to make this work. But yeah, it's just actually pretty funny. What? How are we losing this fight? Or how are we winning this fight? Because Max isn't even using his ult because he's like a freaking Chio on the flank. All right, Fielder, what do you got for me, mate? Oh, double headshot. All right, Chio, what do you got for me, mate? Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like, I think the Suzu was fine. We're just in a situation where we're like touch or die. So I think maybe Shock could have trusted Heesync a little bit more to touch and then not brute forced it down. But again, like it feels like without getting into over analysis here, it feels like a lot of mechanics, maybe a little bit of rushing from Shock, and that's gonna shut it down. That's crazy. Okay, next round. Like I said, I really don't want to read too much into the Ramachimiro because I will not eat my hat. I will not say that on stream, but I will bet 50 cents that that we will not see anything remotely approaching that on that map. Yeah, 50 cents big sticks. Yeah, I'm not eating my sock. I'm not eating my sock. Yeah. Now, Ramacha makes a little bit more sense here because similarly to the Reinhardt, you can use this to kind of control space and choke them out. And I also think that it's pretty reasonable that somebody was saying that E could be kind of used to disrupt ball a little bit better than Rein could. That's reasonable. Koodle, thank you for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Eat a glove? No. So I think you're going to have, Blue is going to win the high ground here. But then there's always the risk with ball. I mean, you guys have played this here before. If you get a good ball here, you can hit like a baseball bat across the map. So we'll check it out. Outside of that, not a whole lot. What we'll probably see is something like this, where DonHack is going to look for an opportunity to try and knock somebody off the high ground or slam them off the high ground, and we'll see one of two things. Either we'll see proper stalker or lip stalker, excuse me, controlling point, prioritizing just killing anybody that touches point, because somebody's going to have to drop. You know, it's probably going to be Heesang, and lip can kind of just sit on a short off angle like here. Hello, chat. Where can I get my screen to look at this? And sit like here and shoot, or heck, even lip can sit here and shoot point. And similar to like the Reinhardt May composition we saw in the Equal Point Antarctica, and you can win point side because it is an angle. The other alternative is that if we want to try for something more aggressive, DonHack can hard slam up top, and we'll see a sped Lucio Tracer pushing the high ground at the same time. Now, what Ramatra should do is put out some pressure poke, control the Cassidy, and when the ball does go in, maybe we toss an E, but it's actually more important that Max controls the backline and prevents Cassidy Kiriko from being able to punish. So it's going to be really, really, really interesting. Hey, appreciate it, Nilo. Thank you so much. So I'm really curious to see what happens here. Are we going to see us play Atlanta playing aggressively for up top with ball slam and Cassidy flank, or are we going to kind of play more patiently around point? Because both can work. What? He must get shot by somebody, right? Yeah, he does. It's a little bit confusing to me. I think the ball is a huge concern, but they must have tested this out, but I feel like there has to be a way to where you can at least force Lit from this position. If Max walks forward and leans right, surely he can shield this off and force Lip out of this position. Surely. Right? I mean, he's saying goofs up here for sure, but also this is like Max is just not holding much space at all. And I feel like if you're gonna roll out on Ramatra and not control top, then why are we playing Ramatra? Like, I don't know. Nice little bit of dive timing from there from Atlanta. Lip really needs to give up space. Lip is so aggressive, man. Like Lip, we talk about aggressive for range versus short. Lip is just aggressive, period. Like, I see Ramatra here, and he just doesn't care. And there's the timing. Like, look at the dive timing from Atlanta here. This is really good, guys. This is really good. Like 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we don't have an off angle, which is a little bit unfortunate, but proper will die here. And I want to look at just a little bit of DonHack. If you guys, haven't looked at a lot of solo POVs here, but I want to see what this guy's doing here. So you have to be careful. Cassidy can do decent damage to him. He's avoiding Cassidy LOS. Tries this. Do you see why he's diving proper here? He knows proper is not likely to die here, but he doesn't want proper to be allowed to take this angle. So proper has to go back to his team, and he uses stick. So proper's here. Now everybody's grouped up, so that roll through gets a lot of damage. And not only that, but now this slam hits 1, 2 people when before it only hit 1. Why? Because proper used to be in an angle. He's no longer in an angle. He's hitting this team. So now the slam is just free value. He gets perfect timing, literally 1 HP. Check this out, y'all. 1 HP. So very aggressive play considering he didn't have shields. But he sees an opportunity and just goes for it. And as long as his team commits, it works. And his team does commit. 1 HP. 1 HP. 1. And we survive. That's crazy. So yeah, I mean, really nice shot from DonHack. And honestly, Atlanta as a whole has impressed me a lot with their team play, at least this early in the offseason. You know, like, I think one of the things that I think Gunba talked about in an interview with Yiska a while back is that, like, team play is something that comes with time, sort of, but it also comes with just an attentiveness of the team to really hustle and put it in. So, like, Atlanta, obviously, Shock is playing a little bit messy right now. It's just one meta, it's one scrim block, so we're not going to draw, like, crazy conclusions from this. But Atlanta is definitely putting a lot of attention onto team play right now. Their timing looks really good. I've been impressed with Atlanta so far. All right. So I'm kind of curious here. Like, Atlanta's posturing very aggressively. Now we can theorize that is this an Oasis University situation where it's easier for ball to get value here? Or what is my cat doing? Grimby! Grimbjorn! Grim! Come here! Hey, Grim, come here. Come here. He's yelling, I don't know why. Is this an Oasis University situation where it's easier to get value out of a big slam here? Or is it rather than inside? Come here, Grim. He's such a good cat. He always does exactly what he's told. Like 25% of the time. Grim, hey. Grim, come here. Yeah, good boy, good boy. So when I say Grimby, he walks away. We have him really well trained. That's what I'm curious about, because we're posturing. Yeah, this has to be it. This has to be it. Because again, it's the open space, right? The open space with ball is going to feel better. More likely that proper dies. I mean, Lip's angle is not particularly good here. I think that's my only concern about engaging here is that your hit scan angle is like pretty trash. Like Ramatra can pretty much. Like, remember we talked about the Ramatra value. Like he prevents the follow up from the dive, and so as long as we have like a shield here, we don't have a shield here. Even if we just have like you see, this is what Max needs to be doing. This is really good. So we just sit here. We don't even need to kill that, but prevent the follow up. But yeah, I don't know. Oh wow! It did force a lot. The slam did force a lot, but Lip's lack of follow-up makes this a little bit shaky for me. Monstrous. Yeah. I don't know. They clearly want to take the fight out there. It did cost 1, 2, 3 ults. So Shock isn't like it's definitely a crazy play, but it's not like, you know, an unbelievable play. They use 3 ults, you know? But, you know, I don't know. Here's what I'm expecting. Here's what I'm expecting, y'all. This next fight, I'm expecting them to do the exact same thing, but keep Lip in a safe position and try and disengage Kiriko. Because I promise you, as soon as something like that happens again, Finn's probably just going to dry Kiriko without having any scouting, and then they can actually disengage it. So remember the Sun Tzu thing. Appear strong when you're weak, right? Atlanta's probably going to try and appear strong, even though they're really weak right now. And as long as Lip is in a position where he can disengage, everybody else can kite it up. Do you think Shock can pick up a dedicated hit scan player? I don't know. Is this Shock's roster right here? Yeah, this is it. I don't know Heesang well enough. I can tell you that Proper is a good Widowmaker player and a good Cassidy player. I don't know how good his Ashe is. I don't know how good his Hanzo is, although I imagine his Hanzo is pretty decent. And I don't know how good Heesang is. But the problem I'm seeing is that if Heesang is not a good tracer, then we could potentially have a problem. Because you need your projectile player, your flex DPS, to have a good tracer if you want to put Proper in hit scan. But if Proper has the better hit scan and the better tracer, then anytime you're running Sojourn Tracer, Cassidy Tracer, Ashe Tracer, Sombra Tracer, you're going to have a real problem. Because as we've seen here, Heesang isn't exactly slapping your mama with Tracer right now. But it's still early in the season. Maybe Heesang just had a really bad map, really bad block. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to highlight this, give this a red check mark, and when the season starts, guys, don't go on Reddit and say, oh, Heesang's Tracer's bad. Just say, Heesang's Tracer didn't look strong this scrim block. When the season starts, we need to keep an eye on it. We need to keep an eye on it. So we will not draw conclusions from this, but it will be a red circle to go and investigate later. Proper vouch for he's saying, then Proper's vouch matters a lot more than what I'm saying. But I'm still looking at it later. The side is down? That's wild. But yeah, okay, again, going back to the planning here, I imagine Ball Trace are going to go aggressively here just to kind of bait out the Kiriko and then probably disengage afterwards. You could play around point as well, but knowing Atlanta, I don't feel like they would do that. And I'm casting Curse. There it is. There's the aggression. Wow, I can't believe they're high nooning. I really cannot believe they're high nooning. I cannot believe they're high nooning. I actually don't like this play. I really don't like this play because either one of two things happen. Either they just completely disengage entirely, or Lip dies. Lip gets run over. I mean, it's the Atlanta Classic, right? Nothing, no fights lost, right? I don't know. So now we could just high noon. Proper can just high noon if he wants. Proper should just high noon. Or Kiriko. This gets really messy from Shock. This gets really messy. Why is it so messy? The ball makes things hairy, okay? And I think, like, part of me is like, I think the ball makes it so it's so hard to, like, actually control and contest high ground without feeling like you're not going to just die. But it does mean that things like these are really easy to set up. Max goes in while we're peeling off ball. Max loses a lot of HP. I will say this, that Max has been struggling a little bit around ball because we're finding times where Max goes in while Finn is turning around and peeling ball. And so Max is losing a lot of HP. The thing with Ramatra is, unlike Reinhardt, Ramatra is really an in or out hero. He's very tempo oriented, like they said in the thing, where he's hot or he's cold. Reinhardt could go, oh, I'm taking damage, I'm in a shield. Ramatra can't really do that, right? His shield up time is really low, and even when he's in Nemesis form, unless he's standing there and blocking, he's not so good. So Max is kind of in this awkward position where he's kind of having to, like, oh, go in, oh no, wait, ball's in. Okay, like, now we go in, but, like, I've already used half of my Nemesis form, and now I'm, like, 1 HP. And like, this timing needs, it's a little bit like a Winston bubble. It really needs to be tight. It really needs to be tight. So I'm like, I'm a little bit concerned because, like, this is more of a panic ult than anything. The Kiriko doesn't feel like it gets a lot of value, and Stalker is, because Shock is so stacked right now. Proper is so stacked right now. I will say this as well. I don't know. The problem with Proper splitting is get slammed by a ball. I don't know. I just don't like the Ramatra, guys. I just don't like the Ramatra. You're like, it feels like Shock's positioning is so like smoked. Like, they can't take any positions here. Like, Stalker stalls for way longer than he is in your right too. And even if they get cap here, like, holy stall Batman. That was 2 of the most powerful ults in the game completely negated while actively stalling. You have Toddy set for more release? No. What do you think of the current Infernal roster? I am honestly not, I'm gonna be honest with you, I am not very informed on a lot of the APAC region teams. It was very hard to follow last season because I was focusing on my own team, you know, where you're working like 70 hours a week and you just don't have time to watch a lot of APAC. APAC wasn't a big concern, at least until some of the bigger things like Hawaii. So I am out of the loop. I know profit from what I know, but yeah. Yeah, so anyway, Shock gets point, but now we've got a really, really big window for Atlanta to go in hard. We're probably not going to see a beat, but we are going to see another ball engage with a lip angle and tracer angle that's going to result in either mines or pulse. Either one of those will probably force a beat, which will be responded with the Chio beat, and then I think Atlanta's going to win this fight. Yeah, I apologize. It's the weirdest thing, guys. I feel like I have a pretty good understanding of the game, and I know a decent amount about the Western players. Not even a lot, But I'm like, when it comes to like rosters and who's strong at this, like I know of Heesang, but you could hold me at gunpoint, and I probably, before this review, I wouldn't have known if Heesang was a support or DPS player. It's that bad. So I'm definitely not a jack of all trades in that regard. Okay, and then we just win the fight off of that. Ladies and gentlemen, Overwatch. Sitting here crying tears over like what the best game plan would be, and then just Finn hits a shot. You know, I will say Stalker was a little early there. I think like if those of you guys who've known me coaching, and I think Stalker could have been a little bit better time there. Yeah. And that really screws up Max. Oh, we're going. It will get beat for beat. I like the decisive beat from Vindame. Don't RNG about whether Max is going to live or not. Lip needs to die. Lip doesn't die, but Fielder dies. And Lip does die. That's a very, very decent trade for Shock. Botoxification. Hey, mate. Thanks for the subs. Or the subs, I say. Thanks for the 3 months. What do you think about Ramatra as a hero? I am disappointed with Ramatra as a hero. I don't want to get too far into it, but I'm disappointed with Ramatra as a hero. Let's put it that way. Finn gets a little smoked. Why do we not boop this slam here? We just don't have it. I think we over pursue in the trade. Yeah, that's it right there. Vindam goes a little bit deep. Spyros! Thanks for the sub, mate. See if Heesang landed Pulse. I mean... He gets Suzu'd. Yeah, he lands it. I mean, Ball is just a strong hero, y'all. Like, he's a strong hero. Like, right now, Ball is just a strong hero. So, we're sitting here like, you know... Did Finn mess up? Did Vindane mess up? Yes, I think Vindane definitely messed up there. But Ball's a strong hero. I think probably a stronger hero than Ramatra. So, and you know, Don Hack is one of the best ball players from my understanding in the world. So, you know. First pole stuck? No. Don't forget, you guys are forgetting New Queen Street. See, you guys got this recency bias going on here. You guys got to be careful. You guys got to be out here being like, Heesang's a noob tracer. We don't know that. Ball, ladies and gentlemen. Ball. Finn. Just a little bit late in the Suzu. That's kind of a goof up mechanical mistake. Let me actually look at this engage though from Atlanta, because it looks set up well. I like actually how Atlanta are positioned here. I think Finn could have been maybe a little bit better positioned, but yeah. Yeah. Can this composition find a Ryan May composition? Yeah, which one? All right, looks like last fight here. Ram loses to Ryan. Yeah, Ram should lose to Ryan May. Ram should lose to Ryan May, and on most maps, except for longer sightlane maps, which you're not likely to see Ramatra on longer sightlane maps. Versus Ball. It's a little bit harder because you can't control the Ball as well. I think Ball does pretty decently versus Ryan, but I would still like Ryan over Ramatra versus Ball. Shock really seems like they want to stress test this Ramatra, but I just do not have confidence in the composition. So it's not so much as like their execution needs to get better. I just fundamentally don't think Ramatra is very good right now. I don't think he's very good at controlling space. I think Ramatra is only good in strictly brawl metas when brawl or surviving or tanking brawl is really strong. He doesn't even have the mobility that Reinhardt has. So really, this should be really quite simple. Atlanta can just Kiriko on point and high noon really whenever they'd like. Pulse from Stalker is, you know, a 50-50 as it is, which is pretty high for Pulse Bomb. Case in point, does he actually hit it? Nope, he misses. I think that's going to get Suzu'd as well, though, so it misses as good as a mile in this instance, so it gets what you want out of it. I will say again, though, that it does feel like Stalker and Don Hack were not exactly on the same page here. So maybe cleaning up that timing just a little bit. As good as Atlanta's team play has been, it could definitely continue to be better. Finn gets caught with his pants down. The Suzu is used. There's the ball. He gets kind of caught out in the open, and honestly, Vendame's peel here isn't very good. They get the slam off. He's trying to peel off his Cassidy and ends up leaving his Kiriko out to dry. And that's going to be game. This is something else, though. Let's watch this. What is this, a pulse on Tracer? Oh, it's a prediction pulse. It doesn't quite land. That's one of the ones where if it works, you look like a big brain. If it doesn't, you look like an ass. But yeah, that's going to be it. Even with the kill to Chio, right? Right? Yeah, that's it. Okay. So I think this is going to be it for us until we do have one more code, but it's not going to be versus Shock. So Shock, trying out a lot of comps, shaky understanding of Brawl. I think Max and Junbin struggled a little bit each. Junbin especially looked a little bit lost, but a little bit of communicational diff, maybe some understanding issues as well. I think Shock were testing some compositions, trying to force some compositions, which ultimately and sadly didn't look to be so good, but you never know. You never know. The meta might change. Maybe their execution will improve, and they have a strategy that is way beyond my understanding, which may or may not work out. So, yes, we will be looking at Vegas versus Atlanta as our next code, and then we'll probably call it for the night. We will be back on Thursday doing more codes. And whether that's London or Vancouver, whether that's Gladiators or Saints, you guys will get to vote for which one we do on Thursday, and then we'll do whatever's left on Saturday. Yeah, so chat, I'm going to run an ad. I'll be back in 30 seconds. I need to tinkle. Give me just 1 second, and then we will go over one more juicy code, Atlanta versus Vegas. Be right back. Right back. Okay, one more code. This should be fun. So this will be a little bit of a different matchup in terms of teams, Vegas versus Atlanta. We looked at a little bit of Vegas over the weekend and last week. It was pretty fun. Yeah, if you didn't get an ad, I don't know. Twitch sometimes doesn't do this, so it is what it is. Let's take a look. Our next code will be. Where's our next code going to be, chat? What is it going to be? Codes. I have to actually run my own command. 0 SGJN9. And Vegas was definitely struggling from what we saw last week a little bit. Again, early in the season, nothing that we want to kind of go into too detail. I'm very, very excited about this one though, because it is Li Zheng. So we are going to be seeing not only different teams, but different matchups. So there's going to be more to discuss here. What are we looking at here? Okay, let me get some water here. So I'm a little concerned for Vegas because Atlanta has definitely showcased themselves to be quite a good team so far, at least for early in the offseason in terms of scrim bucks go. So I don't imagine this one to be too pretty. Now, this is where things get really, 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 really juicy. Here's the question, ladies and gentlemen. How does this Brawl matchup go? Because we already know both teams are going to roll out white. But how does a Cassidy May beat a Symmetra Junkrat? There's two ways that they win. Let's see if you guys can come up with both of them. How does a Cassidy May beat a Symmetra Junkrat? Because it can be done. I don't know which one's technically stronger right now. I haven't watched enough scrims, but there's value in both. land the wall, right? So you can either get a fat, juicy wall, control white off of a big, fat, ugly wall. You get a huge resource trade. That's one way. There's another way to beat it, though. Better range poke. Cast flanks, cast off angle, heck, even May off angle, right? Because if you look at the weaknesses of Symmetra Junkrat, both are really good in like tight, short ranges and like right? But as soon as you open up the map a little bit, ironically, May is better at off angling than Symmetra and Junkrat is. She just has better poke, right? So what I would say here is either we get a big fat May wall and we win, or we don't get the big fat May wall and we play around point and you have your Cassie with like Lucio here and you May kind of playing with your Ryan taking an off angle here. And yeah, Sim Junk will control white, but as soon as Sim Junk walk out and touch sun, I mean, it's like real life. If you get Symmetra and Junkrat players out of their tiny little rooms and out into open space and touching grass and the sunshine, they die. That's generally how those things work. They're degen heroes. So whenever degens touch grass or see sun, they die. So Cassidy May players, however, are chats, right? They exercise, they stretch their legs, they can sprint, they're strong, they're great. So yeah, either we get the initial May wall, and then this is either going to be going really well. But again, if the May wall isn't fat and we continue to brute force this in here, then it's going to be really, really hideous. Now, there's one other really, really important difference here. And this kind of trumps everything else. Now you guys are like, oh, Dove, it's messed up. Well, no, Dove TP'd his team, right? But this means that we can't win the fight. It's not, even if we get the world's most succulent May wall, unless Orion like pins the Symmetra or something, you're not going to win. You're just not. So as soon as you see, that's the nice advantage of playing Symmetra, is you get the Symmetra, right? And Symmetra's pretty good, but also you get to keep the Symmetra. And you don't have to take a 4v5. So the TP for Vegas is probably because they want to TP if there's not a Rhine mirror. But this is going to go really ugly if Vulcan fights this. If the Dove should be on Sojourn if they're going to teleport, I mean, you make good arguments, but again, I think we're getting too far into the specifics of me just not having enough Scrim practice to know the answer to that. And Malthal's dead. Like, you just knew it. You just knew it. I look at Vulcan going, oh, we're dead. Malthal walks forward. Malthal's isolated, instantly ice blocked. Yes, the lamp is late. The lamp is really late, but it's over. It's dead. You are already dead. Lip, man. That's a huge mistake from Lip. This is actually such a nice play, though. That this is what your Symmetras should be doing. So what Symmetra lacks up for in what I would say lateral map control, she can get in terms of like going deep in backline. And also, my information might be outdated a little bit. Because May definitely, I think, has better range than Symmetra. But Symmetra has much better range than she ever did in Overwatch 1. So a Symmetra off-angling, especially with new TP, is maybe way better than I'm giving it credit for. Like you guys are underestimating how fast these freaking orbs travel. I mean, maybe some of you guys aren't, but these things are laser fast. Bam! You see that? I think the problem here is that he's beaming. He's clearly not a Symmetra player. So if what a good Symmetra player would have done right here is right here, you should have reloaded or at least charged a right click right now. Right click, then throw a turret right here at the same time. So you come out of the teleporter, not reloading, but right clicking. And then even if you do mess it up, you would never ever beam out of a teleporter. You only beam when you can't. When you can reach something at point blank range, and even then versus a squishy, usually right click is better. And then he gets booped away from his teleport. So the Lip is just clearly not a Symmetra player, but yeah, you'd be surprised at how much like little bit of nuance there is with Symmetra. The hero is actually pretty interesting. I'm joking aside, Symmetra in Overwatch 2 is actually a pretty cool hero. I'm still not a fan of the turrets, but there's a lot of nuance to the hero. Dove is just meanwhile chatting. I mean, this is how Cass wins, you know? You take an angle. Love to see it. That was a nice play. Okay, let's see what this happens. Dove has to be very careful though. Don't go, Dove. Chill, Dove. Oh no, Dove is too early. No! No, Dove is too early. He gets the kill, and now he just needs to wait for Vulcan and Mouthful to get there, and then, like, you know, Luke is in spawn, so Dove needs to chill. Nice shot, but he needs to be careful. Like right now, we need to be backing off. Back. No. Crap, man. Almost. That being said, we might still be able to cap point here because this is a 4 versus 4. They do cap point. They're gonna try and push on BAP, or maybe they're just gonna stand still. We need to disengage now. We're too slow. It's just indecisiveness. It's indecision. Like, we could have pushed right now on BAP with Maywa, or even just with our Mei taking the Junkrat 1v1, and this Junkrat dies, right? While our Ryan is distracting them elsewhere. Like, but it's just like a little bit of like hesitancy. Like, we missed the wall, which sucks as well. But it's all about the flanks, y'all. It's all about the flanks and like being like a cohesive unit. They get a little bit smoked. Unfortunate. Yeah, Vegas has a coach, Empress. She was the coach for Odyssey for a while. So they're gonna hold the choke, which I think is reasonable, even if you don't have a Mei, because Symmetra and Junkrat are also really, really good at chucking the choke. Chucking the choke, I say. There's the BAP window. There's the BAP window. Now I will say this. Just a little lesson for the plats in the chat, respectfully. Do you notice that Junkrat isn't even using the BAP window? Because holding an off angle here with a different line of sight is more important than shooting through the window. You only need like 1 or 2 people shooting through a BAP window to get value out of it. You should have other people take angles to capitalize off of the space that it creates. And I will say this as well, that Dove is doing the right thing here. This is the strength of Cassidy. And he even times it really well. Now he has to be really careful because one Symmetra right click kills him, but that is the right play there. So they trade BAP windows. They rip tire actually pretty early. This shouldn't work. Case in point, Vulcan almost dies. Vulcan needs to chill. A little bit of a spooky pin. But honestly, this so far so good. I mean, time is ticking for sure, which is not optimal. But yeah. I like the angle from Dove. You know, I will say this. Do you guys remember what Vegas's main issue was in terms of like individual like positional play? At least on dive. You know, I'm just now thinking about this right now. My opinion was I felt like the supports could have been playing, yeah, passive supports, right? Like I felt like they could have been like, I wonder here. I feel like Rack should be with Dove. I really do. I don't think we need speed through the choke. I think help Dove to control this angle. Okay, good pressure on Ryan. We win this cooldown trade here. Good block. Nice. Probably not necessary to beat this. That's a bit of a mistake. We shouldn't have used both. So yeah, a bit of an over ult there, I think. You just need to have the confidence that, you know, you played around the shatter well. You had a really nice wall trade. We probably didn't need to beat that there. There's the tempo, there's the aggression. Nice little off angle. We need to get out here, and now we need beat, but we don't have it. That was the concern with the beat there. So this is what I would describe best as an overextension, just because of the ult situation. Push. We're forcing a push on Ryan, disregarding the off angles. Really nice lamp from Fielder. Oh, he doesn't even need to lamp. Oh my gosh, the window cuts off the high noon. Simwall's busted, y'all. And then that force pushes Mouthful into an overextension because we're forcing it on Ryan. Lip is now punishable. And he's gonna live. Jeez. That's crazy timing. That beat comes in at the picture perfect second. And then Vulcan. Big shatter. But it gets beaten and he dies for it. Yeah, I don't know, y'all. Yeah, I think we had too much of an advantage. We needed beat there. And their sim wall was just so good. Nice bait on the wall. Stalker is on the Mei. I think Mei is a lot easier on the retake than Junkrat because Junkrat doesn't allow you to take space like a Cassidy or a Mei wall does. You can wall through the choke if you're attacking. Lip. Oh, Lip gets so lucky here. This is just ego, man. Like, he almost dies from that. So Dove does fine. Vulcan gets put on his back. The counter pin. Yeah, and they just shatter. Yeah. It wasn't even a bad retake attempt. And Rack does try to boop Stalker in. Why is Luke on Kiri? That's a big mistake right there. So this is actually probably what cost us this attack. So I'm sitting here trying to like investigate what's going on here. I don't quite understand the Kiriko choice. And then this is the big one right here. You have to trust your Mei to use her ice block. Because the problem here is that as soon as that's used, you're cooked. You need, if you Suzu this fight's still winnable. Yeah. Okay. And again, guys, let's try and be respectful here. It's the same kind of thing with the shock. You know, people are early in the season. People are trying stuff out. I just want to analyze because it's Owl Scrim codes. We're not here to flame people. Okay, Echo Mercy. Ana, Ball Tracer. Really, we need the most important thing is going to be an aggressive Echo, like an aggressive Echo that's actually getting work done. This is a lot of resources put into a single Echo, so we need to have our Echo aggressively playing, whether that's marking Doomfist or Tracer, whether that's marking Soldier. I also think here that, I mean, Dove is trying to gatekeep. It looks like Dove is trying to mark. But we need damage from our Echo Mercy. We need timings from our mouth. Like, Mouthful has to be on that. Like, I think my question here is, like, when we're calling things, my ball's in. If Mouthful isn't able to follow up on this, then we're going to have a real problem. Because that's a pretty decent nade. And we're not able to, like, actually get anything off of that. No, I know the Mouthful clip. I'm not gonna sit here and yeah. I really don't want to do this. Mouthful, the problem here is that Mouthful's here, but then Mouthful goes back to main. I feel like from here, you should go back and you should be putting damage out on this Soldier and on this, your damage boosted. I get that you don't want to stay a million miles away from Soldier, but you need to be pressuring these off angles. And what happens is because Mouthful rotates back to here, I mean, heck, even Vulcan's on point now, right? Which I get at points unlocked, but this just gives them the entire map. And so now Dove is left out to dry because he's getting no help. He's getting literally no help. His Ana's actually not even healing him. Like, Dove is the only person trying to control space here, and he gets no help. So now Dove is going to lose the duel, and Dove might even die. So now we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 members of Vegas all in the same spot. And now Dove, sitting inside of his own backline, dies to a random Kiriko shot. There's just no space control. Malthul's sitting at 18% ult charge, and the point's unlocked. Lip, who's been sitting inside of his own backline, has more ult charge than Malthul. You can't have a damage boosted Echo sitting inside your own backline. You need, like, yes, maybe the Echo isn't the best play, but you have to have some ego. Like, you have to have some ego. You have to have some confidence in yourself and your ability to spam out or shoot or control space. Like, even just Malthul shooting here and hitting a headshot and Stalker disengages out. Now Dove has the off angle. So now Malthul can play aggressively in the side and look for a dive bomb later on, right? Like, the map control Vegas forfeits here is just unbelievable, right? It's just so... They lose so much space. And, like, Overwatch is a game of space, y'all. And if you can't control space, you will die. Like, I would go as far to say that Luke probably should have stayed here and helped Dove win this angle, because by giving up this angle, Luke guarantees that their Doomfist and Tracer get the off angle. It would be better to die here than to die here. I'm just going to be that guy. Like, that's just the truth. Yeah. It's just over. It's just over. We don't control space. Everything comes back to space, guys. Everything comes back to space. Space and timing. The fundamentals of Overwatch. Stalker gets cleared out. 2v1. Nice work. Really good job. We get the rotation. Now we need to double back. We've cleared them out of the space. Either we continue to rotate and control this side of the map, or we rotate back and control this side of the map. Okay, so it looks like we're leaning left side. No, we're not. Luke is on one side. We have Ball on the other. There's the Nano on Echo. Our Ball isn't really in at all. Our Tracer isn't in at all. Let me talk about what I'm... Let me be very specific, okay? Because I'm kind of just like whining here, okay? This is what needs to happen. You can have your Ana rotate to here. You're going to have your Ana assist your Ball Tracer to clear out and rotate through the single. With Ana pocket from here. Once your Ana is pocketed here, once your Ball Tracer is here, we are then going to Nano our Echo Mercy, who may or may not be here or even here, to then dive in with Ball Tracer while our Ana is safe back here. By doing so, you give your Ana good LOS to help control space so that Vulcan isn't completely healless and coming in missing all of his armor, because Luke was walking towards point and healing an Echo when he already had a pocket. Your Ana needs to be helping your Ball Tracer win duels, not pocketing an Echo with pocket. As a result, Dove is not winning his duels. And Luke dies to a pulse bomb because he's at point blank range on the enemy Doomfist Tracer. In addition, Vulcan isn't able to get the engage that he wants because he's not getting any Ana healing at all. I don't know why he stopped rolling so soon. He needs to get in there. Like, the thing with Nano Echo is any help that you can give the Nano Echo, he messes up his grapple. So he grapples here. He needed to grapple here for a better slingshot to get on top of Lip. If we fireball Lip, Lip dies. And then Dove, trying to mark Tracer's unsuccessful. Luke dies. Dove is stuck. They visor, it's over. Chio booped him as well. Okay. Either way. Like, this is so much resource to put into an Echo that still doesn't have an ultimate, even after the Nano. And that's partially on Malthul for playing more aggressively, and also partially on Luke for not positioning in a way to control Ball Tracer, and also on Ball Tracer for not controlling space properly. I mean, we could probably look at Rack and find things that's going wrong as well. They're going to go in hard. Luke dies. What happens with Luke here? Nah. He misses nade and dies. Yeah, and then we don't even get our sleep dart off. We also miss our pulse. Atlanta tempos things really nicely around the nade. They get a nice overextended kill on Lip. The Valk is good. Dove gets punched off the map. Hawk big brains him. Watch this, chat. I want you guys to watch this. Starts a charge up punch, and it looks like he actually flicks his crosshair away. You see that? He pretends to that he's going to turn his punch elsewhere, like he's going to play around a blink, but instead he goes right back and punches him. Watch it one more time. Oh, nope, just kidding. Wild. Valk is good, stickies are good. Let's check out Mouthful here. Fat stickies, full man stickies. Luke is doing his absolute darndest to survive. He does have full cooldown, so he should be able to survive. We forced the... I would probably prefer the sleep dart and the Doomfist there. So he's probably going to die for that. He does. Eternal did... Yeah, they want to fight on Control Center. And then, unfortunately, that's it. Really not a good, not good map control. Not good map control from Vegas. They need to do a better job supporting their off angles and flanks, controlling space. And I really think that when you have an Echo with Pocket, we need some ego. We need some more ego there. We need better ego, better timing. Mouthful needs to have a chip on his shoulder. All right. This comp seems pretty reasonable. Aggressively marking Hawk. Hawk goes out. We need to keep rotating. They're going to keep rotating. They keep catching. That was really nice. They're just permanently marking Doom. Now we just need to care lose cons. The soldier here is an actively weak point of the composition now. At least in my opinion. We just need to not overextend. We survive. Mouthful gets rolled. I mean, this is what we talked about, guys. This is the Vegas curse, right? Where it feels like our DPS are always pressing W, but never with the support. Mouthful doesn't have rack positioning. He doesn't have Luke positioning. Heck, he doesn't even have Luke POV. And I want to know why. Right? This has to change if Vegas wants to perform better. This has to change. We cannot be losing fights to that. Like Mouthful takes a really reasonable angle, right? Cover, good sightline, and doesn't get any healing. Because like Doom Hawk could lose a ton of HP for that if he's able to stay. Probably shouldn't have even needed to use shift there. And that's going to cost. That's it. They try to go hard and lip. Luke is able to TP out. Rack is cooked. Reasonable play, though. You're down one. And that's going to be it. So, Atlanta. Dove gets smoked out of Pulse Bomb, and then they're just going to spawn. That's a punch off the map. They catch lip. They just need to sign Samito. Didn't he die faster than healing could have traveled? No, he didn't. At the very least, Suzu. You need to be on, you need to be assisting your aggressive off angles. You cannot watch Mouthful. 193, 197, we're okay. Still not healed. 183. That's, if this gets Suzu'd or healed even a little bit, this target survives. And regardless of whether he died faster than that, okay, maybe Hawk just had better mechanics, maybe Mouthful's movement wasn't there. In theory, you have to be there. You have to be there. And like we saw in the previous reviews, not being there costs him a lot of fights. So you make a good point. Potentially, that would have been a kill is a kill, but it doesn't excuse us of not even trying to be there. Okay, Kitsune rush on point. We should be okay. The Suzu gets forced. That's somebody misses off the map. Malthul goes in. I don't understand this decision. I just think he misreads things. I'm not sure why he slides in. Because we miss our E pretty badly. And the pulse bomb misses. Doomfist is behind us, but we're sitting in Kitsune Rush with the Lucio and Kiriko on us. Once again, Luke is just so tunneled on Vulcan. Maybe I'm wrong. No, I think this is okay. I just don't think Malthul should have slid. I don't think Malthul should have slid. So Malthul slides basically into the middle of the enemy team and dies. Because I like the quick rotation to point and the Kiriko ult on point, and then you could peel off. Like, you peeled off their Kiriko, you peeled off, and then, oh, we commit beat, and we're down one, but we still get demeched. And we, yeah, this fight's lost. What's the point of D.Va here? The point of D.Va is to mark their Soldier, Tracer, and Doom. The D.Va is actually not even that terrible in this composition here. So, like, let's actually watch what Vulcan's doing here. So we assist the rotation to point. They use Kiriko ult. Hard marking on their front line, preventing them from taking space, right? You see how, like, he's gatekeeping these guys from playing aggressively with his Matrix and body, right? Now, he could go back and peel this, but it's not going to work. You're just going to enable these guys to walk forward. So Vulcan's holding space, holding space. He gets punched in, but he survives for forever. It's just a question of Malthul dies really fast and we don't get her beat off in time. I actually think the D.Va makes a reasonable amount of sense here. And you could saw it first fight, right? We hard rotated on them and we just marked the Doomfist and killed the Doomfist. You know, you can zone backline really easily as D.Va. Malthul just slid in, unfortunately. Yeah, that's true. I'm forgotten. All right, so we're going to see a fast rotate. Probably we'll see a Kiriko, a Sojourn ult. My concern here is, okay, you guys know what the fight is going to be, right? Hey, Smex. Yeah, what is my hair looking like? Oh my days, it is something else. I don't use any hair product, guys. This is bed hair, front and center. I brushed my teeth today, though, so we're good to go. So, what is Vegas going to do? What is Atlanta going to do? And if you're coaching Vegas here, how do they win the fight? You guys tell me. Let's get some discussion going here. Today. Shut up. Good to see you, Smax. Hope you're doing well, mate. Setting up Malthul for ult. Right, so they're gonna press Q. They're gonna press Q. They're just, the Sojourn ult is not hard to set up. You just take an angle, you find a sight line, you press Q. Now, what is Atlanta gonna do? They're gonna force beat. And then Malthul should die. So what I want Vegas to do is I want them to use Sojourn ult in a position where they will get damage done and force beat, but I don't want Vegas to use a single cooldown. Amp Speed, Matrix, and Suzu should be saved along with the disengage route to be able to disengage beat. And at the same time, Dove should go to point to force the split. So let's see what happens. You cannot get run over baby here. You cannot. We should be using, oh, they're trying to chase Lip. There it is. They get... Malthul should die. Cried, dude. So they chase Lip out. Nice. He just needs to hit the shot. And that's it. Here's the thing, guys. I want to show you guys a meme that I think will demonstrate my point here. All right. Let me actually pull it up on Chrome here. Hang on. I have to find the right meme, guys. This is I can't. This is the 21st century. If we can't communicate with me, this is. Let me give you guys a good representation of what we're talking about. Okay. Okay. Let me get a. I think we need more context here. No, that's not gonna work. Need to move this out of the way. No, you can't do this to me. Okay, hang on, chat. We got this. Hang tight. Feeding. Do you guys get me? Now, this is a little bit, this is what it is. When Malthul shifts in, if Malthul hits that shot, the Lucio dies and they win the fight. It's over. They just straight up win the fight. It's GG's, game over. Malthul doesn't hit the shot, or the second shot, or the third shot. So then he shifts in. When he shifts in for that third shot, we have now gone from crazy mechanical aggressive play. He doesn't hit it though. So that's my point, is Proper has earned this because Proper more often than not will hit the shot. Same thing we've seen with Lip a little bit. Malthul is not hitting the shots, and so what looks like a feed is just probably pretty reasonable if he gets the support and he hits the shot. So you either make the shot or you see yourself become the villain. Or you pop the Q, you just shoot people, you force the beat, and you disengage. You either go for the safe play, which we predicted them to try and do, but they didn't do, or you go for the RKO, focus the Lucio, and it doesn't work. This meme will never not be funny to me. I don't. It's so. I don't know. It just gets me. Know what you can do? Yeah. I mean, I guess it's hard for me to say. You know. I guess my question is why is Malthul on Sojourn? Why is Dove not on Sojourn? I don't know that. And if I'm in the Vegas Eternal Scrims, that's the first question I'm asking. Because Dove is a solid Sojourn. We saw that. So unless something has shifted and Dove has regressed, Dove should be on Sojourn. Malthul plays Tracer. His Tracer is fine. It's not any worse than Dove's. It might be better than Dove's, but Dove should be on Sojourn. Where it might be a proper thing where Dove is better than both Sojourn and Tracer. Yeah, could be. But I'm pretty sure Malthul plays a decent amount of Tracer. Maybe just a test, yeah. But we've seen a lot of Malthul Sojourn. It's a lot of testing. I don't know. Midero Dove is a better Tracer than Malthul? Okay. Either way, chat, it's tough. Looking good, Smile. Thank you. Yeah, hey, Human resources. Wait a second. I've seen this before. Stop harassing me, chat. You almost got me there. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I might pause on the Vegas reviews for a while, even if stuff gets, I can't imagine stuff gets leaked anymore. So it's just as well, because this doesn't, right now, a lot of the bottom half teams it's tough. I think it's like we need to give them more time to cook. You know, we need to give them more time to like sort their crap out. You know what I'm saying? And kind of level up their play. Because right now it honestly just feels a little. I wouldn't even say depressing, because it's early in the season. It's not depressing. These guys will sort their crap out, but it's not. There's not a lot to learn. At least with Shock and Atlanta, even though Shock wasn't really playing that well either, there was something different to look at. I don't feel like we learned a whole lot from here. I definitely was excited that we got to see some Reinhardt gameplay, which even though it was short, we got to learn a little bit from that, but it's tough. So we need to give them some time to cook, because that's what all the cool kids say, right? And, we'll reevaluate from there. Am I going to do Glads versus Saints? I'll probably do Glads versus Saints, but that's probably going to be this weekend. Thursday, I'm likely going to do London versus Vancouver. You guys come back here on Thursday, same time, and we'll review whatever you guys want to do. You guys can vote for it, and we'll take a look at whatever y'all want. I heard from down the rabbit hole that the New York versus Trick Room wasn't the best scrim to look at, so I will probably hold off on that one. But I am 100% down to look at the London one. And then what else do we have? We have Glads versus Saints, so maybe we'll do both of those in the same day, maybe? But yeah, we'll do it on Thursday. Why are scrims being linked in the first place? I don't know. It's a good question. People are just being kind of corny about it. And everyone's the other thing too is everyone's leaking scrims where they do well as well. So does New York have a roster? They do have a roster. They do have a roster. Yep. Is it better to have a better Sojourn or a better Tracer? I don't know. I mean, Sojourn. So I would have said Sojourn before, but now I'm not so sure. Hyping the next season? Yeah. Potentially. I think it got to be a meme that kind of like build off of itself, with Dante accidentally leaking the scrim codes, and then Kaluch calls him out on it, and then it kind of snowballs from there. But as of today, I got a notification on my Overwatch client. Let me guys show you what this actually looks like here, just in case you guys are ever curious about like what OPR is and all that foolishness. So OPR is really just, hey, we have another, you guys remember PTR back in the day, where you would have the separate thing for betas with Overwatch? It's the same thing. So let me actually show you guys. So if I go to here, you guys go in your game client, and then right here, you guys see Tournament A, Tournament B, Tournament C, Overwatch Esports 2. So these are the different clients from previous patches. And sometimes they take them down, sometimes they keep them up, and they will give access to different accounts. So you can go back and play in previous patches. That also means that replay codes don't work. So if I have a Tournament A replay code, I cannot look at it unless I have a Tournament A account. I have quote unquote access to these because I have coached teams in the past in this account, so I've given special access. I don't know if I even have, I mean, would be able to if I tried to right now. I believe the Overwatch Esports client is where they actually play Overwatch League games. They play Overwatch League games on a separate client. So I have access to it right now, but I don't actually think I really have access to it. I think if I logged in, I don't think it would let me to. But yeah, thanks for the sub, Chance. But that's kind of like what it is. It's like the PTR. You have a separate client for like, for different crap. So that's generally how this kind of stuff goes. But yeah. Chat, it's been good. I'm going to toss the host over to Timothy on PC. I do not know who they are, but they are a subscriber in my Discord channel. So I like to try and raid or host people that are a little bit smaller streamers, because I know I would have appreciated it when I was starting off as well. And it looks like they got a pretty sick setup as well. So give them a follow, say hello. I will be back on Thursday. ! Coaching, ! Patreon, ! YouTube, ! your mama. I will see you on Thursday. The raid begins. We will be ready to go. And 9, 8, 7, 6. You're very welcome. 5, 4. Wait, what? The raid died. The raid just died.
Good job, Spillo.
Boogie, you killed the raid. You killed the raid. We gotta start all over again. I've never seen that before. It just died. I already have a raid in progress? Did I actually raid? Hell, what happened? Is the raid here? What's going on? Oh, it bugged. Weird. Thanks for the sub, Boogie, man. Okay, I don't think it was. All right, 3, 2, 1, VIOLIN!